members, let's start. Or maybe let's wait for Mr. Mkari to settle so that. Honorable members and colleagues, let's take this opportunity to open this important public hearing. The agenda is displayed on the screen, and the hard copies were also distributed to each and every member or colleague present here. On item number 2, just want to acknowledge the MBC, the chairperson of the board, the CEO, and your entourage, honorable members, the HOD from the Department of Public Works, AGSA, Provincial Treasury, honorable members of Scopa, the staff from the legislature, you are welcome to this meeting. The department or the entity that is appearing today is RAL, Road Agency Limpopo. They are here to give an account on how they spend the public funds and how those funds were able to translate into service delivery. As Scopa, we are mandated, as if we want to remind the public that we are mandated by section 114, 2A and B, which stipulates that the provincial government must provide a mechanism for accountability and oversight on all departments and state entities to ensure that each and every money that was allocated is well spent. So that is why the RAL is here today as an entity to ensure that they account on how they have spent the resources of the Limpopo government. And we know MEC, like we've indicated in the previous, when you were appearing as the department, we know now that you are a shareholder of RAL, but as a department, we indicated that your core mandate, which is the infrastructure, will be challenged now because of the disaster that we had in the province. And I think so is RAL. And it needs efforts, double efforts, to ensure that we feel that a space where roads were distracted. Our people now, they know that there was disaster, but because this disaster is long gone, now they want roads, and they want them now. So it needs leadership, it needs proactivity to ensure that the allocated funds must be well spent and in compliance with the legislation. Because as we are going through the file, that is the problem of this entity. No compliance at all, nothing. If we have to rate it, it is just at 0 or even minus. So, and if we can comply with the regulations, then we are not doing justice to the people of Limpopo. So we are appealing to say, as we are going to ensure that the services are rendered and especially catch up with those destroyed infrastructure, let's make sure that we comply with the legislation. Like we've indicated, we acknowledge even all the people who are logged in from different social media. You are also acknowledged and you are form part of an important part of the province and even outside the province, and you are interested in knowing how far is the government of Limpopo doing to ensure that there is service delivery. I also want to acknowledge our MPEC members from Scopa district who join us. We said it's very critical that they be part of us, they observe what we are doing, because as Scopa, we also have a program to work with MPECs closely, so that as and when we improve in the province, we also improve our municipalities. And we as the province also work with the national Scopa, so that we have all these spheres of government being effective and sharing expertise. So you are welcome to this public hearing. So, MEC, I wanted to check with you if the files that you have given us, because they've not been signed. I'm not sure if it was my file only, because I wanted to check with others, but I forgot. My file does not have that letter. I wanted to check, but I forgot, but mine does not have. So we wanted to check, because it's not there. If these files that we have are from your office and you know about them.
No.
Maybe even before you answer it, maybe let me check with members. I wanted to check with them before during the briefing, but I forgot, to be honest. Is there a letter signed by both the chair and the MEC? It's not there. It's not there, MEC. So,
no,
just assure us if this
no, thanks very much, Chair. And my name is Rachweni Enestis Batao Pagana Shabra, the MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure. So let me take this opportunity, Chair, and greet my colleagues here, honorable members and colleagues from the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure, and also RAN, all protocol observed. Chair, maybe let me through you, because from where I'm seated, I know that I've signed the letter. So maybe if I can check with the colleagues from RAN, what happened to the letter that I've signed, because I remember signing a letter of both files.
My name is Audit, Executive Manager Monitoring and Evaluation at the Roads Agency. Thank you very much, Honorable MEC. Honorable Chair, the letter indeed was signed. We have submitted it with the entire consignment. Our commission was not to package it with each and every pack. Thank you.
You submitted it with the entire consignment. What do you mean consignment? Because we're talking, usually it's in the file. When you get this file, it is the first page. But I must acknowledge, MEC, that the soft copy is there. In the soft copy is there. Within the USB is there, but it's not there in the file, and it's important. You know why we are saying we must do the hard copies and the USB. We are trying to move from these hard copies to paperless. So we want to assess if indeed the department can manage to go totally on if I what do you call this thing? Yes. So that is why you say submit both. Maybe next, if we are satisfied, we will assess after all the series. After that, we will assess and ensure that in the next hearing we will say, no, we go fully on just submit the USBs, or if we think you are still struggling, we can still submit both. Yeah, it's not there in the file. If these are the consignment that we are talking about, it was not included. But maybe for the sake of progress, because it's there in the USB, let's just take it as it is there. But our belief is that what is in the USB must be in the file exactly replicated. So that omission should not be condoned. Yeah, thank you. MEC, can you continue?
I can continue with what?
No, I the confirmation that the file, I think
yes.
this part was
no.
The letter that
Okay.
you said you signed. Yes,
No.
but
It's
the
fine.
contents.
Yeah,
of
it's fine. No, thanks very much, Chair. My name is Ernest Swataulu, the MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure in the province. Chair and the honorable members, yes, I can confirm that the content that is in these files that are before us is a true reflection, and I have signed for them and I know about them. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. And I thought, MEC, you'll start by apologizing for letting the committee members waiting, because they were not happy in terms of waiting for you. Though you said you know the advantage of the disadvantage of you is that you don't come to this committee once, so you'll always use the previous experience to try to justify whatever. When you were appearing, you waited for 2 hours for us. Yeah. Now today, no, just for record that indeed you received your apology. You're in the executive budgetary processes, but members said no. Remember, with the workload that is there, and with the extensive notes of the report, we were already anticipating that we were going to knock off very late. So when you come late, you become agitated to say, hey, it means now that time is going to be extended.
No, let me apologize for coming late, but taking into cognition what you have said, which is not an excuse. Every now and then, Honorable Scopa knows that we are starting after 2 hours in previous occasions, but that is not an excuse. My apologies. I was still attending the ESCO budget committee meeting. It's not that I disrespected the meeting. Thanks very much.
Yeah, not only of the 2 hours we disregard it, we just take it, you don't say anything. It's signal like apology. Okay, no, let's continue, honorable members. We are going to have item number 3 as an introduction, but it is also important that we remind members and colleagues that for purpose of records and for purpose of those who are online, so that they don't guess who's speaking. Every time we speak, we must introduce ourselves for record and for the audience online, because they must not guess who is speaking. And the other thing is, after presentation, members are going to ask questions. No, before presentation, they will ask questions, you answer, and then if there are follow-up questions, they will ask until you are satisfied that every question has been sufficiently answered and you have accounted for each and every cent. Let's go to item number 3, which is introductions, starting with members of the Scopa. My name is Esther Mukwele, the chairperson of Scopa.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Good morning, Honourable MEC and your team. My name is Jacques Smaller. I'm a duly elected member of this portfolio committee.
Good morning, Honourable Sandri. My name is Macheto Pesi, member of Scopa.
Morning, Chair. Morning, honorable members. Morning, MEC. Chairperson of the board and my colleagues, staff of the legislature, staff from RAL, Treasury, AG. My name is Tawuma Water. I'm a member of the Standing Committee of Public Accounts.
Greetings, Chair, honorable members, MEC and the colleagues. My name is Faith Babel, a member of this committee.
Morning, Chairperson, MEC and your entourage and all the people. My name is Nimkumbroni Colbert, member of the committee.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, my colleagues, Honorable MEC, the Chairperson of RAL and Team RAL, and staff. My name is Matlodi Caroline Mantata Masela, and I'm the member of this committee. I thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nanchipeva Kapchero, Chairperson of Portfolio Committee Public Works Road Infrastructure.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairperson, our Honorable MEC and your entourage, our staff. My name is Asnat Majumani. I'm the member of this committee. Thank you.
Apologies, Honorable Nachifefe, I forgot to acknowledge the Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, Honorable Katune Chifefe. My apologies. Legislature staff?
Good morning. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, members, MEC, and colleagues, and Team RAL. My name is William Mukari. I'm the committee coordinator of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, MEC and colleagues. My name is Mr. Choshi. I'm the researcher for Scopa.
Good morning. Thank you so much, Chairperson. Morning to the honorable members. Morning to the MEC and everyone present here. My name is Nhlanhla Rikoto. I am a researcher attached to Scopa. Thank you.
My name is Tikedi Shadu. I am the coordinator of this Scopa. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Carol Sloan, Communication Services.
Toben, Nakim Waku, Vincent Dwara Pepel, Communications.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Jerry Shrinda. I'm a researcher.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Samson Mamabulo, manager in the ANC Party Caucus.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Mamabulo, the legal advisor.
Morning. Maura Nichiziwe, Communication Services.
Good morning. Mudiwari Nilo, IT support.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, staff. Office of the Auditor General.
Good morning, members. My name is Monisha Mashilwane, AG.
Morning, Chair, honorable members, MEC and your team and everyone. My name is Smale Salajali, Senior Manager, AGSA.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, morning MEC, morning Chairperson of the board and staff at RAF. My name is Mpoke Kana from Office of the Auditor General.
Provincial Treasurer.
Morning, Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, honorable MEC, Chairperson and colleagues. AGSA, my name is Tikele Vitendesa, the Acting Accountant General.
Okay, MPAC.
Good morning, Chairperson. My name is Ogetu Mama Kabu from the District Municipality, MPAC member. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, our MEC, support staff from your office and Public Works. Leina Laka ke Hudson Mashosho, Kukune District Municipality MPAC Chair.
Good morning, honorable members of legislature and colleagues. My name is Gift Madiera. I'm Skukuni District Municipality MPEG Researcher. Thank you.
Thank you very much. MEC and the RAL team.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chair and colleagues, honorable members, and all that are in the meeting. My name is Rachwen Ernest Swataulo, the MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure in Limpopo. Thanks.
Morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members, honorable MEC and all the colleagues from the department, from RAL and all the officials. My name is Moses Zeli. I'm the chairperson of the board. Thanks.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, honorable members, honorable MEC, the chairperson of the board. My name is Makita Chisane. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of Roads Agency Limpopo.
Morning, honorable Chair, honorable members, honorable MEC, chairperson of the board, CEO, HOD, public works, and colleagues. My name is William Makopa, CFO.
Good morning, honorable chairperson and the honorable members, honorable MEC and the chairperson of RAL and colleagues. My name is Motlanke Pukunzi. I'm the head of department, public works, roads and infrastructure.
Good morning, honorable chairperson and honorable MEC, the chairperson of RAL and the CEO, HOD of the department, Libito Lakaki Deni Logodi. I am at Roads Agency Limpopo as Executive Manager, Monitoring and Evaluation. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, honorable members, honorable MEC, chairperson of the board, CEO, HOD, and all colleagues. My name is Elvis Homesona. I'm the General Manager Operations from Roads Agency Limpopo.
Good morning, honorable Chair, honorable members of Scopa, Legislature, AGSA, honorable MEC of Public Works, HOD Public Works, chairperson of the board of RAL, CEO of Board of RAL, colleagues. My name is Kishan Tulsi. I'm the General Manager responsible for planning and design at RAL.
Good morning, colleagues, to honorable members, to our chairperson, honorable chairperson, our honorable MEC, the chairperson of the board, CEO and HOD, the colleagues. My name is Lidile Mashilwani, the Chief Director for Roads and Infrastructure in Public Works. Thank you.
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson. All protocol observed. My name is Mavis Mashashan. I'm from Roads Agency Limpopo in the corporate services. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson, honorable members, honorable MEC, chairperson of the board, CEO, HOD, and Team RAL. My name is Khomoto Malope, Director Entity Oversight.
Morning, Chairperson, morning, MEC, honorable members. My name is Emmanuel Mongwe, Media Liaison Officer, Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure.
Good morning, colleagues, chairperson of the board, honorable MEC, CEO, all members of the legislature and MPEC. My name is Pesin Chabeleng, Parliamentary Officer of MEC Rachwen.
Tobela Batompegi, nna ke nna Witness Tiba, Director in the Office of the MEC.
Ke dumedisha batho ka moka go ya ka maemo a bona. Leina la ka ke Mmatshepo ga Phoko, PA to MEC.
Thanks very much. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you, MEC. Colleagues, maybe let me make you aware of these mics. these are just for purpose of recording. They are very audible in the record there, but as I speak, they can't increase my voice. So as you speak, you must know that your voice must be audible to members. It can be assisted by this. This only assists you with the record. On record, you will be audible, but we find that to us, sometimes you are not audible. So we just wanted to make you aware of that. On the apologies, from our side, we have apology of Honorable Mapolo and Honorable Scopa. These are the only two apologies. So you want to check with you, MEC, if the expected team members are here?
No, thanks very much. All of us were here and we have no apology. Thanks.
Thank you very much. It means we proceed with the presentation. Item number 4. But before the presentation, MEC, I think I have a concern which is the way the information is captured, and it's up to 61 pages. But the 61 pages will expect that at least we are going to get some details. There are no details. It's just story, like you're telling a story. And then somebody was just writing. There are no details of what happened. In terms of, I agree there is a standard in terms of reporting, especially when accounting, and especially when you are reporting on the, maybe question 1, let me just take question 1, for example. You have to indicate that there was a fruitless and wasteful expenditure of what. Here we are in terms of taking action, recovery on all those things. So there is no such, in most cases, they don't do that. They will just tell you a very big story, 2 pages on an item that was supposed to take only half a page. And not necessarily detailed, not necessarily giving. If it was detailed information, well, we would appreciate, but it was just like you were just giving story information sometimes which is not really relevant, but leaving the core information that we would be happy to have. So that is what I wanted to indicate just before the presentation. I always say the presentation must talk. And I wish one day we'll have a situation where after presenting this report, we just come and say, thank you, we heard you, what you said about this and that, because it was clear and detailed. So, as and when we're going to start presenting, I don't know, because this story that you have written here will end up consuming a lot of our time. And if we say summarize that story, you may as well leave the important information that we need, but find a way of reducing this storytelling and answer the question as we requested without leaving critical information. Because if you have to read the whole 61 pages, then especially if we are going to even extract very few points out of it, it may not be economic for us. So just have a way of managing how we are going to present the facts here. So, honorable members, I think we are going to allow you to ask questions to the MEC, and they will respond. After responding, you will be given an opportunity to make follow-up questions until we are satisfied that they have sufficiently answered or they have sufficiently addressed the issues that we raised. So let's start with question 1. And get a volunteer to read question 1. Honorable Scopa.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Wasteful, member of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts. I'll take you through question 1. The questions of Scopa on the report of the AG to the Provincial Legislature on the financial statements performance information of RAL for the year ending 31 March 2025. Question 1 is on the House resolutions. Executive Authority, the committee has noted that RAL has not yet implemented some of the House resolutions from 2014-15 to 2023-24 financial years. Question A, provide the committee with the status of the implementation of the House resolutions. B, why did the entity fail to implement some of the House resolutions for all these years? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Scopa. MEC, I think in your response, you should also tell us why you decided to, maybe if you need a little bit focus, let us know. Yeah, just tell us why you decided to present resolution only up to 21-22, while we asked for up to 23-24. As an additional question, it's not there because we did not know that we will not comply with our question. Your questions are up to 21-22. There are 2 financial years where you have not updated us on those resolutions. Let me see.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chair. My name is Ernest Swataulu Rachwe, the MEC responsible for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. Through you, Chair, please allow me to call Mr. Motohodi to respond to the question.
Maybe before is he responding to the question that was asked by me of the 2 financial years that are included?
Yes.
Or is going to?
He's going to respond to the question that you've asked, Honorable Chair.
The missing 2.
Is there anything from the Honorable Member?
No, I'm asking because I'm confused. I thought maybe it's just going to take all the questions.
No. It's going to respond to the one that you
understand.
Through you, Honorable MEC, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think I need to acknowledge and present an apology in advance for this serious omission. Upon reviewing the file after it was submitted, the team realized that we have made this serious omission from the 2 financial years. That is 2022, 2023, 2023, 2024. And that is the, through you, MEC, that is the presentation. We are presenting a sincere apology for this gross omission. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I had MEC, but my worry is that after you realize, what did you do? You didn't have the courtesy to inform us. Hey, please don't be surprised, or just presented an addendum. At least we have presented an addendum that there was this omission. Here is the addendum. And I believe that In the previous meeting with RAL MEC, where we were tracing the resolutions, they were presented. Some of those resolutions were presented, so I don't understand why today they can be omitted, because they form part of the collective resolutions in the previous meeting. So today, again. Honorable Small, Honorable Mulan.
You see, Honorable Chair, if one evaluates the Audit General's report and some of the conclusions about the root causes within Road Agency Limpopo, it says inadequate review of information and supporting information of the performance report. So it's one thing is very, very clear, that record keeping, putting documentation together, making sure that the highest standard is being met. It's not being met by this department, and it's not being met by this entity. And it started with a simple letter of the MEC, first front page letter that was supposed to be in the file. Every other department gets it. This entity is the worst performing entity and government department in its entirety. There is no underperformer. You are right at the bottom. You can hold your heads up for the worst performing entity and government department, because the facts will prove it today, and it says that. And Honorable MEC, it reflects very, very badly on you as the shareholder of this entity.
I said every time you finish, you must just have an indication so that I must not, just to say thank you, then I'll know that you are done.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Limpopo TC. Just want also to indicate, as the chairperson has already indicated, whether we are still going to have a session where we present those omitted years. But for me, as a member here, it's hard to accept that apology as a member of this committee. And if you can just look, if maybe you omitted it, then you just give us the addendum, or you just inform us in advance that there are these years which are omitted. So we must not expect anything. When you go with your files, you will see also 1 billion invoices lost and everything. That just shows that the house is just in disarray. And I don't think it's acceptable. But I just want to establish whether we are going to have a session proposed by you and also maybe with the chairperson, so that we have the information for those years. The people of Limpopo deserve to know everything on those years, on the cents and rents spent by these agencies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabocha, a member of this committee. Chair, I think we must be frank to ourselves, and the entity must be frank to us. Before, the entity got our questions, I think, on time. They prepared their files so that they can also give us those files so that we can prepare. And then now, to be ambushed like this, to say that there are certain addendums that should be added to our files, I think it's a bit unfair, because now you are ambushing us with new information that we don't have at our disposal. So, Chair, now I'm making a proposal that since there are those addendums that are to come, let us keep and I'm trying to align myself with what the latter speakers have said. or we must not spend much time on this particular question 1. Let's skip question 1, then we will go to the other questions, and then they'll give us this question 1 at another date. Because if not, we are going to be given new information now. It's not going to be fair, because you have it, we don't. How are we going to be able to execute our duties to the latter? So, Chair, now I'm making that proposal that this question, we skip it, and then we defer it. I don't know when, because it will be a discussion, but it's not going to be fair to us. Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Mantata, Honorable Machet.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My name is Caroline Mantata Marcela. Honorable Chair, I just want to ask the Honorable Chair that as they have responded to question number 1, we still have other questions that we need to ask them, that they must respond to us concerning question 1. Can you give us that chance? So in other words, I don't concur with what Honorable lawyer has said. So I'm asking that there are many questions except that one of addendum. There are many questions that we need to ask this entity to give us answers. I think let us be given that time. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Macheta.
No, thanks very much. My name is Pusima Chacha. I think there is an acknowledgement that there are still information that have not been submitted. And for that reason, it may not suggest that we may not proceed with other issues at hand. I think the key issue that we should be able to deal with is how are we going to handle that matter. And if we are to handle it, there will be a proposal perhaps that in the future we may have to arrange a particular sitting to deal with that. But the session must proceed as scheduled and be able to deal with other matters of question. Thanks.
Okay. Yeah, Honorable, maybe let me indicate. They are not saying that there is an addendum, Honorable Member. That is not what they are saying. They are saying they realize that indeed there was an omission. It's me who said, why didn't you prepare an addendum and send it to us so that we continue with it? They don't have any addendum to give us. But you are saying there's a proposal that we don't deal with the whole question 1 until they bring all the financial years. We continue. There's no question about continue. We're going to continue. But the question is whether we leave question 1 or we deal with question 1 and they will bring the 2 financial years that are omitted. These are the 2 issues that are on the table. If we can just respond to that. We'll come back to Honorable Abdullah here.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Nempumbuloni TC. I just concur with the proposal. You know why?
There are 2 proposals. Which one?
No, the one which we are saying, let's leave question 1. Okay. Because you see, some of the questions which we might ask here, they might be responded by those questions which have been omitted. So for that reason, it means that let's leave the whole of question 1 so that it will be complete, and we will also ask everything knowing that the report is completed.
Okay, there is a support for the whole question 1. Is there any support for part of it? There's no support. So it means we are going to leave question 1, the whole of question 1, and then it will be resubmitted on the days that are scheduled for. Remember, we have got a House resolution that on quarterly basis, the entity and the departments must update us on House resolutions. So it will be during that particular period when we will be giving you that date. You will come and update us on this question 1. like I'm saying, MEC, it's not long that you appeared with regard to the issue of resolutions. And those resolutions were there, 23, 24, 24, 25. You indicated the progress on them. And what has happened to them today, we don't know. We just wanted you to note that discrepancy, which is very serious. And the other issue that is worrying about RAL is that you have a lot of unresolved resolutions, a lot. More than about 42, 42%, and 42% is too much. Most of the departments are in the range of 5, 6%, 8%, but RAL is 42% unresolved resolutions. So it means this issue of resolutions, you must take it very, very seriously. And then I think from the shareholders' point of view, a very serious monitoring must be done on this one. It means that we've got challenges. We've got challenges, and we've raised them in the previous meeting, that if you can't deal with resolutions, because one of the mandates of Scopa is that we must ensure that we trace house resolutions until they are fully resolved. So we will give you a date when we schedule for the quarter. Obviously, it will be this quarter, this March. We get another. So when you move from here, you must go and work on question 1. And the way it is responded here today, if I have to mark it, I'm telling you, you look my on this one, on the response of question 1. So go and improve on the how you responded to the issues, the resolutions. So at least you have got that chance to go and do corrections, and you dare not fail corrections. So let's proceed to question 2. Honorable Majoman.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Asnat Majoman. I'm the member of this committee. We are on question 2, the regression in the audit outcome. Executive authority. The committee has noted that the entity audit outcome has been stagnant in an unqualified audit outcomes, with matters of emphasis in from 2016-2017 to 2023-24, and aggressed to qualified in 2024-2025. Number A reads that what specific factors of deficiency in the entity financial management and internal control led to the qualified audit opinion? B, what is the entity details plan and timelines to address the matters of emphasis in order to obtain a clean audit in the upcoming financial period? C, who are the officials responsible for this regression? D, what the action did the executive authority take against the responsible officials? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Question 2, Emerson.
No, thanks very much, Chair. And my name is Ernest Swata Olurache, MEC responsible for public works, roads and infrastructure. And thanks very much for question 2. And through you, Chair, allow me to request Mr. Lord to take us through on question 2. Mr. Lord.
Remember, MEC, in the last meeting that we had, we questioned the issue of who is the accounting officer, because the accounting officer is the one who must account. But the accounting authority. But we don't say if there is specific question or issues that can be dealt with any of the divisions. That we don't say that it cannot happen. But I think it must be very clear that the board chairperson is the accounting authority, and is the one who must lead in answering. And through you, MEC, we must request you that On this question, can we allow Mr. Logodi to deal with it because it's his specialty? That is how a principal should do it.
Noted.
Yeah.
Continue. Continue.
Thank you.
Let me see. I'll make a demonstration. You say, accounting officer, answer this question. Again, I'm asking you because you are accounting to me.
Yes.
That is why I don't go to it. I don't really talk
It's
about
like when I give to the he gives it to
Yes.
a relevant person. No, I get you.
Yes, but he must also do it through you because he can't delegate the powers
Yes.
that which was delegated.
Yes. So it means I must start. No, it's
You
not.
must say, chairperson, answer the question. The chairperson will say, MEC, through you, can we allow Mr. Logodi to deal with this question?
No, we're together with the ABC that you are teaching us, and we appreciate that. Through you, Chair, and honorable members, allow me to request the chair of the board to respond to the question.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable MEC. Through your MEC, can I request Mr. Ligoli to respond to question?
And don't forget to introduce yourself.
My name is Moses Tseli, the chairperson of the board, chairperson, and honorable members and MEC. Through your MEC, can I request Mr. Ligoli to respond to question 2?
Thanks.
Good.
Let's move.
Well, led by a teacher.
One step by one step.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the board, and thank you, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson of the committee. I will take this opportunity as requested to take you through the question 2.
Your name, please?
My name is Danilo Hodi. I am Executive Manager Monitoring and Evaluation at Roads Agency Limpopo. And I will make sure that I don't forget that next time, Chairperson. We always start with an introduction. Question A, which is what specific factors and or deficiencies in the entity financial management and internal controls led to the qualified audit opinion. The response is as follows. The regression of the entity's audit outcome from an unqualified audit opinion with matters of emphasis in the years 2016, 2017 to 2023, 2024. To a qualified opinion in the year 2024-2025 financial year was primarily caused by 2 factors, as highlighted in the AG's audit report. The regression to a qualified audit opinion in 2024-2025 was mainly driven by, firstly, the inability to adequately review the conditions and useful lives of roads and bridges in accordance with graph 17. And the second is that the misstatement of irregular expenditure arising from capacity constraints within the finance and proactive assurance functions. The inadequate review of road conditions and useful lives of roads and bridges, as indicated in paragraph 3 of the AGSA's audit report, the entity did not adequately review the conditions and useful lives of roads and bridges at the end of the reporting period in accordance with graph 17 for property, plant and equipment. As a result, AGSA was unable to determine the impact on the net carrying amount of roads and bridges, which directly contributed to the qualified audit opinion. This deficiency arose primarily from the absence of an appointed road asset management system service provider to conduct a comprehensive road conditions assessment.
The lack of an appointment service provider resulted from a management decision taken in response to a directive from Provincial Treasury to place all project procurements on hold in order to address the entity's over-commitment position. The contract of the previously appointed RAMS service provider expired during the 2024-2025 financial year and could not be renewed or extended due to the procurement moratorium. Although the contract still had remaining funds, it was only clarified at a later stage that the moratorium applied specifically to road infrastructure projects and that the road asset management system was excluded. By the time this clarification was obtained, the RAMS contract had already expired and could not be extended. Furthermore, when confirmation was obtained that RAL could proceed with the appointment of the RAMS service provider, this occurred towards the end of the financial year, leaving insufficient time to procure a service provider and complete a full road and bridge condition assessment before the reporting date. As an interim measure, the entity attempted to participate in a RAMS contract appointed by the National Department of Transport. This attempt was unsuccessful, and as at the reporting date, no formal confirmation had been received from the Department of National Transport, either approving or rejecting RAL's participation. In an effort to mitigate the impact, management conducted an in-house road condition assessment. However, due to limited internal capacity and the magnitude of the road network, the assessment covered only approximately 750 kilometers, representing about 12% of the total road network. This level of coverage was insufficient to support a reliable reassessment of asset conditions and useful lines across the entire network in compliance with Graph 17. Consequently, the AGSA concluded that the conditions and useful lines of roads and bridges were not adequately reviewed at year, resulting in a qualification due to the auditor's inability to determine the impact on the carrying value of these assets. Chairperson, I am not certain if I am permitted, whether for the benefit of the committee, to where there has been progress since this particular report. I do that verbatim. This is
through the MEC, no?
Yes or no? Yes or no? Through your MEC.
Yeah, I think it is appreciated because you have submitted MEC this some 3 weeks back, and we believe that they are progress. So you must, even though they might not be written, and you know that they will be written in the next submission, but at least just to say, here there have been a development, we will note it, but we know that it should be formalized, so that when we ask questions, you don't start to say, there's been a development on this issue. You can just touch on it. Thank you, Emerson.
No, thanks, Honorable Chair. The Chair.
Yeah, thanks very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable MEC. Through MEC, can I request Mr. Lihori to take us through the developments with regard to question 2, immediately after the report has been submitted to the committee? There are certain developments, and can I request Mr. Lihori to take us through those developments?
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The update on this question, Honorable Chair, is that the Road Asset Management System service provider is currently on the ground and working, and we are conducting a assessment, and the scope comprises of 4,258 kilometers of paved roads. And to date, as at the 13th of February already a scope of 1,330 kilometers was covered. That is of carriageway kilometers of paved roads. And there is a weekly report from the team that is on the ground busy assessing the road conditions. And a further 1,300 will be reported on for completion tomorrow, that is the 20th of February. And the target is to complete this entire network, the scope that I've mentioned of 4,258 kilometers by the end of the financial year, so that it forms part of the audit. As I proceed, on the misstatement of irregular expenditure on the main report, the second factor contributing to the qualified audit opinion was the misstatement of irregular expenditure disclosed in the annual financial statements. The irregular expenditure amounts did not agree with the supporting documentation and underlying registers. This misstatement was primarily caused by capacity constraints within the finance unit, particularly within the proactive assurance or internal control function. The position of manager proactive assurance had been vacant for several years, with various officials appointed in acting capacity during this period. This situation was further exacerbated by the fact that the proactive assurance section had only one employee, limiting the effectiveness of the review, reconciliation, and quality assurance processes. The absence of a permanently appointed manager and the limited capacity within the proactive assurance function resulted in weaknesses in maintenance, verification, and reconciliation of irregular expenditure register. These weaknesses led to errors in the disclosure of irregular expenditure, which had not been experienced to the same extent in previous financial years. As a result, AGSA identified a material misstatement in the disclosure of irregular expenditure, which contributed to the regression to a qualified audit opinion in the 2024-2025 financial year. In addition to this part, in verbatim, to date, the agency has appointed a manager in the proactive assurance in December 2025 and is effectively 2 months into the position. The next question: what is the entity's detailed plan and timelines to address the matters of emphasis in order to obtain a clean audit in the upcoming financial period? The response is as follows. The entity has developed and is implementing a comprehensive audit improvement strategy supported by a detailed audit action plan, which is attached as Annexure 001. To address the matters of emphasis and audit findings with the objective of achieving a clean audit outcome in the upcoming financial period. The strategy focuses on strengthening financial management, internal controls, and governance processes with clearly defined responsibilities, milestones, and monitoring arrangements. The audit action plan, which has been reviewed and approved by the Limpopo Provincial Treasury, is monitored on a quarterly basis by management, the executive committee, and the audit and risk committee. Progress against the plan is tracked continuously to enable early identification of risks and the timely implementation of corrective action. A key intervention relates to property, plant, and equipment. A service provider has been appointed to implement the road assessment management system, including comprehensive road condition assessment during 2025-2026 financial year, all the paved roads and high-risk assets are scheduled to be assessed before the finalization of the 25-26 annual financial statements, thereby ensuring compliance with GRAP 17 and addressing the prior audit findings. To strengthen financial reporting and reduce material adjustments, the entity has implemented enhanced review, reconciliation, and quality assurance processes, including the preparation of interim annual financial statements throughout the year. This approach enables potential misstatements to be identified and resolved well in advance to year end. With regard to the irregular expenditure, controls have been strengthened to prevent recurrence, while investigations, consequence management processes, and applications for condemnation are being finalized in line with the approved audit action plan. Outstanding condemnation applications are being processed during the 2025-2026 financial year, supported by completed investigations in the root cause analysis. In addition to key vacancies within the assurance environment have been prioritized and filled, including the appointment of the manager proactive assurance to enhance compliance monitoring, strengthen internal control oversight, and improve the accuracy of financial reporting. Through the structured implementation of the audit improvement strategy, the time-bound execution of the audit action plan, and ongoing oversight by governance structures, the entity has put in place a clear and realistic plan to address all matters of emphasis and audit findings in the current financial year, with the objective of achieving a clean audit outcome in the upcoming audit cycle. Detailed timelines are set out in the approved audit action plan. On the next question of who are the officials responsible for the regression, the response is as follows. There are no individual officials to be held responsible for the regression of the audit opinion for the following reasons. One, inadequate review of road condition and useful life of roads and bridges. The inability to adequately review the condition and useful lives of roads and bridges did not arise from misconduct, negligence, or non-compliance. The matter resulted from systematic and external constraints, including a provincial treasury directive to place project procurement on hold, the expiry of the RAM service provider's contract, and timing limitations in obtaining clarification to proceed with a new appointment. The situation was managed within the approved governance and procurement framework, and management actions were taken in good faith to mitigate the impact, including attempts to participate in the National Department of Transport RAM's contract and conducting an in-house condition assessment within the available capacity. Two, misstatement of irregular expenditure. The following officials were responsible for the oversight and management of processes relating to the disclosure of irregular expenditure during the reporting period. One, Mr. H. Mahopa, the Chief Financial Officer. As the Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Mahopa was responsible for the overall oversight of financial reporting and internal control systems, including the accuracy and completeness of disclosures in the annual financial statements in line with the PFMA Section 51, subsection 1B, Roman figure 2. The second is Mr. Aike Gana, the Acting Manager Proactive Assurance. As the Acting Manager Proactive Assurance, Mr. Kekana was responsible for the maintenance, verification, and reconciliation of irregular expenditure register, capacity constraints within the proactive assurance function, including prolonged acting arrangements and limited staffing, affected the effectiveness of these controls and contributed to the misstatement. Question D, 2D. What actions did the executive authority take against the responsible officials? The response is as follows. The accounting authority was reported to by management that, considering the circumstances that led to the misstatement of irregular expenditure and the inability to adequately review the conditions and useful lives of roads and bridges, both matters were assessed to have arisen from systemic and external constraints, including capacity limitations, procurement restrictions, and the expiry of the RAMS service providers contract, and not from misconduct or negligence by officials. Accordingly, no disciplinary action was instituted. Instead, the executive authority directed the accounting authority to strengthen the proactive assurance, that is the internal control function, implement corrective measures to improve the accuracy of irregular expenditure reporting, and ensure enhanced oversight of financial disclosures. The executive authority also reported interim mitigation measures for road condition assessments and required the implementation of a sustainable RAMS solution once procurement constraints are lifted. Progress on all corrective actions is monitored through the audit action plan with oversight by the audit and risk committee to prevent recurrence in line with the PFMA and good governance principles. This will be the end of the responses.
Thanks very much. Over to you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, MSC, for the response. And I'm going to open questions for honorable members. First one, Boloni, Honorable Small, Honorable Scopa, in that order.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name remains Limpopo Colbert, the member of Scopa. One of the reasons for regression to a qualified audit opinion in 2024-2025 was the misstatement of irregular expenditure arising from the capacity constraints within the finance and proactive assurance functions. And therefore, please explain the capacity challenges or deficiencies within the finance and proactive assurance unit of the agency, and also what is the vacancy rate in the institution across the SMS, middle and lower levels. And again, secondly, the deficiency arising from the absence of the appointed RAMS service provider. Then, who was the service provider for the RAMS during and prior to 2024-2025? Did the service provider submit its report of the work done during the period of appointment? If not so, why did the report not assist the AG to decide on the conditions and the useful lives of the roads and bridges? And when was the service provider appointed? At what cost? And what were the terms of reference of the appointment? 'And again, on the misstatements which was caused by the capacity constraints, why was the position of manager proactive assurance not filled? How long has it remained vacant? Is this a rare skill function or not? When was the audit improvement strategy developed and implemented as a solution for the regression? Was the strategy approved? When, if it was approved? And also demonstrate how the strategy is intended to improve financial management. And then, if there is no difficulty, we can have the copy of that strategy. And lastly, in Annexure 1, you talk about the audit action plan. I don't know, in my capacity, when I read that one, it seems as it is a report and not a plan. But you will advise me when we go on. If you open this Annexure 1. But however, could you please provide a copy of the audit action plan that was reviewed and approved by the provincial treasury? So that on that audit action plan, as I allege, that is like a report and not an audit action plan. In responding, you will also give us the essence or the content of the audit action plan and not a report. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. My name is Jacques Smaller. First of all, Honourable MEC, it's very, very shocking when I read or when I listen to your response about accountability. When we talk about irregular expenditure and unauthorized expenditure, and it says, considering the circumstances that led to all of these, taking your evaluation, no accountability can be taken, no accountability to anyone. Let me please read the PFMA to you. And hopefully the board and the MEC can understand. And if no accountability must take place, because on the one side, you are opening cases at the SIU, you are going to SAPS, you are understanding the serious nature of some of these consequences that has taken place. But internally, you do not want to take action. Section 38(1)(a)(1) says the accounting officer, and which here the board, must ensure effective, efficient and economic management of resources. Talks about any losses of money, any overpayment, and if you don't, there's consequence management. And then it goes further to comply. So when you don't do these things in Section 38, it says, from an accountability point of view, Section 51(1)(e), the accounting officers may be held personally liable for the losses due to unauthorized or irregular expenditure. May I point out your irregular expenditure is above 1.7 billion rand. And do you think if you've got such a big amount against you, that none of you should be held accountable? None of you should be put on suspension. None of you should be held financially responsible for some of that serious neglect. We will come towards some of the issues. And Section 83 says, disciplinary action, including fines or imprisonment, may apply willful or neglect or for non-compliance. I'm reading the Act. This is your comment. on your erratic expenditure of over 2 billion rand in the last, nearly over 3 billion rand in the last 2 financial years. But this is what you are stating. Honorable MEC, it is shocking that the board and no one wants to hold any people on the right, on the left, accountable. You want to go and do a human resource policy. This is about your auditor action plan that speaks to human resource policy. But you spend 2 million rand. You go on a joy trip to Johannesburg, you spend over 2 million rand just to develop a policy. But within your human resource indicators, not me saying, the AG says, you appoint people that are not capacitated to act in those positions, but you put them into those positions. And then irregular, unauthorized expenditure take place. So when you do the wrongful appointment, putting people that are not skilled into positions, who must then be held accountable? When you cannot do project management and you cannot, and you pay for, and we will get to the irregular expenditure, but when you are paying for services that are not rendered, but you actually pay for that services, who should be held accountable? Let's talk about the principle here today. You overpay for project management for services fees of over 7 million rand. The services provider says, I will pay back. But till to date, you haven't collected that money. Not being said today, even last year. But you have not collected that money. Who should be held responsible for that? That money should be earning interest, that money should be providing services. And I agree with the previous speaker. This is not an audit plan. This is a progress report on the audit plan. Let me go and try to be brief on some of the issues. Your progress on, this is number 10, your proactive assurance. Number 10, progress on resolving findings is currently standing at 48%. 30 to 60% implementation. You will have a regressed audit coming again. How are you addressing that? It talks about the systems that should have been, must be in place. So your maintenance grant or your maintenance and rehabilitation of road infrastructure responsibility has been given to Public Works. I can understand why Public Works took it away. Because first of all, internally you haven't got the capacity, internally you are responsible for it. But now here comes the question. That road assessment that is being provided by a service provider. One, at what exact cost is it? One. Two, you said it will be completed by this financial year. My meaning of this financial year, it's the end of February. Because March we're going to the new financial year. End of February. Are we going to, I just want to hear my English correctly. Is it at the end of this February? You will clarify it. You are saying in bullet point 2, RAL is engaging stakeholders to secure additional funding through BFI and private partnerships. Please clarify that. Because once you go out on loan funding or extra funding outside of the framework of which I understand grant funding or specific grant funding towards the roads, that means that you've got to have permission from Treasury. Have you got permission from Treasury in writing? And can you give that approval that you can approach A, B, C, D? Chairperson, these other reports on the roads I want to occur with my colleague, it is a progress on the outstanding or the non-compliance towards that. The contribution by RAL or the working relationship with the mining industry contributing 40 million rand and you putting up the 46 million rand. I'm trying to understand where does this funding comes, because you are now responsible for new roads or new roads. The maintenance of roads are no longer within your capacity, sits with public works. So what budget are you utilizing there on the 46 million rand? And in the short and medium term, is there a service level agreement in place with you with public works in writing that deals with the maintenance of the roads that are now currently still under your helm, if I can put it in that word, because you haven't got money for maintenance. So how much of the money that is being transferred now to public works for road maintenance and roads that are under the supervision of RAL, under your authority, under your mandate, how much of that percentage of money is flowing back to you? Because here I would like a clear answer. Can't just say some, 20%, 30% of it, 40% of it, because it will speak to your other report. Chairperson, the updated report that the CEO made mention of, can I ask that that be submitted into record for this committee, and any other additional information that they might bring in, that after the meeting or within the next, or by tomorrow, that, because I can see it's all being read, so I can't think it's a difficult situation to submit. It's already there. I would ask that that be submitted formally to the portfolio committee. So thank you, Chair. I'm done for now.
Honorable Scopa.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Scopa, a member of the committee. Chair, I've got 3 questions. The first one is on page 12, where the entity is speaking about the outstanding condonation applications that are being processed, and I want to ask how many are these condonation applications that are outstanding, and with the root cause analysis that they did, which root causes were they? We want to be privileged with that information, including that of completed investigations. Secondly, Chair, I know the colleagues have already touched on the audit action plan, but the one in Annexure 1 is not signed. How long has it been in effect? And there's a misleading statement on page 8 where they're saying this audit improvement strategy is already showing early signs of improvement, and the department has yet regressed in the current financial year, in the entity. Excuse me. Thirdly, with regards to the misstatements, they agree that the CFO has acted out of negligence. There's been many cases where in the file they are shifting the blame to the contractors, that they had not taken any action on the officials because the people responsible are the contractors. To what extent does the entity hold its contractors reliable, those that do the work but they can't finish the job, they disappear while they're supposed to do it? There's one situation where even when they've terminated a contract with a contractor, they have still paid that person. So to what extent do they demand accountability from the people they entrust with these responsibilities of running projects for the entity? And that will be all from me, Chair.
Thank you very much. I also have some questions, especially on this question here, stagnation. Do you have a working unit here, internal control? And in your report, you are indicating that you have appointed the proactive assurance, and my assumption is that person is in that unit or managing that unit. And you correct me if I'm wrong. But I want to check if you review your accounting records in that unit, and if you do, are you able to produce your interim reports, and then issues that are raised from the interim reports, are they attended to? Because we're talking about a stagnation here. Because if you have got mistakes this year, you must be able to look into those mistakes, issues that the AG has raised, and ensure that you are able to correct them. So this question is saying, are you able to produce an interim report and review or address the issues that are raised by the interim report? And another thing is that, do you also consider the external audit findings by the AGSA? Because AGSA is raising a very critical information points or findings. But MEC, I want to repeat to the entity that the weakness is that our officials will only look at the findings as raised by the AG that year on that particular program. And AG does not sample the same program every year. So if he can change from program 2 to program 5, he is going to find the very same findings that he raised with program 2 the last financial year. So that is why I'm saying, are you considering the external audit findings that are raised by the AG, for example? Do you have your own interim report, and how often do you take it for review and submit to your CFO? But one thing very clear about the responses here, that the issue of consequence management is not there, and there is a lot of contradictions. Maybe let's go to question number C and question number is it C and D? It's saying, who are the officials responsible for this regression?
Yeah.
And I must assure you, MEC, in all questions from question 1 up to question 11, is it 11 or 12? This question, when it's asked who are the responsible officials, no one.
No one.
No individual to be held responsible. So it means in this entity, nobody is responsible for anything. Even when there are so much issues that were raised, but nobody can account for that. But it also contradicts itself on the very same page, on question D. It is saying, is it, yeah. No, the very same question, not even the different question. The very same question on C, the first part of it is saying no official. But when they go to misstatements of irregular expenditure, they are responsible officials, who Mr. Mahopa and Mr. Kikari. And here we are talking about an issue where they said there was a moratorium where they did not understand. I think not understanding, especially at that level, is also an offense. There are positions where you are hired to think and to remember and to advise and to understand. We can't hire the most senior person and then at Arubuja Arena did not understand. So he's in the wrong position. So the people who did not understand or who misread the moratorium when it was saying we only put hold on capital projects, but you can go on with other projects, that person is liable for this challenge. And the last one on me, let's go to the very same one, Annexure 1, which was supposed to be the audit action plan, and then which is not, according to the to the reference, is something else. This was presented to the ex-committee in terms of all those things. But because it's there, we've gone through it, and it is saying on the first, there are no page numbers, but it's on the first page where we start to have number, departments, finding details. And this was also confirmed by the AG when he said the issue of human resource, you are just employing, people are just acting without required skills and all those things. But here you are saying there is a challenge of high vacancy rate in this entity. And I want to read it. RAL has a high vacancy rate when compared to the organizational structure. Although the entity has operated optimally with the current structure. I find it very contradictory. More especially that in each and every challenge, you cite capacity challenges. You cite that there are 40 vacancy posts, but you said you go on to say no, you are very fine. You are working well with this structure, the present structure that you are having, while you are complaining about high vacancy rates. I found it very strange, MEC, just to be honest. Just to be honest. And then if we are having this challenge, then it's a problem. So I think that will be my question for now. I feel I should raise it because other issues were raised by honorable members.
You might come back.
Yeah, follow up.
Yeah.
Even before responses.
Not yet and let them respond.
Maybe it's just anticipating that you don't get the correct answer. Honorable Mantata Masa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My name is still Masuri Caroline Mantata Masa, member of this committee. Honorable Chair, it is true that the entity is not yet to be mastered. It is yet to be corrected so that they must move from, where they are, from regressing, so that in order for them to go up, to get that unqualified or even that technique audit. So I don't think, if you can check on page 13, I think you mentioned that on page 13, question number C, that the question says, who are the officials responsible for the regression? And then the entity doesn't have those. It is not even acceptable for them not to mention, nor held any official accountable for the findings relating to inadequate review of road conditions. So, if there are officials responsible, they need to mention them. They must tell us
never protect. They need to be mentioned because it is not allowed, it's not accepted that you don't mention those people. What are you writing? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much. As I'm giving you to respond, MSc, I think even this issue of National Department of Transport, how were you intending to work with them in terms of road assessment? And what were the challenges? I'm aware that you did not get response from the National Public Works to go ahead, but what were you expecting to merge with another department in terms of making sure that you do a road assessment? That would be my last question. Honorable MEC?
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable members. And my name is Ernest Swatalo Rachweni, the MEC responsible for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. Maybe, Chair, before I can request to hand over to the Chair, let me indicate that I think most of us here knows very well that at some point it was very difficult for the entity to run. We had a lot of challenges which led to irregular expenditure. And even in the previous meetings, we have acknowledged the challenges that we might be having at the entity, which includes the capacity in terms of personnel. At some point, there was an issue of vacancy rate. But safe to say, Chair, from where I'm seated now, I start to be a little bit comfortable on whatever is happening. It's just that we are dealing with legacy issues, which obviously will have a way of affecting the current status that we find ourselves in. But not all is lost, Honorable Smiley. I think that will never be the worst entity with the work that we are putting on the entity. On the issue of the responsible officials, especially on the irregular expenditure vis-a-vis accountability and also not acting, I think that even in the last meeting, we have indicated that we have given our CFO 3 months without pay as a sanction. And to all other people who I think we are going to take actions. We even said it in the last meeting that there is a forensic investigation that is taking place, and we have referred all these matters that have been raised by Scopa and others that have not been going well in the entity to the forensic investigation, which I'm aware that they are going to conclude this March. I even remember in the last meeting where Honorable Mawoja, because he's a lawyer, was conscientizing us about taking actions, so that even if we take actions, we must be able to do the correct things. And we took that advice. That's why we said to ourselves that let's refer most of the matters to the investigators, so that even when we start acting, we will be acting from that angle of being informed, so that at the end of the day, there are no comebacks. So those are some of the issues that I can raise here, that is not like we've just folded our arms and we are not doing anything. The board is always briefing the Honorable MEC that they are still waiting for that investigation, and after that we'll be able to then be guided accordingly, so that as and when we take actions to our employees there, we are well informed and we don't have those comebacks. And through that process, and you are always advising us, Honorable Chair, which I'm always talking to my colleagues, but they are always repeating the same mistakes, that there are some of the progress that we've made, but we don't include them. And I don't know whether we must then think that the committee must just sneeze that there are changes. I'm referring to the issue of capacity. I'm aware that during December we've managed to hire a lot of people from the SCM and the internal audit, where we've also hired the CA. So some of the issues might not have been raised here, but I know that in terms of capacity now, we're trying our level best. You know that we're not having an audit risk committee, which we have appointed. The board is up and running. We are now no longer having an acting CEO or having CEO. So, like you're saying, Honorable Mahasela, that I think we're here to be corrected where we're doing mistakes. And yes, we can agree that, Chair, we will be able to then take that counsel from our honorable members here and change. On the issue of PMRG and how we are working with RAL in terms of implementation of projects vis-a-vis the maintenance that was taken to public works, roads and infrastructure. In those meetings that we were busy with the SLA that I know that is there between us and RAL. At the end of the day, RAL remain our entity. And all the monies that they get them from the Department of Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. So, like I even said in the previous meeting, that some of the reasons that pushed us to take maintenance back to the department is that when RAL was established, it was solely for the upgrading of our gravel roads from gravel to tar, not maintenance. And we had challenges of capacity, and therefore the issues of maintenance were not going well until we even got our 1.3 billion overcommitment. So the issue of how we're working, we have been doing everything with Treasury. Some of the meetings I was there where they were advising on the percentage that must be used from PMRG and all that. So I'm confident that we are trying to do things the correct way and according to law. So through you, Chair, allow me to request the Chair of the board to respond to other issues that have been raised here by honorable members. Thanks.
Thanks very much, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chair, and the members. I will try to respond to some of the issues and then through you.
Introduce yourselves.
Oh, my name is Moses Jane, the chairperson of the board. My apology, Honorable Chair. I was still saying I'm going to respond to some of the issues as raised by the honorable members, and then through the MEC request the CEO and the CFO to also come in and put flesh on some of the issues that have been raised. But I must start, Honorable MEC, to indicate that we appreciate the political guidance that we continue to get, and I think we have taken note of the issues which will assist us to improve in that regard. But just to come in on where it was indicated no officials who must take responsibility, it might not have been properly captured, but safe to indicate that on page 8, the report is indicating that there are two main issues that led to the qualification of the entity. One of them being the REMS issue. And I'm sure where it was indicated that no official to take responsibility was in respect to that particular aspect. And as it relates to the rest of the issues, we have taken and we continue to take responsibility. I won't even add to what the MEC has indicated that we are awaiting a final report of the forensic team that will be coming at the end of next month in March. The high vacancy rate is just that the report did not bring in new developments after the report was submitted. That's an issue. That's history as of now. We have filled in all the vacant positions in the entity and we are finalizing now. The last one being all documents that have been requested, including the audit action plan. We have taken note of the documents and we will comply accordingly to submit to the committee as directed. Through the MEC, I will request the CO and the CFO to come in and attend to the rest of the technical questions.
Thank you, Honorable MEC, for the opportunity. Greetings once more to the chairperson and to the committee members. My name is Makita Chisani. I'm the CEO of Roads Agency Limpopo. I'm going to try and answer to a few questions that need clarity. The one that was asked by Honorable Jack Small, in particular, the one where the Honorable Member said there is an amount of about 7 million that we still need to recover. I can safely report to the Honorable Member that we are working on it, and we are going to make sure that in the next meeting when we come to report back at Scopa, we'll be giving you a different outcome to say that the money has been recovered and it has been paid to RAL. We will not leave it not collected at all. The second issue that I want to maybe highlight to the Honorable Jack Steele is the issue about the BFI and partnership. BFI is money that comes from Infrastructure South Africa. We made an application some time back. In fact, the interaction between ourselves and BFI was that we need first, before we even make an application, have the roads that we require or we inquire about or we require to implement being designed first. That was the first issue. Hence, the number of roads that have been designed by Roads Agency Limpopo in the past, and they have been submitted. We have held several meetings. I remember myself and the HOD and the GM of designs. We attended the last meeting in Pretoria, where it was indicated to us that they are keen to work with us and to finance some of the roads in the near future. Bar the fact that probably it might take longer, considering the rains that have just caused havoc in our province in the past couple of 2 months or so. But it's something that that maybe just to explain the BFI. In terms of the partnership, Honorable Jack asked again the issue of the 40 million versus the 46 million. In particular, that which you're requesting, Honorable Member, is the partnership agreement that we had with Twickenham. Twickenham mine used to belong to Anglo, now it is Valterra. The road, the amount of money that we are talking about, it is one of those roads that have been stalled. So the 7th administration has given us an instruction to say all roads that have been stalled, you must make sure that they are completed because they have caused a big chunk of the irregular expenditure on behalf of the province. We started with Morebeng, we are now with 866, we are dealing with 397 and the other two that are remaining so that we can finish all the stalled projects
as part of the plan to deal with the irregular expenditure that is affecting the irregular expenditure of the province as a whole. So the partnerships that we have entered into with the mines, primarily in the past, before I became the Chief Executive Officer, I was tasked with dealing with the mines. Limpopo has got 56 mines. 70% of South Africa's platinum reserve is in Limpopo, and 40% of South Africa's gold reserves is in Limpopo. Hence, the strategy in 2015 when we crafted it was that we must engage all the mines to take part or partake in the maintenance of the roads that are using for their own benefit. I'm glad to report that currently the mines have shown that they are interested in what we are putting on the table as a proposal. We said we don't want money in our account. We want to enter into a partnership agreement with the mines where they will then contribute a specific amount of money. For instance, if they contribute 60% and we contribute 40%, or we contribute 60, they contribute 40. The 40 that they contribute, it must be paid by them to the contractor on site until the money is depleted. Once it is depleted, then they cede the contract to us to continue paying the contractor until the completion of the project. It works wonders for us because they feel comfortable with the arrangement, and we think it's something that we're going to take into even a higher speed for us to be in a position to deliver the services to the people of Limpopo as a whole. The issues of irregular expenditures and all that stuff, I'll leave it to the CFO to address. But one other thing that I needed to highlight to the committee is that we have put mechanisms in place. We were operating on a skeleton staff, which created a number of problems. Hence, we had when our chairperson or the board said, go and look for skilled people, people that know what they are doing. We went all out to go and look for individuals that have got the capacity and the capability and the experience to assist the organization to improve because their experience will come in handy to assist us in implementing the roads that we so badly need in the province. But as the new management, we decided that we need to have a plan on how we implement roads, but it's something that we'll present to the committee when everything else has been put into place and has been approved by the board, and then we can come and present on the implementation plan of the 5 districts that we have in the province. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Over to the CFO.
My name is Suyana Makhaba, the CFO. Starting with the position of manager proactive assurance. At RAL we call it proactive assurance. It's the same as the one that is called internal control in many other organizations and entities. So the position has been vacant for more than 12 months by the time when it was filled. And within that position, there is only one manager, there is no other person. So I think that also just indicate when we talk about the capacity constraint within that particular area. But in addition to that, what happened was, it was not only vacant only recently. Firstly, it was vacant because the manager moved to another section, and then there was someone who acted in the role, and that person became appointed, and she moved to a different role, and the position became vacant again. Someone was requested to act, and then there was also another one who came and acted. So you can see that there were a lot of change of hands in that position of the manager proactive assurance in terms of acting. there was a question of the REMS service provider, who was the service provider that provided road asset management system. It was JG Africa and Apani, and he was appointed for 117 million over a period of 3 years that ended in 2024. Then there was also a question of the report, whether they provide the report. The contract was over a period of 3 years. Every year they do asset verification and they provide the report that was necessary to assist us in terms of preparing financial statement. That's why over the previous financial years, we were able to get financial statement which were not qualified as far as the road infrastructure assets are concerned. It was only when the contract was not in place that we started to experience the challenges. There was also a question of the audit improvement strategy and what does it entail? What is it that is going to do to assist us? So the audit improvement strategy is basically a strategy to say that to assist us in terms of moving from the current state of audit opinion to the improved state. In our case, where we ultimately want to achieve clean audit. So audit improvement strategy, look at the root causes that are really preventing us from improving. And that is supported by audit action plan. So while audit action plan look at the immediate root causes, the audit strategy go deeper to the issues of staff and capacity and many other process-related issues that you may not be able to deal with them when you only focus solely on the implementation of audit action plan. So that's why we start with the audit improvement strategy, and Treasury also do that, and we also participate and we get some of the learnings from the meetings that we have with them when we also develop our audit improvement strategy. Then audit action plan, I think the audit action plan, the first page was more on the progress in terms of implementation of audit action plan, which is a summary. But then when you go to the next pages, in the next chart, it have got the detailed audit action plan, and we also have electronic audit action plan, that the one that we report to Treasury on a monthly basis. There was also a question of the new service provider that has been appointed. It has been appointed recently in December, and the cost of it is actually 139 million over a period of 3 years. So in terms of the timelines, we are expecting them to provide us with the report in the first financial year, where they will give us a fixed asset register on the 20th of April. But that is a 3-year contract. So they will be giving us information first year, there will be a second year, there will be a third year. But the scope of work is not just on the fixed asset register, it's more verification of the entire road network, and including the roads and bridges and many other information that they collect. And that is also necessary for the purpose of compliance with the DORA requirements, which for us to continue getting conditional grant.
Did they say how much it cost?
Yeah, I think the question of internal control, as I clarified, our proactive assurance basically talk to the internal control is more responsible for compliances and also assisting mainly in terms of trying to prevent instances of irregular expenditure, and also fruitless and wasteful expenditure, as well as the investigation and condonement of those. But as far as the interim financial statements are concerned, we have got finance, another section within finance that prepared those interim financial statements. In September, we actually prepared the interim financial statement, which were submitted to Treasury, and those were reviewed by Treasury, and we had the findings, and all those findings that we received from Treasury, we managed to implement them. And that report has also been discussed in other forums like Audit and Risk Committee. Then there was a question of the participation in the Department of Transport. So what was going to happen is that Department of Transport have got a service provider that is currently doing road verification. So in terms of PFMA, we're going to participate there, and because they went through that process competitively, so you are allowed to participate in a contract that had been arranged by other organ of state. So what we did, what you need to do is to make a request to the department, and that also make a request to relevant service provider. So, but we did get acknowledgement of receipt, but ultimately we never got the final response from Department of Transport in terms of the outcomes of that process. That's why we then started with our own, even though it was already a bit late. Thank you.
No, thanks very much. Over to you, Chair.
Yeah, as I'm going to give members to make a follow-up, I did not hear, especially the CFO, because I think these questions that I've asked are more relevant to him. How do you handle the issue of accounting records? Are there reviews? And then, what do you do with the matters which are raised by the control, internal control? Do you have and I heard you saying the proactive manager is the only manager within the unit, air control, internal control. How many employees are there, excluding the manager? Because the manager obviously you have to manage people. How many are there who are assisting him every day with these issues of control? But what of my interest is this issue of accounting records. How often are they reviewed? And the other thing is that your interim financial statements, when are you developing them or producing them? And then issues that are picked during that particular review, how do you address them? Because we are talking about stagnation here. And these are the issues that can make you to identify the weaknesses and also address and move forward to improve your audit outcome. But the other thing that I'm worried about MEC is that we're appreciating that you have done a lot of work, but the efforts that you put in this entity, I think I can say it is wasted sometimes, because they don't come to your level, if I can put it in simpler terms. They don't come to the level where you because if they were pulling the way you are pulling as the MEC, I think there was going to be a difference here. We're expecting that there would be very, very serious difference, but administratively there is a lot of reluctance and non-compliance. Because if you can't comply, for example, in the first place, it means audit outcomes is about compliance. You simply have to, you don't do a miracle CFO when you have to get a clean audit. There's no miracle. You just have to comply with the regulations. If there is an irregular expenditure, you know what you must do. Investigation, consequence management, and then the Treasury will advise you condone. So that in the next financial year, all those issues are cleared, and then you have even learned to the findings that were raised, you do the right thing, you get clean audits. It's very, very, very simple to get a clean audit. But the way they are just responding to the AG's report like they are responding, it becomes a very serious challenge. Those contradictions. Because, like I said, there was a statement that is saying very clear that the vacancy rate is high. They've not updated that. And at the same time, because the next statement is saying, no, even if the vacancy rate is very high, but you're comfortable, few as we are doing it, you are pulling. But the report is saying something different. The report is indicating that there is a challenge, but
There is also another statement that is saying, no, it's fine, we are pulling very well. So these are some of the things that I think you should have addressed. From the internal control unit, the pre-interim reports, how do you assess them, how do you review them, and ensure that when you are going to submit finally to the CFO, all these things have been dealt with. Follow-ups, honorables, and follow-up must be follow-up next.
I'll try to be short. I know.
I know your follow-up is usually more than the actual time given to ask questions. Honorable Small, Honorable Smupela, and Honorable Limpopo, in that order.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, through you to the MEC. It's clear that the answers needs to be reworked. And I say this, if you are taking action against the CFO, for what action? Those questions C and D would have looked differently. And therefore, I want to put it on record that the questions must, or the answers should be reworked, that it speaks to the accountability of. Because, Honorable MEC, you said at some point it was very, very difficult to run the entity. And it led to audit findings without going into general. Section 56 of the PFMA, which deals with public entities and which deals with assignment of powers and duties by the accounting authorities. So on the one side you are saying we had these vacancies and we couldn't deal with it. Therefore, delegating authority comes to play when I read this act, this portion. And delegating authority comes also with accountability of the failures that came about. Although understaffed, I hear what you are saying. But then you have got to apply to Public Works, or you've got to apply to Treasury for that warm bodies or for the assistance to fill that skills vacuum that hasn't been filled. And if you didn't have the interim audit committee, it means that you didn't follow what the PFMA says to you. And it means that people must be held accountable at various levels of it. And Honourable MEC, it speaks to that the CFO cannot be the only one that faulted in the maladministration that we are witnessing with Inral. All of those things leads to what the PFMA requires you to do. And one of the questions that was not answered, and maybe my hearing is not good, I wanted to understand at what cost is the service provider for the road verification process, at what cost? Because it speaks to, you are doing so many, it speaks to your new report that you will be submitting. I wanted to understand that. It was not clear, and Honourable MEC, when you are approaching institutions like the BFI, which is a development finance bonds which is issued out, means that you are going to loan money at market related interest rates. And before you can go into that space, you have got to have Treasury approval. Because it's going to mean that the Limpopo Provincial Treasury must now, in its budget, makes provision for debt repayment. And I ask simply, have you got approval from Treasury in writing? It was a simple yes or no. We will deal with the consequences thereafter at another forum. I wanted to understand the process, if it is in place. Because you said, and I want to refer to it, you said that there's pressure from the executive to deal with the stalled projects. But I understand where your mandate is now, is to do gravel to tar. If there is stalled projects, that does not fall into that description, you will find yourself wanting in the irregular or unauthorized expenditure once again. Because that is what happened that is what happened in the prior years when you took maintenance funds to build new roads. It's the same principle. And I'm very concerned that those things are not in place. Hence I asked, maybe I should ask this, can I ask that the service level agreement between Public Works and Road Agency Limpopo is being shared with this portfolio committee that sets out the funding model or the issue relevant towards maintenance, especially in the jurisdiction of RAL, not so much on what Public Works is doing, but in that space, so that we can see that those things are being done. I will conclude. The 7 million rand that you said that you are working to get on, you've been knowing about it for more than a year. For more than a year, the service provider has been open to repay back the 7 million. How is it possible that we are still saying today we are working on it, that it should have been done. And if it's not done, it means that there is a lack of administrative will on the people in front of me here today. And therefore that person that were tasked to get the 7 million rand back is not doing his or her work, because you can't take more than a year to go and collect the money, and you are proceeding here. Honorable MEC, you cannot just hold the CFO accountable. You said here other individuals were referred to the forensic investigation. That means that you are holding other people accountable. If the other people are coming in, why are we so scared to name and shame people in a report to Scopa, which is a public document, which is a document for record purposes for the people that comes after us? Why can't we put those people's names here under those columns? So I will ask that the people that is being referred to in the comments made by the Honourable MEC, including the mention of the CFO action, that it's linked to the accountability process, but it refers, it's being reworked into question C and D, so that we can, for purposes of record, that we know who they are, and that portion be reworked and resubmitted to this portfolio committee. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Faith Lopela, member of the committee. Partially covered by Honourable Smile, because I wanted to also stretch on the issue of accountability. I asked the question whether the entity agrees that the CFO acted in multiple times out of negligence. And the Honourable MEC says that even now they agree, yes, and then he's currently experiencing some salary cuts of 3 months, or I don't know if it had happened already.
Yeah.
But I don't think it's enough for a salary cut of 3 months over so many millions. We're talking about incomplete projects, we're talking about roads that are still outstanding today without being touched, but yet there's so many millions that have gone missing, disappearing, not even accounted for. And like he has mentioned, that accountability cannot be drawn to one person.
Yeah.
The other officials as well must also face accountability measures. It cannot be one person that should be held accountable. And that would be my question, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Limpopo Nchisi. Also covered on the topic on the 3 months salary. But Chairperson and the MEC, like what Honorable Eze said, for me is not enough. And I think we not talk of Chauri consequence management yes I do. And I think talk of the people of Limpopo will suffer the consequences. Because we want a portfolio of evidence of doing that 3 months salary, so that we are sure, 100% sure. And if we are not applying this consequence management to the people who have done wrong, we are not doing anything. However, we also not okay when we are getting an update of the information which was implemented in December. Post we filled in December, but the information is not here. We are spending time here and the energy asking something which is already there but is not updated. I think it's not fair. It's not fair at all. I think we are not here to play, to come just to tick the box that we complied, we have RAL, that we sit with RAL at this particular meeting. And then the other challenge, MEC, is the recycling of the personnel in RAL. We are not going anywhere. Today somebody is the general community engagement, tomorrow is the corporate, what, you recycle them. What about the knowledge on that particular section? Why recycling? I fail to understand the existence of RAL in Limpopo. Maybe we can take this responsibility back to the department. And if you have done wrong here at this section, you are moved. Or you don't have even the qualification for that. Maybe they are master of all, they have to be recycled in all sections. Tomorrow, you will be the head of what? Tomorrow, the head of what? What is circus? Let's get new people here in this agency, so that we know and we are accountable to the millions of rent spent by her. However, MAC, let me commend you to take the responsibility of graveling roads back to the department. Had you not done that, we'll never do anything right. At least you offloaded them. Happy tomorrow you can, when you wake up, somebody from finance can be the foreman for graveling, recycling. As long as you are there and earning money. But I just want to recommend that let's apply the consequence management.
Yeah.
The consequence management, we have to do that. And the other one is that when you give a report, also give the names of the service provider. We asked the name of the service provider who was appointed and is after what. Just write them here so that we don't ask. And you said the other service provider was appointed and he has already done 1,330 covered. The 1 billion with question, who is the service provider? When you report, just say, Pulutsi, PTY is the new service provider. And then we have to ask the name again. And again, I just want to know on the 3-year contract with the new service provider, of which we will know the name, whether you are financing from inside or is a grant from the National Department of Transport with that rates. The other thing, MEC, is that the time between when the service provider's contract expired and then the hiring of the new service provider. You see, all the districts in Limpopo, Skukune, Vembe, Mopane, and so on, they held the quarterly meeting in RAL in terms of ranks. And the national office from the national department are always there. When 6 months is left on the service provider, on the ranks, when it's left, you start advertising for the new one. But here, seemingly, you wait for the expiry date of the other service provider, and then there is a time where nothing has been done, and then you get the new service provider. So if it is the grant, all those terms and reference are there. I was specifically also waiting for that. So how to wait? Because in between, information will not be there. And the fund will not be spent. They will be there. Whereas we are crying here at the villages and all over that the quality or the conditions of roads are so damaged that people cannot go from point B to point A. So that's my follow-up questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to raise this issue because Honorable Smang has raised it, but it also appears in the wasteful expenditure, fruitless and wasteful expenditure. So I feel that I must just ask it now so that when it is answered, we are no longer going to raise it in the other question. The issue of 7 million, where the service provider is willing to pay. And it was, it was presented here, colleagues seated here last year, January. They said the same thing. That that service provider does not have any problem, is willing to pay back the money, and will make sure that that happens. Today, the money is not in the bank of the entity, 7 million. So that is a very, very, very serious challenge. What are the difficulties? What are the conditions that maybe that service provider is giving you that stop you from proceeding with just giving him the accounts to say transfer that money into this account? What are the conditions? Maybe there's something that you don't tell us. Please share with us. Because if I'm saying no, I'm going to refund you, the only thing that you must just provide is the account number and then I transfer the 7 million. What are the challenges? But on the issue of the CFO, if you look at the report on Annexure 1, they are talking about and even somewhere in the reports, it's either the responsible person will be the CFO, Mr. Mahopa, to be Kekana, and then I see another name of Mr. Makale. Is it Makale? Something like that. And I guess that these are the top management. So you know what it means, Honorable Smart? Why are they the only people who are held responsible? It's because they don't hold their subordinates responsible. That's the main thing. Because see, if CFO, if those managers who are working with you don't do consequence management, obviously the accounting officer will do consequence management on the CFO. And that is why it looks like it is minimal.
Yeah.
So let's do consequence management at all levels. At all levels. Because it will only be 2 people that seems to be held accountable. It is because they don't do their work. But if they do their work, majority of managers at that level will be held accountable, and they will know, they will not perform these mistakes that are there. That's the first thing. And the other thing is the issue of, the AGSA raised the issue of performance information. that your information is not well managed. Say this, on the other side to say this, and we're not surprised if you have got there are a lot of financial material misstatements in your annual financial statement, because just to put facts, very, very simple facts in order is a difficult. So I think you must also work on this 1 year performance management, and it is very evident in your file that indeed the way you put your information with these mistakes, when you are going to produce your annual financial statement, obviously there will be mistakes. So these are some of the things, but of very key interest, MEC, the 7 million, that somebody is there to say, I have 7 million, I want to bring it back. The next thing we come back, we are going to say, oh, that person said, I was having it in 2024, you did not do 1, 2, 3, so I no longer have it. That's a possibility. And you can't blame him, because if he's having that 7 million somewhere, and there are commitments that he must do, and you don't come on board to collect it, then he will use it. Then you start to say, no, we go to court. In fact, it's you who must be charged. You must give us that 7 million. I think we must start that process to say the board chairperson, as the accounting officer, give us the 7 million, because you don't go and fetch it where they are saying it's there. What are the difficulties with the 7 million? Thank you, MEC.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members. My name is Ernest Svataul Rachweni, the MEC responsible for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. Maybe before I request the Chair, just to say that I mentioned the issue of CFO of 3 months as an example. I know that there are others who got warning letters. And all those issues or results are as the results of the disciplinary processes that took place. It's not like someone just wake up in the morning and say 3 months. So if the committee needs the report of that, those disciplinary processes will be available and be submitted to the committee. So the 3 months was as a result of disciplinary processes, and those are the recommendation of that committee. 2 is on the issue of forensic. I'm not in a position now to can say, is this officials or is Rachweni or is Mukweli. I request the committee that maybe if we can wait for March, because we are saying to the committee that by the end of March, that investigation committee would have concluded and submitted the report to the board, and then they will be starting with those implementations of the recommendations of the committee, which obviously will include those names and all that. So I was raising those issues as a way of saying to the committee that there's something that is happening currently, and we will be able to take actions on those that are in the wrong side, but not downplaying the issue of consequence management, and also taking counsel of what you said, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, of saying that the issue of consequence management should cut across. It must not only be those that are on top, but also even those that are at the bottom need to be taken care of. So those are some of the issues, Chair, that I thought it was very important for me to touch on them and respond, as I, through you, Chair, request the Chair of the board to respond to other issues that have been raised.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC, and the members. I want to start by clarifying the issue of irregular expenditure, Honorable Chair, because irregular expenditure has got two aspects in it. The first one is the issue of how irregular expenditure was disclosed, which led to the organization being qualified. That's the first aspect. The second one relates to irregular expenditure, its own, the amount that we've been talking about. And I must indicate to the honorable members that this is a historical aspect, an issue that the organization has been grappling with for almost 8 years. And I'm sure the honorable members must as well appreciate the fact that it's only in the 7th administration that now we've managed to get approval and condonment of almost 4 billion now. Something that the organization has been battling with for almost 8 years. So as the Board of Road Residents Limpopo, we remain concerned about this particular aspect. And we are following up to make sure that this whole amount is cleared or condoned as such. I agree with the honorable members that we might need to go and rework on some of our responses with updates in terms of where we are with regard to some of the issues that happened after we have submitted the report. I think we have taken note of that one. But lastly, before I request our technical team through the MEC to come in, I must indicate that the attitude of the board is not for the CFO to take responsibility of 9 billion irregular expenditure of the organization. It's not the attitude of the board. And I'm sure the Honorable MEC has clarified this particular aspect, that part of the mandate of the forensic team is to look at this particular aspect, including the issue of over expenditure. So these are the issues that I think...
Chair, there is a point of order.
Yeah. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, we are dealing with the Auditor General's report 24-25, and it's not legacy issues. 24-25, let's start at 2021-22. The irregular expenditure that we are dealing with today, that we are making reference here to, was sitting at 674 million. 22-23, it rose to 1.3 billion. Then subsequently, 23 to 24, it rose to 2.1 billion. You cleared 330 million. It decreased to 1.7 billion rand. We are not talking about the legacy issues. We are talking issues that happened in the last 3 years. So, Chairperson, I just want us to keep focus on where we are today, because that happens with, if we don't submit the last financial years that my colleague right in the beginning made mention of, and now you talk about one thing, we are making reference to one thing, and maybe I just wanted to draw the attention where we are dealing with the consequence management. Thank you.
Okay. It's fine, but the other challenge that I've also discovered from ourselves, and of course they are related, not that they are not related.
Yeah.
So we are talking about the stagnation.
Yeah.
And there's no way you cannot touch the irregular and the fruitless and all those things. But maybe if you think you are still going to, you can be able to explain them in the questions number 3 or 4. Just say, this one I will deal with it in detail, where it is raised. And that is why I think the order was raised.
Yeah, from my side, I'm done. Through the Honorable MEC, I want to request our technical team, the CEO and the CFO,
yeah, but before you are done, MEC, I think this question is 7 million. It can pass either by you or the chairperson. I think the CFO may not be able to deal with this one. This is more administrative and need to be dealt with the accounting officer. How are you dealing with this issue? Unless if you are saying the CFO knows, will tell us, but it can't pass without you saying nothing about it. The 7 million of the service provider who is willing to pay from last year, which we were told last year that there's nothing wrong with the service provider.
7.1 million.
Money.
So today we are also receiving the very same score. So what are the difficulties?
There are no difficulties, Honorable Chair. We are awaiting a legal opinion with regard to how we are supposed to handle that particular aspect. And once the opinion has come back, we will update the committee accordingly.
Is there a proof that you have written to any legal to ask for the opinion?
Yes, we can provide a proof.
I have done.
But MEC, when I started to change this Scopa last year, because it was my first attempt, that issue, the same answers were given to us. So how long is the legal opinion going to? For how long? And you must know that the very same legal opinion NLD implications. So this issue is there in another question, but because it was raised like I've indicated, let's just deal with it and pass it, so that we are not going to raise it again. I think this is the issue that I've identified. So it is a very serious challenge. The 7 million, it can build or maintain a road of so many kilometers. Okay. I think I saw that some hands.
No, Chair, thank you very much. It was my hand. My name is Thabo Mabocha, a member of Scopa. Chair, I just wanted to come to the very same issue that you are riding on. That I don't understand. Maybe if the MEC can take me through, there is an admission that I'm willing to pay. Now, the only difference is the quantum that one has to pay. Now, I don't understand why we have to bring in a legal opinion, because now we're going to spend more money trying to get an opinion and stuff. Whereas we're supposed to be told, or no, this thing, our own internal legal unit is handling it. They've written, agree, we can't even go to letters of demands. This person is saying no. So I think in your file, you are saying you must pay 10 million, you say no, it's 7 million. I mean, those nitty-gritties. We're supposed to be told that, no, we have managed to iron them out, and by this time, because honestly speaking, Chair, this is not a new matter. And this is not a new matter to you. So we're expecting some specific in relation to that look, we are going to get this money, we have done this. Now, I think this thing, you know, through things no more will come back to Scopa in the following year is not going to assist us. We want to see action. We are tired of just getting promissory weights. We want to see action. That money, we want to see serious action in relation to that. And there's a commitment, Chair, that there's that legal opinion. Maybe after lunch, if we can just be assisted with a copy of that letter to show they've received that particular opinion.
Yeah, from my side, I'm done through Honorable MEC. I'll request the CEO and the CFO to come in and deal with the technical aspects. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Through you, Honorable MEC, greetings once again. I am Makita, greetings to you, Chairperson, once again. I am Makita Chisani, CEO of RAL. The issue, let me deal with this issue of the 7 million rents. We met with the engineer. The engineer said he is willing to pay, but he is not going to be in a position to pay the full 7 million rents at a go. It's going to be a bit steep. So he's willing to come to us, giving him terms of how he should pay. Hence the issue of the agreement to be drafted by a lawyer so that he can sign. Then we have got a commitment from him to be able to pay that amount. But the most important thing that we wanted to verify was the fact that because it was a double payment, if you remember.
Yeah.
There was a double payment, hence he acknowledged
And he
that.
used it.
Do we look at how it happened and a bit of investigation in that regard? But I'm prepared, or we can furnish the committee with the details of how that money is going to be paid. The target was that before the end of this financial year, at least half of that money should have been paid. So our legal team will be, I will request them to indicate if the engineer has agreed to pay half of that money before the end of the financial year and onward terms. Say for instance, if he says, I will pay 1.5 next month, and then we'll take it from there. That is about the seven.
Before you continue, I hear that you ask the lawyer if the service provider is agreeing on how much. Is it now between your lawyer and the service provider? The lawyer will just finalize those whatever that you requested and go straight to the service provider without you knowing. That's the first thing. Because what you are saying, I hear that the lawyer can do whatever he does and then go straight to they agree and then it goes. The other issue is that financial year is left with less than 50 days. So are you talking about the financial year 2025, 2026 or something else? But the other thing is that I think that condition that a service provider gave you to say I can't pay is very reasonable, and it did not need a lot of stories and a lot of processes. Indeed, you are just to say to the legal person, can you draw a condition, and then you copy him, and then when there is an agreement. But for more than 2 years or whatever, I don't know when it started. I forgot when it started. But last year it was there in your report. And that is a very that is why we are concerned to say it means there is not you are not willing to expedite this issue.
Through you, Chairperson, just not to create a dialogue. The one thing that I was worried about, I don't want the money to be paid into the attorney's account. I want it to be paid to us, so that the lawyer should not charge us handling fee and all those kind of things. That is why we said whoever is going to be drafting the agreement for us, he will charge us only for the agreement. But the accounts that the engineer must pay into, it must be our account, so that we don't have to have the lawyer charging us interest or whatever amounts of handling fees and all that. That is my contribution, Honorable Chair.
It's fine, but that was not what I was asking. I asked, is the transition or the communication between the lawyer and the service provider not involving the agency? Because I hear you saying, I will ask the lawyer if the service provider has agreed to pay for how many months. Because before he agrees, you must know those conditions. That's the first thing. And the other thing that I'm asking is financial year is just 50 days. So when you say you put a time frame of that less than 50 days, is it achievable? Is it real?
Okay, thank you, Chairperson, once again. The communication is between our legal department and the engineer. The lawyer is being given instruction by our legal department after communicating with the engineer. I don't know if maybe I'm making sense.
Yeah. Okay, it's fine that response, but I don't understand how do you let
the agents just go with an issue without reporting to the executive. Because I believe the executive must know each and every, especially where a decision is reached. Where there is a decision, at least they must come back to you to say, yes, it looks like we are reaching an agreement on this issue. He is agreeing to pay over 7 months or so. So you can't go and ask, is he agreeing to pay? And he said, no, now he has agreed to pay. Then it means you are out of this issue. You are only reported. You don't even have a way to say, because how about if you can say after I pay for 25 years, for example, and you don't agree, but after they have agreed, they come to you, they say it's 25 years. When you say no, it's not going to be possible, that decision was taken. So that is what I'm saying. As an executive, every decision must pass through you, and you say, no, okay, it's fine. Continue with these negotiations. Mr. Honorable Smile, you were raising your hand.
Thank you. Yeah, because it's on this issue, because I don't want to come into it. Chairperson, I think it's important that a full report on this matter gets to this portfolio committee, because with a real time frame, because section 31G of the PFMA says you must report it when you found out the double payment, when you did it on the date. Then you've got to institute the steps to recoup those funds. We had this discussion a year ago here with you guys. 12 months has gone past. And I'm trying to understand what happened exactly in 12 months without a clear report. So the payment was done on date X, you found on the day B, this has transpired, this was your action, and this. Because if you can't recoup all of the money plus the interest from this individual, you have got to start looking inwards. The person who made the person's signatures all on that, and that comes in that report. Chair. So I'm going to ask that a full explanatory report on this matter be given to you as the chair, and then you can, so that we can see that accountability on this matter actually took place, and that we can hold people accountable on it. Thank you. I hope it's short enough.
Yeah, I think, let's just summarize it and close it at the hour. We need a full report.
Okay.
And then when we are going to call you for the implementation of resolutions, can we get that report? Yeah, you can continue if there are still other questions. Okay.
Just on the stalled projects, maybe I should once again try and clarify that issue of the stalled projects. The stalled projects that we are talking about, Honorable Jack Small, is the upgrades, not the maintenance. The upgrades is still being done at RAP. So the stalled projects that we have been talking about, most of them, in fact all of them, are the upgrades from gravel to tar. That's the clarity I wanted to give. And the other thing that I wanted to clarify is the issue regarding the consequence management. What we have developed as a mechanism is that we have done our own internal investigation regarding a number of issues that went wrong in the past. But we did not want to do a parallel investigation with the forensic investigation that is ongoing. So, but what we did, we indicated to the employees to say that we want them to sign or to give us an assurance that most of the information, because the majority of the information that you find distorted around, as the chairperson was alluding earlier, that information comes from all angles towards it's haphazard. So we want to control it to have a central individual who's going to compile all the information And when we prepare reports for the committees or for the MEC, it goes to just one individual who's going to compile and then bring it to ESCO for us to look at before it goes out. That is the last thing that I wanted to highlight.
My name is Hubian Mahopa, CFO RAL. So I think the first question was on the records. If I understood it, it's more about the monitoring and the review of financial statements because it's linked with the interim financial statement. So we have internal control in place, but its main function is more on the compliances. It works more closely with the supply chain. So when it comes to the financial statements and interim financial statement, that is the responsibility of financial reporting. And we did prepare the interim financial statements, which was for the first half of the financial year, and they were submitted to Treasury and they were reviewed. We also had findings, and all the findings that we received were resolved. We have that report with us, and that is something that is done. Treasury introduced a few years back. And when it comes to the year end, we also have something similar where we prepare financial statement and we engage internal audit to do review as well. But Treasury still come in to do the review of the final financial statement before we can submit to AG. So there was a question about the cost of RAMs. The old RAMs which we had in place, the service provider was JG Africa and Apani JV. It was appointed for 117 million, which is an average of 39 million per annum over a period of 3 years. It was appointed in 2021, contract ended in March 2024. So this other service provider, newly appointed, it was appointed in December 2025 for 139 million, which means that the average cost per annum of that is 46 million because the contract period is over a period of 3 years. And the roads asset management, it will be funded by conditional grant, which is currently sitting with the Public Works, and there is arrangement in terms of that, how we'll be able to pay that. Then there was also a question about the fact that we did not indicate some of the information in terms of the appointment of the proactive assurance manager. So we did indicate that on page 12. So on paragraph 4, you'll be able to see that we actually did highlight some of the developments that we have made. So this is in response to the question that was raised to say, why are we not providing most of the information? On section A, page 12, on paragraph 4.
Which is saying key vacancies within the assurance environment have been prioritized.
Yes.
But you are only mentioning the manager.
Yeah.
That's why the question was saying, was she or the only one appointed?
Okay, on that one, the proactive assurance, it only have one person, which is the manager, and that in absence of a manager, it means that there was no one in place. So we did fill the position of a manager. But in the structure, there is also an officer that is there, which is currently vacant on that section. It's only 2 people, but now we appointed one. The other one of officer have never been appointed since the establishment of that function. I think I responded to all the other questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for those responses. But Chairperson, you see that you have a lot to go.
a lot to do in terms of making sure that things work accordingly in the entities. Otherwise, indeed, it's as good as we bring all the services back to the Department of
Public Works. Close the entity.
Because it does not assist us in any way. So the issue of so many, every time there is a tender, it will be irregular. Every time there is a procurement, it will be irregular. It is a very serious challenge. So let's ensure that at least we go back to the unqualified audit with the aim of improving further to the clean audit. Because what we want is clean audit. You have to account for this sense. You have to tell us why didn't you comply with this very clear resolution and regulation. Because regulations are very clear. They are written. And you can't tell us that you did not understand. Well, you are a director of what. A director, the reason why we even pay you a lot of money is because you think more, you must think and you must understand more than any other person. So if you can't understand, so it means there's no value for money. I don't accept it at a management level. Somebody tells me that do not understand a policy. That excuse is really unacceptable in advance. Even next year, I will not understand it. Because we've got the CFO, we've got Mr. Logodi, we have Mr. Kekana. These are top management. Why Bakasa understand the PFMA? Why Bakasa understand trade? I don't give an example. They must understand. They were hired to understand. That's their duty. They were hired to think, one. They were hired to understand. They were hired to advise. So let's go and put our house in order so that next time when you come, and I think you are coming very soon, for the resolutions and for this other reports and these other gaps that we have identified. So I think for now we can say we have members. Can we say that we have done justice to the question? Can we pass it? Can we close it?
Close.
Yeah, no, I wanted to close the question first so that when you come back to the plenary, to the session, then we start with your questions. And it is 25 past 2. Can we come back at 3 o'clock and to continue with question 3? And I'm sure most of the issues that we're raising, we're also touching other questions. I've noted as we were asking. So when we come, we'll just indicate for them to record that on this question we must go and do this one. We have raised it, and we have a recommendation to say go and do what we do. Some of them we may not necessarily repeat them because they were raised as and when we were raising the issue of the stagnation of the report. So, Emerson, you came up when we were breaking for lunch. You come back at 3 or 4. So the hearings stand adjourned. like I've indicated, when we were dealing with the issue of stagnation in the audit outcome, it touched many of the questions that we are still going to deal with. And if you think that a particular point is covered, we must avoid repetition because some of them they were able to be responded to. Yeah. So without any waste of time, Honorable Marcella, Antata Marcella, can you read through question 3?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. My name is still Matlodi Caroline Mantata Mahasela. Question 3, we are in question 3, we are going to deal with irregular expenditure. So, without wasting time, Honorable Chair, I'm not going to read everything in page number 14 and page number 15. I think everyone will be able to read for him or herself. Let me go straight, Honorable Chair, to questions. Question number A. Why did the accounting authority fail to prevent the irregular expenditure as required by Section 51 1B IR, which is Roman figure 2. Question number B. Why did the entity not maintain adequate internal control systems for recording and accounting for irregular expenditure? C. Why was the entity's irregular expenditure overstated? D. Why is the correct figure of the irregular expenditure? What is the correct figure of the irregular expenditure? E. Was the irregular expenditure investigated? If not, why? F. Provide a breakdown of the irregular expenditure per financial year to date. G. Why did the accounting authority not provide clear criteria for the appointment of service providers from the panel? I. Why were the resources of the entity not utilized economically as required by 57B of the PFMA? J. Who are the responsible officials? Okay, K. What action did the accounting authority take against the responsible officials? L. What measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? M. What actions did the executive authority take against the responsible accounting authority? That's my questions. Honorable Chair, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable MEC.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chair. My name is Rachweni Ernest Swataulu, the MEC responsible for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure in Limpopo. Through you, Chair, allow me to request the Chair of RAL Board to take us through the responses.
Thank you, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chair, and Honorable Members. Through the Honorable MEC, can I request Mr. Lihori to talk to the issues as you respond to the questions that have been raised by the honorable members.
My name is Danilo Odi. I'm the Executive Manager, Monitoring and Evaluation at Roads Agency Limpopo. Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Board. Honorable Chair, the response to the first question of why did the accounting authority fail to prevent the irregular expenditure as required by the P11A section 51, subsection 1B, Roman figure 2 is as follows. And as requested that in the interest of time, where issues have been covered, one should just perhaps emphasize areas that are of critical noting. The irregular expenditure arose from a combination of weaknesses in budget control, supply chain, governance, policy enforcement, and oversight. And it is these weaknesses that manifested across several areas of expenditure. We have provided a table on page 50 where we summarize the causes of irregular expenditure. We're giving the amount for each and also summarize the reason for incurring or having incurred those irregular expenditures. The first cause was that of projects not budgeted for per vote 9, that is table B5. And the second one on page 16 of our response is that no criteria for rotation of service providers on the panel was followed. And the next is the incorrect evaluation of bids. The fourth is the validity period that has expired. And the fifth is no service level agreement, which this occurred mainly in cases involving session agreements where the main service provider did not sign extensions to the SLA and so forth. And the next one, second last one, is the deviation, not meeting the criteria, where the criteria for deviation such as emergencies or impracticality leading to non-compliance with treasury regulations and SCM instructions. The last cause of irregular expenditure here is the acting allowance paid not in line with our HR policy. And in some cases, instances, acting appointments and approval of acting allowances are effected after employees had already performed their acting duties. The total irregular expenditure we have there is 1,275,759,75 rands. On to question B, why did the entity not maintain adequate internal control systems for the recording and accounting for irregular expenditure? The issues of limited capacity are mentioned here in our response as the main constraints, where the absence of stable leadership within the function resulted in weaknesses, as referred to weaknesses of maintenance, verification, and reconciliation of irregular expenditure records. We also note that the vacancy is currently filled, that of proactive assurance manager within that unit. The same response goes to question number C of why was the entity's irregular expenditure overstated. It was because of those incapacity issues that restrained the agency to do thorough verification, maintenance, and the duties of the unit. Question D that says what is the correct figure of the irregular expenditure. Honorable Chair, I can go straight to the figure, which is 5,935,000, and also the accumulated figure as at the end of 31 March 2005. Question E, asking was the irregular expenditure investigated, and if not, why? The response in summary is that the corrected irregular expenditure amount of 1.274 billion, that is approximately 1.130 billion, which constitute 89% of that figure, that arose from the appointment of contractors from panels where the rotation principle and appointment criteria were not clearly defined, was an amount of 190 million, that is 19%, related to the appointment of those contractors for projects not approved and reflected in Table 5, while the remaining 26 million resulted from the other non-compliances. The entity is currently in the process of applying for the condonement of 146 million, whereas the full amount of 130 billion, my apologies, the full amount of 1.130 billion that is arising from those inappropriate panel appointments has been investigated and condoned. Question F, requesting to provide a breakdown of the irregular expenditure per financial year to date. In the response from 2007-2008 financial year up to the 2024-2025 financial year on pages 19 and 20, we are tabling the irregular expenditure incurred for each year, ranging from the lowest, which was in 2012-2013 of 628 million, and the highest figure incurred in 2018-2019, which was 1.769533 billion. Also worth mentioning or citing the figure of the last audited financial year, which was 2024-2025. The figure there is 4.224 million. In question G, why did the accounting authority not provide clear criteria for the appointment of service providers from the panel? In summary, the response is that although a rotation principle existed in practice, it was not adequately formalized into clear binding appointment criteria within the SCM policy and operating procedures. And in particular, management prioritized cost efficiency and continuity of works, especially in multi-phase projects. As an attempt to avoid additional site establishment costs, mobilization delays, and potential disruptions, the same contractor was sometimes retained for subsequent phases of the project, which is the main contributor to why the entity did not adhere to the clear criteria of rotation. Question H asks, why did the accounting authority not get approval of the budget, resulting in the irregular expenditure? During the 2024-2025 financial year, a misalignment occurred between the approved Table 5, Table B5, allocations and the actual implementation of projects. In some instances, contracts were awarded at values exceeding the approved table B5 amount, while other projects were implemented despite not being included in the approved table B5. The implementation of projects not provided for in the approved budget also contributed to overcommitments, and expenditure was therefore incurred without the required prior budget approval. Question I, why were the resources of the entity not utilized economically as required by Section 57B of the PFMA? It was mainly due to losses arising from stalled road construction projects. After contractors abandoned sites because of budget depletion, once construction ceased, partially completed infrastructure was exposed to damage, vandalism, and theft, resulting in avoidable losses. And these losses were largely attributed to damage to incomplete road infrastructure and theft of construction material on installed projects. We are also summarizing the nature of the damage to roads under construction and also theft to materials on site. Damage on roads under construction. For example, the project T634, T392, T813, where contractors abandoned site after the allocated project budgets were depleted before completion. And also theft of materials affected project T634. Where material had already been procured, delivered to site, and were subsequently stolen after the project was stalled. And question J, who are the responsible officials? The agency has identified Mr. M. Ramawea, who is the General Manager of Operations, and Mr. Mlovu, who is the project manager, who contributed to the losses incurred at project T634, which is the Morering project. In K, what action did the accounting authority take against the responsible officials? Mr. Ramawea, the General Manager of Operations, has resigned in September 2024. And Mr. Ndlovu, who was the project manager, was removed from the project. Question L, what measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? The agency has looked at several measures. Among them, the key ones were firstly the budget and project approval controls that were strengthened. The second is governance over SCM processes, particularly when it comes to requirements. That has been formalized and tightened. And thirdly is the SCM compliance monitoring and contract management controls that have been enhanced. Fourth is the planning and internal oversight that have been reinforced. And lastly, the consequence management measures have been enforced. Collectively, these measures have contributed to that. And question M, what actions did the executive authority take against the responsible accounting authority? Upon establishing that there were governance challenges within the agency, the executive authority dissolved the then accounting authority. And we now have a new board of directors that was appointed to oversee the efficient functioning of the agency. That will be the end of the responses. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and those will be our responses. Chair, over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me see. Honorable members, those are the responses from Ralph. If you have some questions, I'm giving you that chance to make follow-ups. Honorable Majomani.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Asnat Majuman. I'm the member of this committee. For the question under question 3, I just want to know that the entity provided the breakdown of irregular expenditure on page 15 and 16. When was the irregular expenditure incurred? If maybe you can have the clarity on that. And the other one is, please explain the overstatement of the expenditure on page 18. What were the outcomes of internal investigation of irregular expenditure? Why were external service provider appointed for the same work that was conducted internally? Provide a progress report on the implementation of the recommendation of BDO and SAMBA reports on page 18. If we can get the clarity on that. How many projects were stalled due to abandon on off-site by contractors? How many sites are we talking about on that project? Where are these projects? What is their current status? Is it complete or incompleted now? Another one is, where is Mr. Ndlovu currently working? Was removed Mr. Ndlovu from the project and appropriate action? Why was Mr. Ndlovu removed from the project? How much loss was incurred on the Meribeng project? Who were the contractors? What action was taken against them? If you can just give us the supporting evidence as raised on page 22 according to your response. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Limpopo.
Thank you.
And Honorable Small, where you follow.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. My name is Limpopo. I have just a question on page 17. Acting allowances paid not in line with the HR policy. I just want to know whether the policy were in place when these acting allowances were paid, whether the HR policy were in place and therefore were ignored. It is why maybe it resulted in this irregular expenditure of such amount of money. And also wanted to know that is it the first time when the agency pay the acting allowance, and when if it is not the first time and it has done it previously, why not follow the HR policy? The other one is page 22, that was partly covered by Honorable Mane, is in relation to Mr. Ramabua, General Manager Operations, who has resigned in September 2024. Whether before his resignation, this irregularity were not identified or not. And again, is the agency is doing follow-up to recover money from Mr. M. Ramavu. And then, yeah, the issue of Mr. Njogu was indicated. I can't repeat that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Smash.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Honorable HOD, my request would be, if I look at your irregular expenditure investigations report by Samba, I've noted that they're not forensic investigators, that they're actually more auditors. Therefore they made a comment in their instruction note to say that they did not comply with this. I tell you now. I think if they call it a subsidiary audit opinion, meaning that they could not align itself with some of the regulations within Treasury. So that was the one thing that I noted. The second thing that I noted from this report, it will be interesting to know how much you paid for this report, because it's a very soft explanation. Although you had you had 55 tenders that were not defined. You had 70 tenders that you deviated from, and you had 73 tenders that you did not go the 3-option route, and that you were rotating business from within your supplier chain, which clearly indicates a preference towards people that were busy with phase 1. Therefore, you did not want to have standing fees, so you gave the guys some of phase 2 and phase 3. So it's indicated in this report, if that makes that clear. I can take you to those ones, but I'm trying to speak on a high level point. So are you still using the rotation points, the rotation schedule where you are rotating companies to do business with RAL? And in this report, it does indicate from a framework point of view that your internal systems were wrong. You did not comply with regulations. It does give an indication up to 6 people or more that from a compliance point of view were not compliant, because the names are there. But because you did not have any financial losses, and because there are no criminal intent, no action should be taken. My question, Honourable MEC, is we are guided by Treasury regulations, we are guided by the PFMA, and it requires a fair administrative process. And when a fair administrative process is not met, consequence management must follow. Regardless if the entity did have any losses, financial losses. It's there, I can see it, but internally I didn't follow due process. Internally I gave business, I kept on giving business to the same person for whatever reason is put out here. And I would argue that from a consequence management point of view, you either were very selective in holding people accountable or not wanting to hold people accountable for whatever reasons they are. But they are here, Honourable MEC, and I would ask from the board chairperson or the Honourable MEC, are you considering holding people accountable in a fair and transparent manner? MEC, you might mention earlier about people being referred to further investigations. I'm not sure if this irregular report, names that are on this report, if they constitute some of those people, you know, some of those names. You will explain that. In the AG report, in the financial report by the AG, and more specifically to T641B, where your progress were at 92%, but you spent 166 million of the 207 million. I'm trying to understand how that big gap can constitute for that. And on road T866, your progress report is 64%. This is part of the irregular, but you've awarded 186 million of the 194 million. It then speaks to your internal capacity to monitor progress on the one side, linking it to funding on the other side. Because how then is it possible that you then sign off a payment, award payment, but you already at close to 90% when your progress is at 60%? Please explain that. And if someone has then now being held accountable specifically for this one, and I would say T0979 is the same principle where your contract amount was 25 million, although that you terminated the contract, but you've already spent nearly 21 million of the 25 million. And the progress was at 68%. So how do you get to a stage where you're not even 2/3 of the way, but you nearly spent 90% plus on your total amount of budget, noting that you've got to keep 10% retention funds still aside? So are we holding the people accountable for the failure or for the payments that was done irregularly so going forward? Chairperson, some of the things we dealt in the previous session, I'm not going to go back to them. I just wanted to touch on those 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, indeed, most of the issues have been raised there, and I myself have been covered to some extent. But I just want to take the members and the entity on the issue of the BDO investigation, which has some recommendations.
Yeah.
The first recommendation was that this matter must be referred to the SAPS. After you met with the Hawks said, no, you must report this to SAPS, and then it will be dealt with once it is reported by the very same Hawks. Remember, Hawks is a directorate under SAPS. So if you report a case at the police station, then the Hawks can go on with the investigation. So that was never opened. The case was never opened, which is the first recommendation. The second recommendation was to reverse the appointment of the regular appointment of those three officials which were appointed. It was never done until they resigned, and maybe they were advised to resign by the person who was supposed to reverse the appointments. And then there were so many recommendations. Say, for example, consequence management, targeting the various officials, including Mr. Chesene, Sambo, members of the BEC, members of the BAC. They have not been implemented. So we want to check and need evidence on the implementations of this investigation of the BDO, because it does not assist us when we have got an investigation report and with recommendations, but those recommendations could not be
could not be implemented. The other thing that maybe I want to know is what is the total of the irregular expenditure which was supposed to appear on the table 5 but it's not there. I know that there is a summary in terms of the years on which financial year there was this amount, the following year and up to 2023. But I want to check specifically those which were not on table 5. How much was the amount which was supposed to be on the budget and it was not there, but which resulted even in the over commitment. The last one, the last one is how much was the irregular expenditure for 2024-2025 financial year? How much was it?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Faith Scopa of Scopa. I also have one question to raise on what the AG raises, because they say that the majority of the regular expenditure in the entity, they are due to irregularities that are with regards to the appointment of service providers. I wanted to check if the entity can bring us into confidence as this committee with the current appointments that have been done, that is there due diligence that is being done, compliance as well, and compliance with regards to the PFMA regulations. Can they bring us into confidence that this time around there's compliance with the current appointments that have been done within the entity? Thanks, Chair.
Honorable Mantata Mahasan.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. My name is Matlodi Caroline Mantata Mahasela. Honorable Chair, my concern is at page 18, question number E. It is about the BDO investigation report, which is attached to Annexure 7, and progress on the implementation of the recommendations raised is attached to Annexure 5. So the recommendations from BDO report are in the last 2 pages of Annexure 7. If maybe you can check the annexures, and the entity in Annexure reported 10 resolved out of 11, so they only reported 10. Annexure 5, the entity has reported that 10 out of 11 recommendations were implemented, and this is not a true reflection, or it's not a true picture. Why am I saying so, Honorable Chair? Because the entity should therefore prove with evidence on how they were cleared. So they must show us how those resolved reports have been cleared. Let's say, for example, recommendation number 10.2 of the BDO report, the entity in Annexure 5 reported that the affected officials left the employment of the entity. And then the question is, when did they leave the entity? And when did the entity receive the BDO report? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Machete.
No, thanks very much. My name is Machete Face, member of this committee. Just on the table B5, just to get a sense as to what could have led to the misalignment, and also to check as to what could have been the circumstances that would have led to the inclusion of the projects that were not approved in the table 5. The other question will relate to Mr. Ndlovu and this other official. There's the one that has simply resigned. I just want to check whether that would also, what would have been the attitude of the RAL in relation to the resignation after the two officials were involved in a particular circumstances. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Honourable Spal again.
Yeah, Chairperson, sorry. I thought people would pick it up, even you. Chairperson, on the BDO report, I'm going to read from page 133, and it's very concerning. It says, Mr. Huata stated that the former CEO, although that he is not handed him a handwritten notes in which he indicated which contractors should be approached for proposals. And then there's the exhibition. The contractors were identified by the CEO. Email correspondence indicated from the former CEO directed the senior manager supply chain to obtain bids by way of a request for proposals of contracts which exceeded the thresholds prescribed by National Treasury Directive. The former CEO stated, "You don't need any exemptions from Treasury because our current database was established through an open tender. We pre-screened and pre-qualified consultants in the touch email." Is that still the view of the board and the management here today?
Okay, thank you very much. My last question will be still on the issue of a recommendation of the BDO. On the annexure 5, and what is this? It's annexure 5 years, which is progress report made by progress report on the implementation of the recommendations. Why we are saying they are not that those recommendations were not implemented? For example, maybe even before that one, the issue of the BEC and the BAC members. There are two issues that they are raising here. That the minutes were signed. That one is a fact. But what is surprising is that the entity does not know where those people whether did not attend the meeting as members or they were not members. That is what you are saying in the maybe I should read it. Where do I start? Tender evaluation and recommendation reports. That is what they were doing in the meeting. Whilst they did not attend such meetings or were not appointed as BAC members at that time. MEC, if I'm a member of Scopa, I did not attend the meeting, but I'm a member. But if you cite somebody who you don't know if I am a member or I'm an appointed member or I'm not, it is a problem. You must know that Muguli signed the minutes because she was not there, but she signed the minutes, she's a member. But you don't know whether I am a member or I am a member but not there in the meeting. Yeah, you can use it as you want. So this statement, because
as Sasuti in terms of appointment, maybe it was a member who did not attend. So what is the position of this? What are these members? Were they members? Either or they were not there in the meeting and they were made to sign the minutes. Or I mean, you should know. You should know. Remember, the BEC and the BSSC members are not just ordinary employees. Most of them are from the management level. And you can have statements like this in the report of Scopa. With the Chase. These are public documents and they are official documents. So if you don't know Mutoi really a member of that committee or not, then it means we must just lose job. Annexure number 5. Annexure number 5, on item number 5. And it does not really start with number 5 because there is also another one which is more or less the same on number 4. Yeah, you can respond, Emerson.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chair. My name is Rachweni Ernest Swatao, a member of the Executive Council responsible for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. Through you, Chair, allow me to request the RAL Board Chair to respond to the questions.
My name is Moses Seli, the chairperson of the board, Honorable Chair, Honorable members and the MEC. Few issues from my side, and then through the MEC, I will request the CEO and the CFO to also come in and deal with some technical issues. I want to start by indicating to the honorable members that indeed in the entity there have been various transgressions as confirmed by the various reports which have been produced by various entities. And we'll continue to look at these recommendations very, very seriously. And I want to zoom into the BDO and Samba solutions issues. It is correct that the recommendations were implemented, and we have proof that they have been implemented. And the sanctions vary from warning letters, removal from such committees, and various other sanctions. And if the committee wants evidence in that respect, we will provide. We will provide. Part of the terms of reference for the forensic team is the issue of tender irregularity. And we expect to get that report, as we have indicated, sometime next week, next month, mid-March or so, or towards the end, as we have indicated earlier. And we hope out of the report, they will be able to guide on how best can these issues be dealt with. I can confirm and assure the committee that the recommendations of the team will be implemented to the latter. And the last one, before I hand over to our technical team, is the issue of rotation. The issue of appointing contractors on rotational basis is not a new issue. It's an issue that has always been there in the entity, but it was not followed. And we have taken a posture as the board now that this is one aspect that we are going to make sure that it is followed to the latter. Over and above it being people being appointed on the basis of panels, there are also instances where we also request for quotations and the like, over and above you being on the panel. So I'm just stressing to say this is not a new issue, the rotation issue. It has always been there, but it was not followed. We have detected that, and now this time around, we are monitoring this aspect very, very closely at our level as the governing structure to make sure that it is followed. Through the Honorable MEC, I want to now request the CEO and CFO to come in and attend to the technical aspects which have been raised.
Maybe MEC, before we pass, still on the accounting office authority, still on the people who, I want to know were these people the BEC or the BAC members or not? Because in your progress, you indicated that Mr. Logod is the only one who provided the proof that he's a member, but the other two were given written warning. But I think the first question is to understand why were they given written warning? Were they given written warning because they signed minutes because they are not members, or they are members but they were absent from the meeting?
No, it varies. There are instances where people were part of the committees, but they signed that they were not there. They were in the meeting while they were not there. So I'm just giving one example. But there are various instances. So
no, and I don't want to make it a dialogue MEC. I'm talking about this case which is reported here, which is a recommendation by the BDO. He's saying that there were 3 people who signed the minutes. Again, it can be all minutes, unless if you are saying it's not only this set of minutes that were signed by people. We're talking about this minutes which are cited in the report. I'm saying, were they members, yes or no? If they were members, it means they were not in the meeting but they signed. The other issue, the second part of it, whether they were members, yes, it's fine, but it is a misconduct to sign the meeting, the minutes for a meeting which you were not there.
For BIC especially.
So there was, even for Mr. Logod, even if he proved that he's a member, but for the fact that he signed the minutes that he was not there, for the meeting that was not there, is a misconduct on his own.
Yeah.
So you're supposed to be charged.
You want a written warning for that.
So question, I think they have to question, were they members or not? And then what was the written warning about? Was it because they signed the minutes because they were not members, or they were not in the meeting? And then the other third one is for Mr. Logod. I don't have more than you can pass the buck.
Okay. No, I think as I've indicated, when we received the recommendations, we had to check very, very closely whether people's names, the officials' names are appearing on the basis of them being members or claiming to have been in the meeting while they did not attend. But the conclusion or the findings were that most of them were found to have signed to say they were in the meeting while they were not there.
And then it's fine, they were just given warnings. But it's fine, you can continue with others, but this one, okay. It was closed, but it was not dealt with accordingly.
Okay, so I'm requesting colleagues through the Honorable MEC to come in, CEO and CFO.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Through you, Honorable MEC, I would like to deal with the 2 issues in particular. The one issue that was raised by Honorable Jack Smole is that a case was opened with the South African Police Services. I think we have referred to the case number in the report. what we perhaps need to do is to follow up, because in the meeting that we held, we were told that the CFO went there to inquire about the process of the investigation, and he was told that only the CEO can be able to come and get that progress report in terms of that, which is something that we need to follow up. The other issue is that the question that was raised about Mr. Ndlovu. Mr. Ndlovu's issue, especially with regard to Morebeng. Morebeng is one of those stalled projects which is currently being investigated by the forensic investigators. Key amongst the ones that they must zoom into is the Morebeng project, because that was the biggest project that we had in Limpopo of about 400 million rands. Now, the focus will be on those stalled projects, and we are awaiting the outcome of the investigation. Once that has been given to us, then the proper consequence management will be applied. Thank you very much.
Nancy, are you comfortable with the questions and the answers?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much. If there's no any other follow-up question, but I think it's worth noted that every year, if you look at the breakdown of the irregular expenditure, it means the issue of compliance within the entities is at zero. It's at zero. That is why people are just able to come and sign for the meeting, which were not there. And such a very serious committee for adjudication, that one which was to say, okay, you have followed the processes. You are not there, but you come and say now, a rational investment company is complying. You've never even seen the first page of that company. So can you see how serious these issues are? And we don't see any problem. We say no. We said they must bring. We don't even know if they are even real members of that committee, or there is just anybody from outside just to say and sign. That's the first thing. But you say no, it's fine. They've written letters to say no, now I'm a member. But you signed very serious minutes that determines how the provincial funds are going to be spent. And not only funds, but millions, which are going to affect the service delivery. Ordinary people, they are there. And now you just come and sign. That one is very serious, more than all the other irregular expenditures that you have. If you were to take very serious action, I think, but you are saying it's closed, these matters are closed, but underneath they are very serious challenge. So, Mr. Mabucha, can we get to the
no, it's fine. I think you've touched it, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, what was this question? Question 3. What is question 3?
No, we've done 3.
Yeah, means we're going to question 4. Let's go to question 4 and on the regular expenditure. Who's going to take it?
Chair, question 4 on fruitless expenditure. My name remains Fruitless. Executive Authority on page 97 of the annual report, the entity incurred a fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 5 million in the current year, which resulted in the closing balance of 21 million. Executive Authority in paragraph 38 of the AGSA, the AG was unable to obtain sufficient appropriate audit evidence that disciplinary steps were taken against officials who had incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditure as required by Section 51(1)(e) of the PFMA. This was because of the investigations into fruitless and wasteful expenditure were not performed. A. Why did the entity incur the fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 5 million? B. How much of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure did the accounting authority recover? C. Why did the accounting authority not take any steps against officials who incurred wasteful and fruitless expenditure? D. Provide a breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 21 million. E. Who are the responsible officials? F. What actions did the accounting authority take against the responsible officials? G. What measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? And that is the last question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That's question number 4 on fruitless and wasteful expenditure. MEC, the responses?
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair, and let's appreciate the question from our Honorable Member. My name is Ernest Racho, MEC responsible for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. Through you, Chair, allow me to request the Chair of RAL to respond to the question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC, and Honorable Members. Through the Honorable MEC, can I request the CEO and the CFO to respond to the question? Mr. Lihori.
Thank you for the opportunity, Chair. My name is David Lihori. I'm Executive Manager for Monitoring Evaluation of Roads Agency Limpopo. The first question and response thereto is why did the entity incur the fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 5,025,000? During the financial year, we do acknowledge that was recorded in the financial year 2024-2025. And giving a breakdown thereof on in a table on page 25 that amounts to that total of 5,025,000 rand. And we have given the reasons in accordance with each fruitless and wasteful expenditure incurred, and in accordance with the table that was mentioned. And mainly it arose from the poor planning arrangements that disadvantaged the entity, weaknesses in the internal controls, delayed decision making, and instances where services were procured without sufficient consideration of internal capacity or value for money. The first is with regard to the Human Resource Policy Review, which was done by Maponya Incorporated. The second, and that amounted to 2,025,000. And the second was with regards to advertising and recruitment costs. Those services were rendered by Khali staffing to the agency. The cost of 379,000. The third was salary paid after termination of services to the former Chief Executive Officer of the agency, and the amount was 415,000. The fourth on the list of fruitless and wasteful expenditure is interest and legal fees incurred towards Low Rock construction, and the amount there is 1.366 million. The fifth was with regards to legal fees incurred in vain to the Audit attorneys, and the amount referred to there is 840,000. I'll go to question B. How much of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure did the accounting authority recover? In the response, we are noting that the recoverability of the identified fruitless and wasteful expenditure is currently subject to ongoing investigations and consequence management processes. With regards to question C, or why did the accounting authority not take any steps against the officials who incurred fruitless and wasteful expenditure? The main contributing factor is that the identified responsible officials, the majority, are no longer in the employ of the agency, and this limited the current accounting authority to take any further action. However, the current forensic investigation at the agency is expected to be concluded at the end of, I need to make that correction there, that's at the end of March 2026 instead of February. And that will provide us with factual evidence to pursue recovery efforts further. Question number D asks us to provide a breakdown of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 21,062,000 rands. And that breakdown is given on page 28 in a table. And it needs to also be clarified that we would like to correct that amount of 21,062,000, and the correct amount is 31,950,000 as at the end of 2024-2025. Question E asks us to name those who were responsible officials, and we have tabulated on page 29 the responsible officials. Although the list is long, it amounts to 6 officials, although some are repeated in that table. On question F, what actions did the accounting authority take against the responsible officials? The response of the agency is that it has recovered so far 43,847 rand, and the entity is in the process of reversing fruitless and wasteful expenditure amount of 259,000, which was initially attributed to lack of market analysis. Further recovery efforts will be implemented when the ongoing forensic investigations are concluded. That will give further details and confirm. the facts of the question. What measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? And the measures implemented by the accounting authority are categorized in the various causes that have been identified. The first one is for the interest on unpaid invoices. Where the dispute payment certificates are referred to the legal unit to assess the reasonableness of the dispute and the potential consequences of non-payment. There are monthly monitoring of outstanding invoices that has been instituted with delays escalated to management. A lack of market analysis. All procurement requests are now supported by the approved procurement plans, and those above 100,000 are supported by adequate market analysis. The second was with unnecessary employee settlements. The other matters that the entity is also attending to is with regards to penalties, where I'll proceed to the next one, the outsourcing of work that must be performed internally. And advertising of recruitment costs, the unnecessary legal services and legal fees, duplicate road infrastructure designs, and consequence management. And the last one is intensified in line with the committee's resolution.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much. We will proceed. Can we then check as to whether there may be some issues that we still want to follow up from the responses, so that if they are not, we are able to move to question 5. Honourable Member, so
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Just with reference to, let's just take it one by one. Your HR policy review of 2,025,000. On whose instruction was it to go to outsource that function and not do it internally? Whose instruction was that? With reference to E, if I look at the responsible officials against the incidents description report, does the ex-CEO pay himself within the institution, Rol? Does he press the button, or is there someone else that loads and pay? Because I can see a responsible official, it's him. So I'm just trying to understand, the responsible officials, are those the individuals responsible for the account? And therefore, what have you done to recoup some of the monies from the ex-CEO? Is there formal communications towards that side? Honourable MEC, with so much strong reference made to the previous CEO of Fruitless, wasteful and irregular expenditure, have you considered doing a lifestyle audit through the proper channels? I'm just asking, or the board. And that will be simple, a yes or a no. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Honorable Butcher.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Nkombogoni Chisi, and I have the following questions. That in page 30 on the measures put place to prevent the recurrence of the anomaly, you indicated that valid invoices and payment details are processed and settled within legislated time frames. And then in this regard, please comment on the entity's ability to pay service providers within 30 days. Just to comment on that. And the other one is that in page 27, the question is it desirable that the entity can appoint a legal service provider to second guess the recommendation of SIU investigations? And then at what cost was the appointment made? And also provide a copy of the appointment letter. In this regard, you will realize that in page 27, the recommendations in 5, legal fees incurred in vain, before the attorneys, that the recommendation of the SIU were already clear and required only the implementation by the management. But however, the other service providers were appointed. And the other one is that provide more information on the current investigations at the agency. You will realize that in page 28, you did indicate that the officials who were identified to be responsible are no longer in the employ of the agency, and this limited the current accounting authority to take any further action. Therefore, the current forensic investigation at the agency, which is expected to be concluded at the end of February 2026. So you just give more information on the current investigations at the agency, and also taking into account that you indicated that at the end of February, and then they will be finalized. So the update on that. And also in page 28 on the table there is a company, Botswana Banks Attorneys, appearing more than twice there on finance charges, with different amount of money. So please clarify the finance charges that were incurred on Botswana Banks Attorneys. And the other one is on the salary after termination of the services of the former CEO, G. Maluleke, or is Maluleke, or is Maluleleke, as written there. And then, I think it's a mistake. And then, I don't understand on this one, because it is written that services were not rendered in December, but the payment were made after the termination. I think in November, the contract was terminated, but the payment for the services also was paid for the period of December, of which there were no services rendered by the former CEO. and then the clarity on that matter. And then lastly, please comment on the consequent management on all matters raised with regard to fruitless and wasteful expenditure in page 30. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Kabuma Wota, and I'm a member of Scopa. Yeah, Chair. Number one, I just need clarity as to what is the exact amount of the fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Because we're speaking of the same financial years, 24-25, but there's somewhere where you then correct yourself. There's somewhere where you speak of 5 million, there's somewhere where you speak of 21 million, there's somewhere where you correct 21 million to 31 million. So I just need to understand what is the total amount that has been incurred in the financial year 24-25. Now, I just want to understand the logic behind you appointing an entity that you know that it's not going to give you value for your money, and then you then appreciate that indeed we didn't get value for money. But then when you read further, thinking that no, these people have appreciated that the service that they got didn't provide them with any value, you would anticipate that there would be some consequence management that would be taken. But I think the entity has found it convenient to apportion blame to those that are not within their file and rank. So it's a concern for me, Chair, that it can't be. There must be someone somewhere. If a lot of people have resigned and they've left the service, but there must be some. These people are not doing these things alone. They are doing it with other people that might be there. And then I would go to this one here, advertising and recruitment. I don't understand how the recruitment of interns work. I thought it's one of the most simplest processes that you can ever find in a department. Because one, interns, my understanding is that they are our younger brothers and sisters fresh from university with no experience. There is an advert from the department. The department wants 24 interns. They apply to HR, and then HR, these days you no longer advertise. You just advertise on your social media networks. The response is going to be as positive, just like the call of nature. Now, you are saying that you wanted 24 interns, you've paid 379,000, and then now you realized that, hey, but this placement of these interns is going to be a problem, and then you cancelled it, you cancelled the advert. But let's speak about the process here. It's not the most difficult process. So you have paid for a service that was not rendered, but we are not told of a particular consequence management. So I think this report, Chair, it's still empty. Now I will move to page 27 under B, whereby when the department was asked for how much fruitless expenditure did the accounting officer recover, Chair, we are referred to an ongoing investigation. We are referred to an ongoing investigation without timelines. I think it's going to assist us, or no? I mean, when you appoint a forensic investigator, you are appointing with terms of reference. There is no investigation that's non-ending. Selena the detective, but you are going to appoint a forensic auditor or an investigator for a particular period within a particular framework, or you are going to follow this framework. Within this period, we are expecting a report. Now, this one, it seems like it's non-ending, it's open-ended, so, and it can be. We are expecting, Chair, that when we are told about an investigation, we must be referred to a particular date, so that next year when we meet them, if we are to meet them next year or whenever, we know that no, there was this investigation that was instituted, it ended on this particular day, and then we are expecting action within this particular period of time. Now, when you go to page 28, it speaks of, they correct themselves, sorry, it's no longer 21 million, it's 31 million. And then they name various, and I then ask myself for, in as much as we have made this table listing all these companies and the incident description, why didn't you do the same as the one in page 25, whereby you outline what is it that this one was tasked to do in the department? Because when you can go to page 26, you will see from the table you outline what exactly were these people doing within the department. That's where we are able to get this information. Yauri, you pay 379 for a person to go and do a recruitment of 24 interns. But on this one, we are just told of finance charges. Finance charges for what? Ne? The other thing, Chair Kiauri, I think this one they've covered me. Yeah, no. Okay, this one. Yeah, no. I think let me leave it here. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. On the issue of recovery, if you look at question B, how much of the fruitless expenditure did the accounting officer recover? That is answered by the response under question, under F. F is saying measures to recover fruitless and wasteful expenditure were implemented and recovered, and 43,847 was recovered, and the entity is in the process of reversing fruitless and wasteful expenditure of 159,000. I guess I'm like, Okara make intelligent. Get in Karawa B. I think we also choose what Karabatin question is John identity. It would be at the Manal for Banchi generally by the wrong. I didn't go over there and Sarah correct Maria B. Maria Bossi. You were wrong, Bossi, Arnya K. Yella Verena. So that's the challenge. He would like, hey. So there's only for the 3,000 and whatever, and 800 which was recovered. But as for the management of this issue, the expenditure, there's no consequence management. For example, the person who paid the former CEO. Yeah. Even after she resigned, or he resigned, must pay that 415,000. He caused that wasteful expenditure. He's accountable, and there's no way where you talk about that person who paid this.
That's what I want to know. Nothing on
because we want to recover the money. We want to follow the money. The person who paid must tell us why did he pay a person who is not in the system, and is the person who is responsible. And I said
None. No individual. Nobody is responsible. Mola muthu wa patetse muthu a se go ba mmereko. Mara la wa ona muthu wa maikarabelo ya shaka. So these are very, very serious issue, MEC. Because this, the board, the team is not charging. So MEC must charge. Agree if the chairperson is not charging, well, you must charge him. Because there are many people who are responsible for these actions, but they just turn a blind eye. So the next report that we want is to say who paid this amount and how are you going to get it from him or her, because he is directly responsible. And it's not the only one. Many cases here, as we look, those people who are supposed to be responsible, we are not mentioning them, or you just say nobody is responsible. So I think that I should add those issues. And as for the legal issues and this fruitless, all these fruitless expenditure are avoidable, MEC. If you look at all this fruitless and wasteful expenditure, could have been avoided. And the other one is coming. The 7 million of a service provider is going to add to this, because the lawyer that you are hiring is going to charge you, and will be saying in the next hearing, why do you source services of a lawyer where you have your own internal legal section, or where you could just call the service provider to sit down and with him or her to say how much do you want to pay per month, and you say 1 million, and then you draft that, she signs or he signs, you sign, and then you have a copy, and then it ends up there. So that irregular expenditure is still coming. Next year we'll trace, and I'm going to remind you because so some of these things are avoidable, and so if you can respond to those follow-up questions.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson. Through you, allow me to request the Chair of the Board to respond to it.
Thanks very much. My name is Moses Tsedi, the Chairperson of the Board, Honorable Chairman, BMC and colleagues and honorable members. I want to deal with some few issues that have been raised, and through the MEC I will request the CEO and the CFO to also come in and deal with the technical ones. The board, through the Audit and Risk Committee, they are considering the issue of lifestyle audit. That is under consideration. Through the Audit and Risk Committee of the board. Legal fees paid in vain. The fact that it has been considered fruitless and wasteful, so it means you are not supposed to have been done. Because there was a question as to whether is it correct to do this and try and investigate, look at the recommendations, a person who must look at the recommendations of the SIU. So it means the fact that it has been declared fruitless and unfruitful, it shouldn't have happened as such. It is not correct that forensic investigation is open-ended. There is a time frame. They were supposed to have concluded their work sometime 2 months ago, but then they came to request for an extension because they were still tightening up some screws in that regard. We have given them the extension, and they are concluding end of March next month. So it's not open-ended. There is a time frame. We can even confirm in the form of some documents that time frame is there for the forensic team to complete the work. We will provide the documents as requested. I've noted some of the documents as such. And lastly is this one I think is part of the one that I'm referring to through the MEC to the CEO and the CFO to clarify. They are more technical. CEO.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, through the MEC. Chairperson, my name is Makita Chisani. I'm the CEO of RAL. I'm just going to clarify two issues here. The one that was raised by Honorable Small with regard to the HR outsourcing, the HR policy. We have realized that that was not a very good thing to do. Hence, we are reviewing our HR policy internally now. There is a team that is sitting down with all the employees. So we have cut that issue of looking at external service providers to assist us with the HR policy. We are reviewing it internally. The one other thing before I hand over to the CFO to deal with the fruitless and wasteful expenditure as asked by the honorable members. The one that pains me the most is the one where we paid a service provider for legal fees to review the SIU report. That one really pained me a lot. And it's something that we are going to look into and see to it that it is attended to with the necessary vigor and aggressiveness it deserves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. My name is Hubian Makopa, CFO for Fruitless Agency Limpopo. On the payment of invoices within 30 days, I can comment that we are paying invoices within 30 days in the current financial year. So it has been a challenge in the past when we had overcommitment. There was also a question of SIU amount that was paid.
Yeah, can you raise your
Okay.
voice? I thought it was.
Yeah, there was also a question of SIU amount. The amount is 840, I think is even on page 29, you can see it, legal fee incurred in vain. Then there is also a question of the finance charges, what are they relating to? So these three finance charges, they relate to the payment relating to the Mangele Bridge in Raskukune. I think there were disputed invoices where it was said that the person who authorized the project, additional work on the project manager was not authorized. So the matter went to the court and we eventually paid. So where you see this company called Okwana Benz Attorneys, all of them, they relate to one project. And the total amount that was paid there is 11.463 million. So which is 7.3, 285 and 3.8 million. Then on the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, the correct amount is actually, we have got 5.025, which is the fruitless and wasteful expenditure for 2024-2025 financial year. Then, but cumulatively, the amount is sitting at 1.950. And that's the amount that we'll see in the annual report on page 97. I think the last thing that maybe we can just clarify on question B, where it was asked how much was recovered. So when we said none has been recovered, we are referring to out of this 5.025 million, nothing has been recovered. But the one that has been recovered it relates to the fruitless and wasteful expenditure, but not incurred in 2024-2025 financial year. Thank you.
Yeah, before I hand over to the Honorable MEC, there is one issue that was raised as to why do we continue to utilize outside legal people when we have a legal section in the agency. I wanted to clarify that particular aspect. You honorable members will understand that road agency Limpopo is one of the contested terrains. At some stage, the company secretary was telling us that, and I'm sure we reported this particular aspect, if road agency Limpopo was to lose all the cases, we will part with almost 350 million at some stage. So I'm just raising the nature of the legal challenges that we continue to get from time to time. Hence, we have a panel of attorneys, of people who from time to time will come and assist us with these cases. But I'm happy to report that she was briefing in the other day. They have managed to reduce that amount to about 100 and something million. So I'm just like saying there are a lot of legal challenges that come to the entity from time to time that cannot be handled internally by our legal division. Thanks.
Maybe lastly, before I can hand over to you, Honorable Chair, let me indicate that on the issue of duplicate designs, I think we have put a special radar on it that we are no longer going to do other designs before we complete with the current ones that we have. And I think at that space, I know very well that we have not done any designs after we've issued that instruction, because in nature the designs expires. So if you don't implement, obviously with the limited resources that we have, there's no way that we can implement the roads that in which the designs are made. So we said that let's maybe focus on the current designs that we had, and at that time I think they were at 84. So now from 84 we've managed 21 that is of the upgrades that we're busy with at Road Agency Limpopo. So we are remaining with about 63 if I'm not mistaken. We will make sure that we deal with the 63 before we can start with any other more designs. So I just thought it's important for me to also clarify on that, because I was part of, or I'm the one who said let's stop with designs and focus on the current data we have now. Thanks, and over to you, Chair.
Thank you very much. CFO has indicated that the 43,847 is not the recovery from the 5 points whatever million. Then where is this coming from? Which fruitless and wasteful expenditure is this one, and how much is the total where you have recovered 43,847 and you are still in the process of recovering 159,000? What is the total of this? Is it from the 31 what? Can you clarify me on that one? MEC?
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair. Through you, let me request the Chair.
Thanks, Honorable MEC. Can I, through the Honorable MEC, request CO to come?
Thank you very much. I'll ask the CFO to respond.
My name is Ubiana Mahopa, CFO. I think that amount comes from this 1.950. So the 159 that we're referring to, you will see is on number 5, when this item number 5, where you talk about market analysis.
No, thanks. Over to you, Chair.
Chair, just on the question that relates to the overpayment to the CEO, I did not get that answer. What action have you been taken in order to recoup that funds? And who pressed the send button on that funding? I want to say that I think that the board is very complacent. Because, Chairperson, when I listened to you, on the one side you said fruitless expenditure should not happen, and therefore it's wrong. But when you read F, the entity is in the process of reversing fruitless and wasteful expenditure amounting to the 159, which was initially attributed to the lack of market analysis. Further recovery efforts will be implemented when the ongoing forensic investigations are concluded. What do you want to invest in? Investigate forensic investigations do you want to do if a fruitless expenditure has been identified? Why do you want to go again? You know why you want to go again? The word accountability does not exist in the board's vocabulary. It doesn't exist. You should have said 415,000 rand was paid irregularly. The service level, the contract was maybe signed off by the board. That board person or that secretary was responsible. The CFO didn't listen to it. The CFO implemented. We're taking action against the CFO while we are trying to recoup the funds. That's one example. There are 10, 12 other ones here that we can bash on, bash out. Honorable MEC, you need to start setting the bar with your board members. If the same situation occurs next year this time, I won't be going after the board. We'll be going after you. Because accountability must start happening, and it's not happening. And I'm very disappointed in how you phrase, how you answer here. Cannot be. You may smile. You may smile. But we will come. Take my word for it. And that's not a threat. Because you're smiling now at me because I'm saying, I'm coming.
Okay, is there any other comment? No? Yeah, I don't know if there is a response for what Honorable Smart.
The one on the CEO, the salary, that needs a response, Jay.
No, it's not there. They said it. It's not there. They did not identify anybody. Or maybe I did not.
No, you can't.
There was nobody who was identified. That is why I said they must give us a report on who the person is. I'm just saying the question that you are asking. They don't have answers. That is why I said they must provide us with that information.
My follow-up question was with that, Honourable Chair. Sorry for the two-finger. Was does the CEO pay himself, or does the CFO press the send button? It's a simple thing. I'm trying to understand from a accounting perspective. Does the CEO pay service providers and staff, or does the CFO and HR load and someone else pays the money? It's very simple. I will help you to get to the answer, Honourable MEC.
Okay, let's separate these questions. The first question, that is where we want that report of a person who pressed the button and paid the CEO, and the actions that you took to ensure that you, one, consequence management, and you recover that particular money. That's the first part of it. And the second part of it is that one of the CEO is if he's paying and all those things that you can answer. so that you don't cause confusion and you know what we are going to deal with on each and every aspect.
No, thanks very much, Chair. I suggest that let's take the approach that you're proposing, that you will then give us a chance to do that report, which will be detailed with the questions that are asked here by honorable members. I'm afraid to say that they must just respond by the sake of responding. If we can have that report, we'll be able to then can know exactly what is happening. That's my proposal.
Okay, we'll take that, and we will expect it in the report to go together with that that we ask. Can we say we have dealt with question 4?
Yes.
5 now.
Let's go to number 5.
Well, thank you, Chairperson. My name is Limpopo. Question 5, Method 32, property, plant and equipment. Executing authority, the AG South Africa has reported that the basis for qualification is the condition and useful life of roads and bridges which were not adequately reviewed at the end of the reporting date in accordance with Graph 17, property, plant and equipment. As a result, a significant portion of the roads and bridges were not subjected to conditional assessment. Consequently, the AG South Africa was unable to determine the impact on the net carrying amount of the roads and bridges stated at 19.7 billion in Note 3 to the financial statement, as it was impractical to do so. Question A. What were the conditions and useful life of roads and bridges not adequately reviewed at the end of the reporting date in accordance with Graph 17, property, plant and equipment? B, on page 34, who are the responsible officials? C, what action did the accounting authority take against the responsible officials? D, what measures have been put in place to prevent the recurrence of the anomaly? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, MSC.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair. And through you, Honorable Chair, I request that the Chair of the Board respond to the question.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair and the members, Honorable MEC and colleagues. Through the Honorable MEC, can I request Mr. Livell to respond to the questions?
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Board. My name is Audit. I'm the Executive Manager of Monitoring and Evaluation at Roads Agency. I will go immediately to question 5A. And the response there to is mainly that it was due to the limited internal capacity and of course the magnitude of the road network, that the assessment covered only approximately 750 kilometers, which is about 12% of the total road network. And on question B, who are the responsible officials? There were no individual officials to be held responsible for this matter, as the inability to adequately review these conditions and useful lives of roads and bridges did not arise from misconduct, negligence, nor non-compliance. And the response also applies to question C that follows, saying, what actions did the accounting authority take against the responsible officials? Because there were no responsible individuals identified. On question D, what measures have been put in place to prevent the recurrence of the anomaly. Currently, as we have also reported in some of the previous questions, that the service provider to conduct the service is already on the ground and conducting the service, and have already commenced the collection of road condition data. That will be the end of the summary, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any question from members? On this, Honorable Limpopo, is it the only hand?
Thank you very much. It's only two questions. I'm interested in this rural asset management system. Then the entity reports that they have appointed the new REM service provider during the end of Q3 of 2025-2026. As a result, they will be able to assess all road projects under construction or in progress before the end of the financial year. So there comes the story. And you have to know that you expanded the scope of the service provider to also do the asset register. And then my question is it possible or feasible for this service provider to finish that amount of work before the financial year now? Is it possible? And also, how many kilometers of road will be assessed? Because your internal staff have only done 12%, which is only 750. And then the other one in page 35, it reads as follows. Furthermore, the appointed service provider will work closely with the internal staff who have already commenced the collection of roads condition data. This collaborative approach will ensure skills transfer and strengthen internal capacity for future assessments. MAC, this is commendable. As a committee, we are commending that because the service provider will also transfer skills to the internal staff. But however, REMS have started 10 years ago with all the districts and municipalities having this particular project. And RAL should have the institution which is leading as an example to all the district municipalities. Some of the provision of this system is that you employ at least 6, 7, up to 10 graduates, those who have done engineering from the university and the technical, so that you transfer skills to them. And I've heard Honorable Mabuta talking about the recruiters or the intended recruitment of the interns. But all the districts are doing it. And only who are the responsible officials? I have to indicate MAC that for the past 5 years, RAL is represented by an official who was dealing with REMS, Rural Asset Management System. And we are regularly meeting in his office at the RAL. So there is a person who is responsible for this system. And I think it's corrective that when you go back, we cannot afford to ignore this system in Limpopo. We cannot. because we have a bad conditions of roads. Our people could not go to work, our people could not go to a school, but we have this system, rural asset management system, which can assist us in terms of making visual assessments and other assessments of the road conditions. So, in terms of transferring a skill, I take my hat off. I commend you. You have done a very good job in terms of transfer of skills. But consequence management is coming back. Consequence management for the person who is dealing with this system. So let's take it into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Sir.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Earlier in the morning, I think it was the CEO that might have made, or the CFO that might have made reference to over the MTF period, the previous MTF, that we spent 117 million rand on consultants doing the investigations or doing the ramps on road infrastructure. And this MTF we would have done, it's going to cost us another 169 million rand. My question is that the consultant that you did appoint should have met certain performance standards that would have let you be able to confidently meet the minimum requirement as set out by the AG. It should have. That's my understanding. So we paid someone 117 million rand on the previous one. So it should have been delivered. My question would be then, why didn't it deliver the desired outcome? Or even the one that's now, we're paying now 39. We heard about the number of kilometers that you are doing and that you'll be finishing by the end of the year. It's not the first time that you're doing it. It's an ongoing reoccurrence. It's a wheel that goes around and around and around. So why are we then paying a consultant that is not delivering the desired outcome? One. And is this consultant passing on internal capacity, or are you building your own internal capacity to deal with this? It's a two-way question that I would appreciate the answer to. Thank you, Honourable Chair.
Thank you very much. MEC.
No, thanks very much, Honourable Chair. And through you, let me request the Board Chair to respond to questions.
Thanks, Honourable MEC. The feasibility of the service provider to finish by the end of the financial year, that we can confirm. The 12% that the Honourable Member spoke about, you will understand from the report that it was as a result of the in-house road conditional assessment. So this time around the system is in place, the service provider is on site. And from where we're sitting, we are confident that he will deliver by the end of the financial year. Through the MEC, can I request the CEO and the CFO to proceed where I've left off?
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and Honourable MEC. Chairperson, if I may be allowed just to request our General Manager, Design and Planning, is the one that deals with RAMs and overseeing the process. I will ask Mr. Tulsi to be given a mic so that he can be able to explain the process and the meetings that we held with the service provider, so that he can give us the gist of what is going to happen and the time frames. Over to you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kishan Tulsi, General Manager, Planning and Design and Roads Agency, Limpopo, on the road asset management system. In the past, between 21-22 to the 23-24 financial year, we had a service provider collecting the data for us. And during those years, we did not have any issues with AG and the asset register compilation. During the 24-25 financial year, we had no service provider, and our internal staff collected data. The internal staff normally is able to collect about 10% of the data of the network. As it's we normally use our internal staff to check the work that the service provider has done. So our capacity is very limited to more a checking capacity than actually collecting large amounts of data. So what we ended up doing was, because we didn't have the service provider, we then tried to collect as much data as we could and then present that to AG. There was during the year that we couldn't produce a full data set for the asset register, and then now subsequent to that, in December 2025, we then appointed a service provider that has all the equipment to go and collect the entire network's data. Now, just to keep in mind that this is vehicles that have sophisticated equipment on them that's able to traverse the entire network and then give you that data in a very quick period of time. Now, with the data that we collected and the new data that they are collecting between December, January, February, and March, we will then be able to collect the entire paved road network data, which is the most important data set that AG will be looking at, as that day contributes the most to the asset register. So we're pretty confident, as the chairperson has indicated, that with the data that we are receiving already over December, January, and now middle of February, that they collected almost 26% of the data so far, and then by tomorrow, we should be at around 40% of the data. Now, this year gives us the confidence that by next month, we will have the full paved road network data, which by the first week of April, we can then input that data into the asset register for the CFO to then provide full annual financial statement on that we'll use for the audit reports. So that is kind of the plan that we have in place, and it is progressing smoothly. However, if we do start getting more rains, and if there's weather pattern changes, it's going to start affecting us in collecting data. But we're pretty confident that we are out of that period. I wanted to then just touch on the fact that we do have a colleague at the office that engages with the municipalities. That's the rural road asset management system, and we do have the network, or we do impart knowledge to municipal employees, interns, and so on, as well as in RAL, we've now recent appointments. We appointed interns to join the planning and design team as well as our engineering team. Those employees will then also be upskilled with the ability to analyze road asset management data, and then they will then complement us going forward. So over the last 3 years, and then now going forward between 2025, 26, all the way up to 28, 29, now the current contract, we are pretty confident that with regard to the collection of data, the RANs, the upskilling of our internal staff, we will then, and then also our next phase of it is to then purchase those equipment, those sophisticated equipment, so that after 29, 30, we will then be able to do all of that work internally. Now, just to go back to the funding of it, the funding for the RAM system, it's allocated to us through DORA, so the PRMG grant, so the PRMG grant. And then on page 202 of the pure energy grant document, or the DORA document, it then states that the province is allocated, I'm rethinking from memory here, 5,600 rands per kilometer for the paved network. That's given directly from Treasury. And then 2,500 rands per kilometer for the gravel. So if you add those two up for our 19,000 kilometers, National Treasury gives the province 5,000 times 6,500 rands, which is around 32.5 million. And then if you take 2,500 times the 13,000 kilometers, also equals 32,500,000. So therefore, per annum, National Treasury, through the DORA and the PRNG grant, we are allocated, the province is allocated around 65 million.
There's a hand.
He has answered. Yeah, he has answered.
Okay, I'm going to close up here. There's allocated 65 million to, I'll close up in 10 seconds, to do the road asset management system. You're looking at it at 130 million right now, but it's actually, we are given 65 million per year to carry out the system. And we're only using probably around 28 or 30 million of it per year. I just wanted to stop there.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You answered good. Thank you.
Yeah, really, but we know you're going to do a chance of you must be given a chance to explain this thing sometimes when you are in the department.
But it was well
for the information. And I could see that
it was appreciated.
I will answer.
Yeah, Chair, thank you. My name is Fruitless. Yeah, it's good that he just give a little bit of a workshop, but I think it will be done at the RAL. What we know is only one thing. SABC. How many kilometers do you want to cover? Only how many kilometers? You have stated 780 kilometers. How many kilometers is what we want to know? How many kilometers? So that we will detect whether is it possible for that service provider and the internal staff to finish that job within this month. Just a kilometer to say the remaining kilometers is this one. You talk about the 10%. The report is talking about the 12%. You see, we need only the kilometers so that we will be able to understand that they will finish or they will not finish. Only that. So I think you will rectify. Otherwise, thank you for the explanation which you have given. But we want the kilometers and also the number of the intern employed as per conditions of DORA, because you must also tell us the project manager. When we come to the consequence management, we must specifically go to there. He has been running it for the past 5 years. He's leading the district municipalities, and when we come, the officials responsible, none. So that is what we wanted to know.
Will there be an answer? Honorable Mantatama Hassan, if I was not going to be accused of being the accounting officer, I was going to give these kilometers because they told us this morning. But I knew I was
How many left?
No, you told us that your target, and it was 4,458.
No, we're waiting for the process of responding.
No, but I could see, you are non-reactive because you're not going to answer it.
We're ready.
That was given in the morning. Yeah. No, it's fine, but tired, there's no excuse. We are all tired. Don't be like, there must not be like when two teams are playing and it rains. So when you are defeated, you say, but it was raining. As if it was only raining on you, while it was raining on both teams. So it is both teams
that one can't be an excuse.
So that is the and we are saying even the issues that he is raising of the interns, and remember the interns that caused the irregular expenditure was withdrawn. That term was withdrawn. The 24 were not appointed, so they were withdrawn. And but that question that how many interns do you need for and the project manager and all those questions still remain. So they should be provided. Let me see. I wanted to raise something. In fact, I was, but let me just raise it now. And I hope that and I know because we are given full report, audit report from the AGSA. These potential material irregularities that were identified in RAN. And not one, not two, not three. Have you checked? There are about 3 or 4, the potential, and I can see with the rate at which you are dealing with consequences management, this will be declared, and once they are declared being 3, and you are not doing anything. Remember, the AGSA has been given power by the amendment of the accounting authority is liable of these millions, and there are so many millions that can be declared here. So I'm just cautioning you as RAL to say, if you don't deal with this potential material irregularity identified by the AGSA, once declared, then there's going to be a challenge, and there are about 3. In other departments, you find that it's 1, it is resolved. We remember we have, in the department, we have got that one, Yale, is it Limana or what? And it has been resolved. It was only 1. Look at your entity here. About 3 irregular
expenditure
are coming your way. And as they are struggling to charge or to recover a person who just paid somebody wrongly, to deal with this one is a mountain. And you may be liable to pay these things. And you must know that AGSA does not have that thing that you have retired. When they recover, even if you are tired, even if you have resigned, they will recover these millions. So let's just put more effort on ensuring that these issues that were raised. Okay. So can we move to item number 6?
Yeah.
Who's taking it? Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. Page 36, question 6, underspending of the budget. Executing authority in paragraph 10 of the Auditor General's report, the AG reported that as disclosed in note 12, the entity underspent the budget by 231 million. On the the Rural Bridges Program grant. Question A, why did the accounting authority fail to spend the budget of 239,961 on the Rural Bridges Program? B, provide a detailed breakdown of where the underspent funds were originally allocated and provide reasons and the processes followed for the reallocation of the funds. C, who are the responsible officials? D, what actions have been taken against the responsible officials? E, what measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. This issue was raised, though it might not have clarified in detail, but there was an issue of Welisizwe rural bridge. So I'm going to open questions for clarity or for follow-up from members. Honorable Smart?
Yeah,
Honorable Abuja, is that your
yeah.
Honorable,
Can I start?
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just with, there are two slight things that I've noted, that the underspent was 239 million, and I get the understanding. But if I look at the damage report or the actual damages, it comes to 380 million rand in the annexure. So it would have, I mean, there are two things that comes to mind. How would you have dealt with the shortfall if you would have implemented? Because that's the one thing. And secondly, with the adjustment budget cycle, was there no argument that could have been made to redirect with good cause those funds to somewhere else? Was that an avenue that was pursued? And if yes, and what, where was it blocked or whatever? That's just my argument on, that's just my question on the underspent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mahocha, a member of Scopa. Chair, the report we got equally from AG with regards to this particular program is that, well, this money has been unspent, and therefore we know that we have arrangements with the Department of Defense so that they can implement this project on your behalf. But I think in this particular instance, the department never submitted any request to utilize this budget. Therefore, it is you that are close to the masses of our people on the ground. You know the need that our people have with regards to this particular program. So, I'm just just one simple question, Chair, that in such an instance whereby you see that the Department of Defense doesn't have any intention of utilizing this budget, what is it that you should do or you could do to ensure that you utilize this budget, or you encourage them to utilize this budget, because this budget is going to assist our people, more especially people that are in the villages, because they need these bridges so that they can be able to connect with the world. So I don't know what is it that, as an entity, what is it that you are doing? I'm sure it might not be the first time you encounter such a problem. But what is it that we are going to do? We can't fold our arms and say Department of Defense is not coming to the party, therefore the party is over. We must do something. Thanks very much, Chair.
Honorable Mantata Hassan.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. My name is Matlodi Caroline Mantata Masela. I'm going to deal with question 6. I've got a problem and I've got only 2 questions to ask. I note the intervention in Annexure 2 that the entity undertook with regard to Zwelisi Rural Bridges program. So were there no follow-up with the national department on the matter? I just want to know that if you had follow-up with the department. And then how many bridges were implemented by the entity in the province? We want to know how many bridges have you implemented in the province. As you know, that without bridges, if there are no entries through bridges from point A to point B, we are going to have a problem, especially when it comes to economy things. The economy won't, it won't rise. And if I can give an example, they said in Northwest, I'm sure many of you were there at Limpopo. They said in Northwest there was a project which was done by other people, which was it's Clover, and then it was done there because of roads which were not accessible. Then they ran away because of water and roads. So even if we don't have bridges, we are going to encounter problems concerning our economy, and our economy won't grow. So that is why I'm asking how many bridges were implemented by the entity and in our province. Where are the projects? We want to know where the bridges are. Just tell us where the bridges are, and then what is their status? Are they complete? Or is a road? So when it comes to bridges, how am I going to call them? Bermuda bridges? I don't know. So we just want to know their status, and if they're complete and handed over, which is on page 8. And number 2, Chairperson, why and how was this really Sizwe Rural Bridges program moved to LDPWRI, which is on page 38? Thank you very much. Just, brief us why those programs, that program where really Sizwe was, moved to LDPWR. National,
yeah, thank you very much.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chair, and greetings again to honorable members. Maybe through you, Chair, on Welisizwe, I'll request the HOD to respond to some of the questions before the chair of RAL, because it's true, even if you can see on the responses, Welisizwe, we have now moved it back to the department. DPWRI is the Department of Public Works and Infrastructure. So now we are the ones that are facilitating our implementation of Welisizwe, which we know very well that we are doing it with National Department of Public Works and also SANDAF. So let me, through you, Chair, request the HOD to respond to the questions when related to Welisizwe. But what I can assure honorable members is that there are some of the bridges that I know which were constructed and completed by SANDAF through Welisizwe. I remember last year I visited some of the projects in Waterberg, so there are those bridges that are there. Over to you, through you, HOD. Over to you, HOD.
No, thanks very much, Honorable MEC, the Honorable Chair, and the Honorable members. My name is Mekhanti Kukunzi. I'm the HOD for Public Works, Roads and Infrastructure. Just to maybe give the history around Welisizwe and acknowledge also that as the province will not really playing that active role, the Welisizwe is the project that is implemented between the Department of Defense and also the National Department of Public Works and Infrastructure, funded by the PRNG, Provincial road maintenance grant by the National Department of Transport. Just on implementation, just to then give that picture to the honorable members to say, we are then having around 4 departments, including the province, on the implementation of WSCs. But recently, and through the intervention of the honorable MEC, we were able to work with a team, national, and most unfortunately, we are not where we want to be as the province of Limpopo, because in all the bridges that we were envisaging to implement, mainly the project started in water. We are having 4 bridges that have reached practical completion. And that is given to the plans that were there, that is not even the drop into the ocean. Currently, what is happening is that the program has then now been taken to other districts. Let me say most of our districts, I think with Capricorn just taking a little bit behind, the project is going to be kickstarted in the other districts there. And just to give a picture to say, in 2023, we're planning 17 bridges. In 2024-25, we're planning another 17 bridges. And in 2025-26, we're planning 17 bridges. And in all this now, we're only talking about the 4 bridges. And what has been happening over the 3 financial years is that we've been then returning money back to National Department of Public Works. And in those, there's never been a rollover. We only received new allocations. In the current financial year, just to conclude, our budget was around 224 million. And we only transferred to National 56 million on the actual material that was delivered to the province. Because they give us the money, then they buy the material, and we return money back to them to pay for the material. So we're not really having that active role to play as the province. We have recently now paid back 174 million because from that 56 million that we have already paid, now last week also we paid 174 back to National because that also affects our spending as the province. And they wrote a letter to all provinces, fortunately, and we're one of the provinces which were affected. And we returned that money to them. And currently now, I think it's only when National Department of Transport is also gaining interest in terms of the work that has been done on the ground over the years. There's been an inspection meeting now that took place between provinces and also national, led by the Department of National Transport. And I think main contention is that this money must assist provinces with floods that we're currently experiencing. But for the fact that we don't have that direct control, the money will be here again in our budgets and we'll not be able to spend. Now it is back with National as we speak. That's just it. Thank you.
Thank you. No, thanks very much. Is there anything?
Honorable MEC, I was looking at the questions. It's like the HOD has dealt with all of them. the state of affairs.
Unless if there is follow-up.
Yeah, let's do this. State of affairs, how many are they, where are they? Yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson of the board and Chairperson MEC. Thank you very much. So question number, the next question is question number 7, I think. Yeah. Number 7, who can take?
No, let me take it, Chair. Thank you very much, Chair. Question 7, significant uncertainty. Executing authority, with reference to note 29 to the financial statements, the entity is the defendant in a number of lawsuits. The entities opposing the claims. The ultimate outcome of the matter could not be determined, and no provision for any liability that may result was made in the financial statements. A. How many lawsuits is the entity currently defending? Could the committee be provided with the stats of the lawsuits and cost breakdown? B. What measures have been put in place to reduce all cases that the entity is currently facing? C. Who are the responsible officials? D. What actions did the entity take against the responsible officials? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, MEC.
Thanks very much, Chair. Through you, allow me to request the Chair of the Board to respond to the question.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Through the MEC, can I request Mr. Liholi to respond to the question?
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Audit. I am the Executive Manager of M&E at Road Agency Limpopo. I'll immediately go to question A. And RAL is currently managing 38 exit litigation cases. And a total claim amount is 201 million. Whereas the estimated settlement amount stands at 167 million. We have given a detailed report at annexure number 3. On question B, we are leveraging the expertise of legal practitioners at the moment to defend against the lawsuits deemed unreasonable, and this will help us to mitigate against financial risks and ensure efficient management of the legal dispute. For the measures that we have taken, among them, the key ones are that we have introduced stricter penalty clauses for preferred contractors to ensure that project delays are minimized. And the other measure is that for especially accidents that happen at unmarked roads, there is now almost no tolerance, because we are instituting high visibility reflective signage to minimize the failure to warn, which are often used against us as an agency in arguments or by plaintiffs. And the other part is that we are applying stringent use of the general conditions of contract. The last one is that the assessment of road conditions will also assist, because if a pothole causes an accident, the route can defend itself by proving they had a reasonable inspection schedule in place. Now, Chair, on C and D that ask who are the responsible officials and the action taken against those officials, no officials were found legally responsible for the litigations in question. Chair, thank you very much. This is someone.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mabota.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mabota. I don't know, Chair. Here I'm conflicted.
No, you're allowed.
Because one, I think I must bring a lawsuit to RAL because my tires have been damaged. So, and I am sitting with a car, I'm fighting with my insurance because the roads, I want to give an example with D4250 from Appel Cross to Angwan.
Okay.
That road is a mess. Actually, we live from Molbaho, at least I see, I'm not sure whether it's you or it's Sandra, but there's been some measures to try and improve that road. But now, when you turn from Appel Cross going to Angwan, I think we have seen it, just taking legislature to the people. That road is bad, and it has been better for many years. And I know there are other roads like that that are damaging our motorist vehicles. And you see, it's just that maybe some of the people don't know that they could actually bring lawsuits to run for encountering similar problems like me. So we are saying that we want you guys to make it a point that a pothole can't stay forever and ever. Because if potholes start small and then they will expand and then the road will end up being damaged. So we are saying, please do your job. And we see here in your report, when they ask who are the responsible officials, there must be someone who's responsible of knowing that there are potholes in that particular area. Actually, all over the province. We can't teach a fish to swim. The fish must know how to swim. There must be someone who's responsible to know. We know in other areas, there are apps these days. We are in the sixth industrial revolution. There are apps. You just, when you pass somewhere, when you are on Waze, that app called Waze, you can put there or no, there is a pothole here. But in some municipalities, you can do that. Think Polokwane and JRA, you can do that. You report that there's a pothole here, then that pothole, you won't spend more than 4 days without that pothole being fixed. So next time, we don't want to see a situation whereby we are going to see that this claim is caused by poor road conditions. Next time when we meet, I'm telling you, because we are going to encourage people to bring this lawsuit against you. There are going to be more than 20, because it's your responsibility to fix this road networks. So, Chair, I just wanted to speak on that because my car has been seriously damaged from that temperature, taking legislature to the people, and then now recently when I went to visit some of my family members that side. So I'm humbly pleading with you, take your time, see, go and check that road, the D4250. And then next time, want to see the names of the responsible officials. Thanks.
And this thing you're responsible is very serious. Yeah, no, indeed, no responsible, our man. Since we started, no official responsible, no official thing. When there is somebody, when there is a legal claim from 2 former employees related to defamation of character, there must be somebody here. Where there is claims, where there are claims where roads were constructed on claimants' property without property, there must be somebody. You see, with the first one there, where I can accept that there will not be anybody responsible, is the first one. But on all these others, there's somebody in the office who was supposed to, either there was no action or there was action that resulted into this.
Okay.
So, maybe I guess nobody responsible. I mean, this is the most common phrase in this report. Honorable Master.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is still Matlodi Caroline. Chairperson, I'm also worried about the road, N1, from Vaterpoort to Musina. Hey. That road, I don't know what is it that is being done there. Yes, and RAL. Even if it's not RAL must push Sanral to fix that. I understand that it's not for RAL, but Sanral must be pushed by you. That the roads that we're using. N1 from Batakwar to Musena. Kimatata Fair.
Our little honorable.
Batoid.
I go later. Yes, I'm going to Sandra. Don't listen about the
Kwaba giving two lanes. You know, Chauya Kwan to Chauya Kwan. Marabo Musina will congested. It's a problem. Come on, get it taxi. Blockchain, but over. I think it's your duty to do so. Thank you.
Chair, there's many roads in the province that need to be serious attention. Many. If we started listing all of them, we won't finish. So can you move, Chair?
If it's you who are doing that diagram, Chair. Members, but it's fine. It's exactly, it's true. It's true because so let's just say, let's, where possible, where it is our road, let's fix them. To avoid these litigations. And let's have those people who are responsible for making sure that things are running according to procedure so that we avoid incurring this litigation. But the other thing is that you don't have a clear strategy to reduce those challenges. So please come up with a strategy to reduce the insignificant uncertainty. So can you go to the next question, which is question number 8? Who's taking it?
My name is Faithful. Question 8 is on the achievement of the direction of the paragraph 28 of the AGSA report. The AG report that some of the targets were not achieved. Why did the accounting authority fail to achieve the planned performance targets? B. Provide a list of unachieved targets with explanations for the deviations. C. Who are the responsible officials? D. What actions have been taken against the responsible officials? D. What measures has the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Thanks, Chair.
Okay. This is not here, Chairperson.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair. I will request through the Honorable MEC in absentia to request Mr. Liholi to come in and respond to the question.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Danny Liholi. I'm the Executive Manager of Monitoring and Evaluation at Roads Agency Limpopo. Question 1. On why did the Accounting Authority fail to achieve the planned performance targets? I'll dive straight into the highlight of the reasons that we provide in our response. One is that we were limited by the absence of assessment on the road condition by reps that we now have, and we also experienced poor performance of some of the contractors that led to incomplete bridges, two of them. And the inclement weather and excessive rainfall also contributed to the slow progress in the implementation of some of the projects. Lastly, there was also failure to enforce labor plans due to poor planning by contractors who were expected to have a higher intake of the number of in question B, we have provided as requested the list of the unachieved targets. On table at page 41, page 42, page 43, it ends at page 44. For questions C and D, I would wish to summarize jointly that with an addition that on C, the responsible officials, especially for the performance on the social targets, have been identified as the manager for Extended Public Works Program at RAL, which is Ms. D. Manale. And you would not, it's additional information, it's not there, it was in the summary of question 1. And the question number D, what action has been taken against the responsible officials? There's a written warning in annexure number 004. On question E, what measures has the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? There are monthly reports that are done by the relevant units that have been identified as underperforming, and also the quarterly reports are validated by the monitoring and evaluation division on a quarterly basis. That is the end of the summary.
Yeah, thank you very much. 66% and 100% budget. That is very serious. You exhausted the whole amount which was allocated for this program, but you only achieved 66%. So now we are no longer looking at those factors that you are highlighting that impacted on the achievement. But we are saying if maybe the budget that you have spent could have been 70 to 75, would agree. But you spend the whole, now it shows that the budget was depleted, and that is why you could not go beyond 12 projects. That I just wanted to highlight that there are some challenges. Honorable.
Yeah. Chair, I just want to understand something. This RAMS system, I see in your response on this table, I just want to understand if the RAM system is not, if the RAMS, is it the system? Yeah, RAM system is not done doing what it's supposed to do. I think it's a system that you use to check your route.
Yes. Yes.
So, if the system is not in order, does it mean that you are not going to be able to spend in terms of, I don't know, whether rehabilitating and constructing gravel to tar surface networks, or what? Or is it possible that you can still continue doing the normal day-to-day business of your entity, even though the system is not there? So I just need to get that distinction, because from what I've just read here, I can see you read. Now I just thought maybe it's just some system that you just need to have. But if it's a system that is going to prevent you from exercising certain functions, then it seems like we might be looking at a very bigger problem. So, Chair, I wanted to raise my hand when the presenter from the entity was speaking, because he is reading something that we don't have. He was making reference to some officials that must be dealt with, but here we don't have anything of that nature. So we would like to humbly plead with the presenter that can you please read what we can all follow, because when you read something and then we don't read the same thing, then we are lost. So please come back to us. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Machete.
No, thanks very much. My name is Machete, member of this committee. I will also ask question in relation to the matter under discussion with reference to page 42, 43, and 44. Okay. Who is the contractor that the entity is terminating with regard to poor performance on the T1175 bridge? Where is the bridge? What is its current status? What are the financial implications of the terminations? Are there no potential unrest due to non-payment of workers and subcontractors on this project? Where is the T1268 bridge? Is it reasonable for the project to be completed during March 2026 when it is currently 50% complete? Which regraveling projects were rejected by communities? Were there service providers appointed for those projects? What is the status of the appointment and the roles? Lastly, what is the total value of the work opportunities that were created during the implementation of Program 2? Roads construction, how many community members from the designated groups benefited from these activities? What recourse does the agency have if a contractor does not adhere to the labor plans? Please comment on the delayed payments. How have this affected the workers, subcontractors, and overall performance and sustainability of contractors? How many projects were put on hold as a result of non-payment? Which projects are these? Where are they? What is the current situation on this project? Who is responsible for all this? Thanks very much.
Thank you. And on the very same issue that you have raised of labor plan, and I want to relate it with question D and E, where they say there's no action that was taken because there's no individual identified. The reason why the target was not achieved here, you yourself, you are saying you have not paid the contractor on time, so that the contractor can report within a reasonable time or within a particular quarter for you to report. Delayed payments to contractors affected the submission of the reports by contractors. Meaning, if you would have paid the contractor on time, the reporting was going to be fine, and maybe the target would be higher than 66. But you contributed to this decline. But you are saying no one is responsible. The person who was supposed to pay within the 30 days and did not pay is the one who is responsible, who caused you not to achieve the target. So some of these answers that you just write and leave them just like that, and later you contradict yourself, even not aware. So is the RAL that is responsible, and in particular the official who is paying the members? Yeah, and this is really it shows very serious internal control deficiencies, very, very serious. Lack of consequence management is zero. No internal control, zero. And if they can focus on these issues,
there's no way that RAL could not perform. But they're just leaving the entity to be on an autopilot. Nobody's taking responsibility. Nobody's doing anything. So I think that the concerns that were raised and questions, if you can respond to them.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chair, and greetings to honorable members. Through you, Chair, allow me to request the board chair to respond to the question.
Thanks very much, Honorable MEC and the Chair and the honorable members. We will agree or suggest the same approach. Since we started with the hearing, the issue of consequence management came up very, very sharply. We will take this matter very, very seriously. That part of the packages in terms of the issues that need to be responded to, we will look at where areas where we have people who did not attend to certain responsibility, that they take responsibility as such. So we agree, Honorable Chair. The issue of 65% of the work being done when the whole budget is finished, it's a concern. We are equally concerned. I think it's a matter of monitoring and evaluation. The issue that from the side of the board, we're starting to look at this particular very, very closely. So that it must not happen again. That's why we also have an instance of one project where a project was even said to be complete to an extent that even the retention amount was even paid. So all we're saying is we agree it's one weakness, Honorable Chair, that we will attend to very, very closely. We have terminated contractors in the past who did not perform. And there is evidence in that regard. If a contractor is not performing in terms of the service level agreement, we terminate. But we try to follow all the due processes so that we are able to avoid unnecessary lawsuit. Through the MEC, I'm now handing over to the CEO and relevant officials to attend to some specific technical issues as it relates to some projects which were mentioned and their status through MEC. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, through MEC, and once again greetings to Chairperson and to honorable members. I am Makita Chisan. I'm going to try and give 3 officials to respond to, especially when it comes to the projects T1175, the bridge, and T1268. I will ask Mr. Mkhala, who is the head of engineering, or Mr. Khomiswana, one of them should answer to this. Then, with regard to the question raised by Honorable Mabocha, I would give Mr. Tulsi again, so that he can just explain briefly the importance of RAMS vis-a-vis how it affects how we operate. Because if we don't adhere to that, there's a big chance that we might lose funding, especially with regards to DORA. So I'll ask them to follow one after the other. Maybe let's start with Kishan and then it will follow Mr. Mkhala.
Good afternoon, Chairperson, honorable members. Briefly.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. It's Kishan Tulsi, General Manager, Planning and Design. The RAM system, it's funded through the PRMG. If we do not collect condition data and we don't produce our report to National Department of Transport, they then write a letter to the province to say withhold PRMG funding. So if we don't produce that report and give it to them, it basically stops all funding to the province, and then we cannot do our work. So that's how it works. Okay. Thank you.
That was brief.
That was brief.
Thank you very much.
Not on my workshop.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chairperson, MEC, members, Chairperson of the board. My name is Mushu Mukhal. I'm the Executive Manager for Engineering for RAL. I'm going to respond on the two projects that was raised by Honorable Machete. T11775 and T1268, Chairperson. It happened to belong to one contractor. The name of the contractor is Dwellers. So on 1175 is Mutodi Bridge, where the Honorable MEC of Sports, Arts and Culture is staying. They failed to perform, and we initiated all the processes of following the contract for poor performance, and we end up writing a letter that's supposed to be signed by the office of the CEO. We'll issue out a termination letter for these projects. And indeed, yes, there were problems of non-payment of workers and SMMEs on these projects. Hence, we are taking the legal action. When we're supposed also to take the similar action on 1268, which is in Vapalavorwa municipality around Makushani, then the same contractor has appointed a well-capacitated, the bridge subcontractor, who is performing very well, and we are satisfied on these projects. That's why currently is on 50%. There were some delays due to floods in Vapalavorwa, but we are happy because the bridge structures managed to withhold the floods that happened in that area. So that's why they are currently progressing. Thank you.
Over to you, Chair.
I think the third one, or there were only two.
Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Mkhala covered both of them.
Okay, right, that's fine. Is there any follow-up on the issue? Okay, Honorable Mahmoud.
Yeah, Chair. It's a brief one. I just want to understand, how long does it take you to terminate a poor performing contract? Because there is a T0979. It's a contract of 2021 with a planned completion of 2021. But we are told that the status of the project, its termination process from 2021 until today. So there is another one of Bariki. Yeah, actually, let me just give an example with this one already. What is it? What is the turnaround time in terms of you taking a decision that this person was supposed to finish in 2021? It's now 2026. We have to terminate him because it's not performing. So I just want to understand, so that next year when you come here and you give us the same response that you give us in 2026 and 2027, we're going to have a problem. I think we're going to knock off at 10. So today at least we might knock off at 9. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. Yeah, is there any clarity on the question?
Yeah, no, thanks through you, Chair. Over to you.
Yeah, through MC, can I request the CEO to deal with the question?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Through you, Honorable MEC. Chairperson, with regard to the termination of non-performing contractors, we have taken a stand that anybody, we don't care who belongs where and with who at what point, anybody that is not giving us what we have agreed in terms of the GCC, number one. 2, contract, we terminate. Ever since August 2024 up to now, I think we have terminated about 3 or 4 contractors who have not been performing. So this one, the 979, is one of those stalled projects. We have taken a decision that all stalled projects, we remove everybody, including our own project manager. Everybody, we start anew. We get a new engineer, we get a new contractor, we get a new sub-consultants with your environmental training, everything. So we start anew, and then we give this person an opportunity to say, go there and show us that you are able to perform and rescue this situation. Because if you are correct to say it has been stalled, it has been going on since 2021. It's a long time that you can implement, and it's creating a problem for us. Hence what I said earlier, that it causes irregular expenditure, not only for ourselves, but even for the other departments. So it's something that we are busy working on, but we are positive that in the next coming financial year, majority of those that we would have finished. Currently, what we are busy with, we have written a memo. The memo is with the CFO, who has guaranteed that he will approve it before the end of this month, so that we can be in a position to appoint the consultants, and then we move forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
No, I think we
are fine.
I'm fine, yeah.
All right. If you are fine, thank you. Can you move to item number 9, question number 9?
Yes.
Maybe before you read the questions, the chairperson of the committee went out together with Honorable They are having a meeting for public admin. I'm part of that. I was supposed to be part of that meeting, and then 4 of us are here.
Yeah.
So I said, no,
you are released.
I will release 2, and then we'll remain with 2, so that that meeting also will take place, because they are preparing for the public hearings. So don't be surprised if there are 4 of us. If I keep them here, that meeting will not even be there, because they need to.
I thought you are also going to the meeting.
To the meeting? No, it's fine. I can delegate.
You go with town,
No, I delegated that side. So I made here. Yeah, can we go through question number 9?
Well, thanks very much, Chair. My name is Macheto Pes, member of this committee. There's question 9 on material misstatements. Executive authority in paragraph 29 of the AG's report. The AG has identified material misstatements in the annual performance report submitted for auditing. These misstatements were in the reported performance information for roads, infrastructure. Management did not correct all the misstatements, and the AG reported material findings in this regard. 9A, why did the accounting authority fail to correct the material misstatements in the reported performance information for roads infrastructure? 9B, who are the responsible officials? 9C, what actions did the accounting authority take against the responsible officials? 9D, what measures have been put in place to prevent the recurrence of the anomaly? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Missy.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chair and honorable members. Through you, Chair, allow me to request the Chair of the Board to respond to the questions as raised by Honorable Machado.
Thanks very much, Honorable MEC and honorable members. Through the Honorable MEC, can I request the CEO, Mr. Liholi, to respond to question 9.
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Daniel Bodi. I'm the Executive Manager for Monitoring Evaluation at Audit. I'll go straight to question 9A, the response, where we are acknowledging the areas of misstatement. First indicator 2.9 was erroneously recorded in the annual performance plan, whereas the other 3 indicators had material misstatements in the annual report. And this was as a result of inadequate record keeping of supporting documents that are required to justify the reported performance. The responsible officials, the Executive Manager of Strategy Performance Monitoring and Evaluation Unit, who facilitates the crafting of the targets for the various unit heads, has since resigned officially in September 2024. And for the material misstatements for performance, Ms. Manale was identified, who is the manager in the contracted development unit. The actions that have been taken is that for the Executive Manager of Strategy, Performance and Monitoring and Evaluation Unit that has resigned, there was no action taken, as the error was observed after the responsible official had resigned. For the misstatements, a written warning was issued to Ms. Manale, that is Annex 2004. And the measures that have been put in place to prevent this to happen in the future was firstly that the unit heads report every quarter and are expected to support their reports with verified portfolio evidence. And secondly, these are validated and the information is validated by subjecting to rigorous verification process. Lastly, the vacancy of the Executive Manager of Strategy, Performance, Monitoring and Evaluation Unit was filled in December 2025, and we hope that this will increase the capacity and leadership in the unit. That's the end of the summary. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Over to you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Honorable Majomani, Ombudsman.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Asnat Majomani, the member of this committee. Chairperson, my question is just based on this question 9. I just want to know that why is the responsibility for material misstatements on reported performance a proportion for the former executive manager and Mrs. D. Manal, when there is an acknowledgement that development of performance target is an inclusive and collective responsibility for all officials. Is this fair to Mrs. D. Manali, as we referred to page 45 to 46? I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mauta.
Thank you very much, Chair. My name is Thabo Mahota, a member of Scopa. Chair, number 1 is that for a second I thought the person that's reading is the one that's going to tell us now as responsible, because when he introduced himself, he said he's the executive manager of strategy. I was like, yeah, now we're going to see. So I saw he was appointed in 2025. But Chair, if you can check on this explanation on the responsible officials responsible for this mix-up. It's the executive that has since resigned. I don't understand why if maybe we can get a better understanding why should Miss Manale, who is a manager, also take also get a process together with the executive manager. Whereas is the executive manager who was supposed to be the one that's responsible for this a particular setback. Now, Chair, the other thing is that I'm not sure about these public entities, but I know that when someone is infringed the law in a department and then he decides to terminate his services within a department and then he goes to another department elsewhere, maybe even outside of the province or at national, whereas they are pending consequences against him. There must be a letter that follows that person wherever he's going. So now, when you look at RAL, once a person resigns, it ends there. So I just need to understand the MEC. Or if you run to someone is fingered in a certain irregularity, he decides to know, this one wants to charge me, I have messed up here. Then he resigns, he go and works at Public Works, and then there's nothing we can do to that particular person. Because what we are supposed to be told is that no, it's Mr. Mabocha. Now Mr. Mabocha is working for, was the executive manager of strategy in RAL, but now we've identified, or is now working somewhere there in Blueberg municipality. We've written to the municipal manager of Blueberg municipality that this person must be processed. He has committed 1, 2, and 3. Please assist us. So I just want to understand that. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Pedro. Is there any other question?
Chairperson, I was somewhat covered. I just wanted to understand, when was it picked up within the APP? Because it says the error of the performance indicator was observed during the year-end audit and could not be corrected nor amended. Because once we submitted a APP and there are certain changes within the APP, there's a time period that one can correct sometimes the APP. You know, you can resubmit a APP. I'm just trying to understand the timing, you know, how that we did miss it. And yeah, it seems that for a very soft violation, one gets a written warning, and for some very serious, fruitless, wasteful, money wasted, money taking for drinks, going with the chairperson somewhere, you don't even get a warning. No, I'm just saying, because there's some very serious. Okay, maybe I must say, on fruitless and wasteful expenditure, on irregular expenditure, no written warnings. But on something of this nature, a written warning, I would argue that one sometimes in labor expressions, you call in, there's reasonable understanding, you deal with it. I'm just trying to understand. It seems that there's a vindictive oversight role that was played in this press, you know, in this case, and I'm just trying to understand. So the question's short: why written warnings here, and why no written warnings on unwanted expenditure?
Yeah, thank you, honourable members. Indeed, this is the first, we are on item number 9. It's the first time when somebody is held accountable. And if you look at the issues compared to those which were passed, indeed, would expect to at least something was supposed to be done with other questions and other issues. Even though this one is also if it's worth discipline, it should happen. But we are saying
why did you leave the bigger ones and start with the small one? So that's the question. But generally, let me see, there is no consequence management in this entity. There is nothing at all. So if you can.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chair, and through you, I think the issue of consequence management, it has been a song of the day, which I think all of us now we are aligned, and that is why even when there is a lash here, according to Honorable Smale, it's not enough, but we accept that we need to strengthen our systems. On the issue raised by Honorable Mavuja, I think that the issue that is raising is very much serious, which I think it cut across, not only in the entity and the department, even in the municipalities. But from Amsterdam, I think that there's a bill that they are busy with at Parliament to can then be able to deal with that. The issue of someone Adiremola Atumo go to another department, I think that is a thorny issue that we seriously need to look at. So that is why I think there's something that is happening now, because AG have been raising this issue that Tony is found guilty here, or is found that there are allegations, then he ran away, and then is hired somewhere, even given a big responsibility. So we know that, and I think something will be done so that even when we implement some of the decisions, we are not found wanting legally. Through you, Chair, allow me to request the Chair of the board to respond to some of the questions. Chair.
Thanks very much, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chair, and the members. Can I, through the MEC, request CEO, CFO to deal with the issues that have been raised?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Through you, Honorable MEC, Chairperson. Just a comment on the unfairness that was raised by honorable members with regard to the action taken. Maybe just to reiterate, as soon as the audit, the forensic investigation is complete, there's going to be a lot of consequence management that is going to follow. Maybe because sometimes you need tangible evidence to be in a position to corroborate your actions. It is important to have that so that you are able to play it safe and not go through the CCMA as we are supposed to be going there on a regular basis. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Are you done?
Yeah, we are.
I think you are playing too much safe. Yeah, that playing safe is exaggerated. Because I think it's very, when you are raising a very critical point that investigation is very critical, and that is a requirement in terms of dealing with the regular expenditure. You have to investigate, and then where you will have evidence that somebody has done something wrong, then you institute consequence management.
Yeah.
But there are cases where somebody paid a person who is no longer working in the department. That one, does it need any investigation? Because it's me that who is pressing enter for payment, unless if you are saying you are suspecting fraud or something. But you have the first person where you have to investigate yourself. So there are cases where they are just obvious that indeed you did this, maybe because of lack of knowledge, because of a mistake, and because of negligence, or one of those. And that, when you interact with an employee, will be able to detect that indeed this negligence was foreseeable and is preventable. Then you can take action. There are those you don't take action, which does not need
investigation, especially external investigation. And there are those which just need the investigation of the labor officers within the department. They can quickly check information and proceed with consequence management. But thanks for that response. If we are satisfied, can we go to question number 10?
Thank you, Honourable Chair. Question 10 deals with procurement and contract management for the financial years 2021-22. I'm not going to read everything as trying to limit some of the conversation. But the direct questions: why were some goods and services procured without obtaining at least 3 written quotations as required by Treasury Regulation 16A-61 and paragraph 3.2.1 of the Supply Chain Management Instruction Note 2 of 21-22? B, why was the competitive bidding process not followed for goods and services with transaction value above 1 million rand as required by legislation? C, why were these deviations approved by the accounting authority despite it being practical to invite bids, which is a violation of Treasury Regulation 16A-61, paragraph 3.31 of National Treasury Instruction Note 02 of 21-22, paragraph 4.1 of NTI 03 of 21-22 and Treasury Regulation 16A-64. D, why were some of the tenders that achieved the minimum qualifications called functionality criteria not evaluated further in accordance with 2017 Preferential Procurement Regulation 57? E, did the entity disclose the irregularity expenditure in their books for the period under review? If not, kindly provide the committee with justifiable reasons. F, who are the responsible officials? G, what actions have been taken against the responsible officials? H, what measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? And I, what actions did the executing authority take against the accounting authority for approving deviations in violations of Treasury Regulation 16A-61? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Let me see.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Through you, I request that you allow me to ask the Chair of the Board. Thanks. My name is Thank you, President. My name is Audit. I am Executive Manager for M&E at Audit. That this was due to the urgent and sensitive nature of the investigation. The entity was unable to follow the standard process of obtaining 3 written price quotations, and instead 2 quotations were obtained to expedite the appointment and ensure that the investigation could commence without any further delays. Question C, or why these deviations were approved. I'd like to go into the individual cases and just highlight case by case. The full travel that is on page 48. The procurement request was submitted late by the user department and therefore creating the agency for travel and accommodation. And with the dispute settlement, the deviation was approved due to confidentiality concerns as the SEM officials were involved in the matter. time constraints relating to the service that they had to render. Those are the highlights for question C, the response. Question D, why were some of the tenders that achieved the minimum qualifying score for functionality criteria not evaluated further in accordance with the regulations? This is quite a long response. I hope that I'll do justice by picking the highlight here. And it is that the allocation of work to panel contractors did not consistently consider price and preference points as required, and the process was not supported by adequate documentation and justification. And it is this approach that resulted in appointments that do not comply with the regulation of the preferential procurement regulations of 2017. On question E, whether the entity disclosed this irregular expenditure in their books. Yes, is the response, and it was disclosed, and not yet known as is in the annual report, page 97 of 2024-2025. And F, the responsible officials are tabled. That table for each of the incidents that are mentioned, that is Makina Travel, so dispute settlement, and question G, looking at what actions have been taken against the responsible officials. There was no action while the investigations are underway. Question H, also another long response. I hope that I'll do justice by picking the correct summary. What measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the recurrence of this anomaly? Firstly, mandatory further evaluation on price and preference points has been enforced for all contractors. And secondly, to address the unjustified deviations, end users have been formally directed to plan procurement activities timely. And lastly, oversight and monitoring controls have been strengthened to ensure that all panel applications and procurement decisions are properly justified. On question I, what actions did the executive authority take? The executive authority is aware that the accounting authority has authorized an intensive investigation that is to be completed, and I need to read that text in consistence with what we've been reporting, that the completion is expected to be at the end of March 2026, of which the outcome will be able to allow the accounting authority to take appropriate action as well as the authority. Thank you, Chair. That is the end of the summary.
Yeah, thank you very much for question 10. And just want to check if there are questions for follow-up from members. Yes, I can see. But I'm noting Honorable Scopa. Yes. Roja, Machete, Honorable Smiley, and Honorable. But before you start, I just want to raise this thing because I'm going to forget. You are citing that there was very serious information to deal with. If we can be favored by how sensitive was the information, what was the information about? And it also reminded me of some issue that I wanted to raise in the previous questions about the SIU report. One SIU report has been finalized and is with the Premier. And the other SIU report, you said
the SIU requested to do the final touches, if I remember very well. And the other report, when our staff were communicating to say, you are referring to the SIU report and it's not here. The response was to say, we can't give you that because it's a sensitive report. So it means the issue of sensitive information is taken very seriously in your intake. But as long as SIU report has finalized the finding everything and even concluded, that report now is for public consumption. It can, as long as the president has okayed it and then reported to the relevant people in the province, they report after conclusion. They report to the premier first, because we can't have opportunity to see it before the premier. Nationally, we can't see it before the president, but it is not. It's no longer sensitive because it can be for a public consumption. That is why you will also see Mr. Hanyao on TV talking about the very same report to show that it is no longer sensitive. So just wanted to clarify that the other SIU report, I was trying to check it on the list of those proclaimed cases with the SIU. We only have that one which is finalized, which I believe is the one which is with the premium. But that other one that you have prepared is not there on the listed proclaimed cases. But I was triggered by the overuse of sensitive information, and I'm saying, how sensitive is this information where you can it may even cause you a finding. So that's my concern. Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Chair, and good evening. Mine is also in line with what you just raised with regards to the sensitivity of the investigation. On page 47, the statement that says the procurement in question related to the appointment of external legal practitioners to assist in the investigation of a specific matter. To seek clarity on that specific matter that we are talking about. On the next paragraph, on the approved panel of attorneys, how many are these attorneys in that panel, and why are we saying they are conflicted, therefore they can't participate in the investigation? But also, what led to the treasury regulations being violated? What were the circumstances there? What was happening? And who are the responsible officials for this particular matter? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, I just want to add on what Honourable Scopa said. Chair, the law is the law, and any law and conduct that is inconsistent with the law is null and void. So, you have a law, a treasury regulation, that this is what you must do when you want to obtain a particular service. You have appointed your own panel that you said is going to assist you when you've got certain issues that you want to deal with. Now, one thing that I know about attorneys, they are creatures of instruction. So, I don't understand how the NTT got to make that determination that these people are all conflicted. Because there must be something, they have to be compelling reasons why they came to that particular decision. Now, all these people are conflicted. Now, I thought that maybe the department, you see, when they were explaining to us about Makina and what, they would also mention this one, Mukwele attorneys. The reason we are saying is conflicted is because we are also investigating Mukwele or how were you appointed and stuff. And then the other issue is that we are told that the department deviated. I'm wondering, because I know that National Treasurer said that all government entities and departments must follow CSD. Then on that CSD, you just get people there, and then you give them those instructions. Now, the department, the entity, utilized 2 service providers, whereas the norm is that you have to use 3 service providers. And then they are also making a justification here that the payments thereof did not exceed more than 1 million, which to me doesn't carry any substance. Yeah. So, Chair, I just need the entity to clarify me, or how did they get to that determination? And then the other thing, actually they must just clarify me on this one. And then I just need to understand, how old is this thing? How old is this How old is this matter? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is a chairperson member of this committee. Just on question 10D. I hold a view that it has not been responded to. I will not cite what it means. We can all read the question 10D. What is presented as a response is in fact a narration of what happened and not why it had happened. Please just comment. And I said it's a view. The other question relates to, which is on page 50. In the current financial year, does the agency have a panel of contractors for roads construction? How are they allocated projects? How many were allocated projects? What is the total cost involved? Provide a copy of the appointed contractors. Lastly, who is conducting investigation refers to on page 51. What is being investigated? When did the investigation start? And what is the expected conclusion date? So on the questions are on basically on I mean the feeder to the questions are basically on page 50 and page 51.
Thank you, Chairperson. When we deal with not being able to deal with 3 quotations, and I want to put it on record that RAL is a serious offender or a repeat offender of doing that. And I will refer to you to your Samba Solutions report. And on page 8, you did 30 million rand of contracts, or to the amount of 73 actual bidding contracts that you allowed for not going 3 quotations. Repeat offender. So I want to come to the point of accountability, written warning, soft. Now we come to here. But in that Samba report, you did not mind to put the names of 2 attorneys, Vervreem Attorneys and Nzondo Kuhene Musia Incorporated. So you were not shy to mention them here. But now we get to question 10. And for some reason, you can't put the name of people, you can't put the tender document, or you can't make strict reference to tender number XYZ or that you are making mention. Who are you trying to protect here? Why are we throwing other attorneys and other people's names under the bus here in this report, but you can't refer to them here? You have got to be able to explain that. And even if a case is sub judice, you can still refer to tender number ABC under investigation sub judice. And if it's the SIU and it's completed, why haven't you done it? Why can't you make reference to that? It means that you are shielding people against others. You are not transparent in your reporting here. Honorable MEC, your team is not transparent, because I'm looking here at this big file. Names, people, companies, not one, not 10, 100. But we can't do it here. It is unacceptable, and I expect that MEC, that a detailed mention of reporting to who's responsible, that it finds this committee, that you make reference to it and that it comes in a written form so that we can have that page. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Nyampungure.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Nyampungure. My question is related to page 52 at the last paragraph, which says, lastly, oversight and monitoring controls have been strengthened to ensure that all panel allocations and procurement decisions are properly justified, fully documented, and subject to independent compliance review before approval. Therefore, my question is, who is conducting independent compliance review at panel allocations and procurement decisions before approval? And the second one is now also related to what other honorable have said in page 53, J. The question is, what action did the executive authority take against the accounting authority for approving diversions in violation of Treasury Regulations 16A 6.1? And then there is a narrative there which I don't think is relevant. But my question is, when was the investigation referred to on question 10J authorized? And what is being investigated? Because the accounting authority has just done those diversions. And who is investigating? Who is being investigated? I mean, this is just a straightforward, we don't want to shield the accounting authority. So the executive authority has to take a consequence management there on the big fish now, not on the junior staff. So that's my question. And also, lastly, in Annexure 6, although maybe it's having been touched, is between the executive authority and the accounting authority, who must sign the warning and matters, as indicated in Annex 6. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As you are going to answer the questions from honorable members, please also indicate how you deal with this sensitive information. Because I agree that there will be officials who are appointing those without following, because there is sensitive information. How do you deal with those officials who are handling the sensitive? Do they fill the indemnity forms or whatever, and how do you make sure that it remains sensitive? Because and we understand the sensitivity of the matter. What is so sensitive that it could, like I've indicated, it even cause you to not to comply with the law?
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair. Through you, allow me to request the Chair of the Board to respond to the question.
Thank you, Honorable MEC, Honorable Chair, and the Honorable Members. My name is Moses Tseli, the Chairperson of the Board. Just to start with the issue of the SIU report. The implementation report of the SIU remains work in progress. When I was appointed the accounting authority then, some few weeks after the appointment, the presidency requested a report on what is it that the agency is doing in implementing the SIU report. The report was, that communique was directed to Mr. Tseli. It was copied to the MEC. It was also copied to the Premier. The directive was very clear to say whoever want to access that report must come through the presidency. I'm saying it's work in progress in the fact that, in the sense that not everything that is in that report has been implemented. They are still waiting for a follow-up implementation report with regard to how certain things have been handled. We don't have a problem, Honorable MEC, to share the work that we have done in that respect. But the report itself, the directive was very clear to say whichever body wants the report must come through the presidency. So I just thought I must just clear that one. The rest of the issues that have been raised, I'm going to, through the MEC, I'm going to request the CEO to try and clarify the issues that have been raised over and above what I have clarified. CEO.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Through you, Honorable MEC, and the Chairperson of the committee as well as the members, I'm going to try and quickly go through the questions as raised by the honorable members. Let me start with Honorable Sopel for the legal firms for a specific matter. When you have a panel of law firms, the process that we normally do as RAL, and which is what we introduced now, we said, irrespective of the number of cases that we have, well, because the law firms are regulated by, there's a rate. So it is easy to pick from the law firms just to say there is a matter that we want you to attend to. We don't have to go to different, because there's a rate in terms of seniority. That's how lawyers charge. Senior counsel is different from your ordinary advocate. So it is different in this regard. So maybe just to put it on record is that the panel of attorney that we had came to an end in the past couple of months, and we were busy with the evaluation, and but we will then update the committee in the next meeting with regard to the new panel, considering the number of potential claims, especially with these MVA claims. We want to try and avoid not going to court, but to settle before, because some of them, as Honorable Maweja indicated, that his tires have been dealt with by the potholes. So maybe we need to first engage the person to give us a quotation to fit similar tires, and then be able to settle those, so that we reduce the number of matters that would go to court unnecessarily, and then we find that we are supposed to pay for legal fees. Ultimately, we'll have to apply for the costs later. But that is why I can't give you, Honorable Scopa, the number of attorneys that are on the panel. Before it was 20, it might go up, depending on what we are going to be looking at, what will serve us best. It might go up. Honorable Maweja asked about the deviation. Deviation normally, I don't want to answer on behalf of the former CEO. I see my name appears there. I want to answer for myself. The reason why we deviated was that when I was approached, I was told that the venue had already been pre-booked and paid for. And there was a limited time for us to make a decision. If you don't come on a specific date, then you lose the money that you already paid for the venue, for the wellness. And if you consider that we are 86 in number or 94, now the number has gone up with all the appointments that we have made. It means then we are losing, if you have booked the place, you are losing the venue and the food that you have paid for that day. So hence the deviation from my side. But what one would want to maybe highlight is that in most instances, if you are an accrediting authority, you want to act within the bounds of the law. And you don't necessarily want to go out there and say, I'm going to do it anyway because I'm the boss. No, it doesn't work like that. Because when you are going to be answering to the AG, you are putting your staff in danger of having to explain too many things. So it is important to put systems in place. Fortunately, in my other life before, I headed for a couple of months the supply chain unit. I know the processes, and which is what I'm encouraging our supply chain management unit to say, rather not deliver on time, but follow the process. Do you understand what I'm coming from? Rather not deliver on time, but follow the process. Because once you follow the process, half of your problems are out of the window. So I'd rather take long for me to achieve what I want to achieve, but I should have followed the process, so that when I'm being audited, everything of mine is above board, and nobody's going to complain. Yeah. The issue with regard to, as I close, the issue with regard to the names of the companies that are not in the report, Honorable Small, we'll package that as part of the responses to the resolutions of this committee. We are noting, and I've asked this team that I'm with today to say, let's write everything down, and then let's respond accordingly. In as much as I said earlier that I have put a specific individual to collect all the information, so that information should not be haphazardly coming from all sectors. It must come in so that we are able to manage how that information is disseminated or is taken out of RAL. Yes, we have gone into having individuals sign documents that they will not disclose information that is going to go out. It is unfortunate that some of the information, even just last week, information was taken out of RAL. So we're still going to investigate, and it will be important to note that it hasn't been it hasn't been as normal as things one would presume. It's a bit difficult, but it's something that we're overcoming, hopefully with whatever measures that we are putting in place, and with what is going to happen immediately after getting the report from the forensic investigators. Ons gaan bietjie veg.
I'm looking forward to the first fight.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Over to you, Chair.
Thank you. Is there to follow up?
Just a small one. I just want to understand, let me see, when you were choosing the team that was coming, that was accompanying you today, why did you choose the boys' choir?
It's question number 12.
No, it's a follow-up.
With following the listening to the responses, I wasn't sure if I heard right in the beginning that I know that there's forensic investigation, but the SIU report that was completed, some action was already in process. Some. It's important for us to understand, maybe not now, but maybe in your written response, because if the SIU says these are the 10 things you must doing and I'm doing 4, why not all 10? Or what's happening to the 6 without having a complete oversight over what should be done and what is still happening. So I would ask that if you are responding to us in written format at some point, maybe you can just explain a little bit broader in that space. Thank you, Chair.
No, that's fine.
Yes, it's true, MEC, that because I remember the explanation of the SIU report that is saying now. It was said last year, and we said it is maybe because it is not concluded. Because once it's concluded, it's here online. The very same SIU report that you say must go to the president and ask is here online. So with the SIU and other investigations, they are for public consumption. So, but what may be because it's a volume or you are reluctant to duplicate it, you can even have summarized it to say you are here, implemented what maybe 4 out of 10, like you said. But as for sensitivity, in public service, that's why they are saying it is public service. It's an entity which serves the public. The public is a democracy. You can say we're still dealing with this issue. We cannot maybe take it out because it may compromise the investigation. But once you are done with it, there's no longer sensitive. So, yeah, but I think they were just or maybe let me just give you. If this is something that you want to answer, raised by the but I felt this is just.
Through Honorable MEC, when I responded earlier, I didn't respond to Honorable Machete's the 2-3 questions. My apologies, Honorable Machete. We will correct that number 10D as requested, Honorable Machete. Indeed, Honorable Machete, we have got a panel of contractors and a panel of engineers. The panel started running in 2025, and I think it's going to end 2025. It's going to end in 2028. Yeah, three-year panel. we will provide a copy as requested on page 50 and 51 as well, that which you requested, Honorable Martin. Thank you very much.
It's a report. It's a report.
Okay, no, I was still checking because members are proposing that we deal with 11 and 12 together because it is with regard to the reports.
Yes.
So I still checking, but if you're sure we can deal with it, then there's no problem. So can we go to number 11?
Thank you, Secretary. My name is Honorable PC. Question 11, annual financial statement and annual report. Executing authority in paragraph 37 of the AG South Africa report, the AG has reported that the financial statements submitted for auditing were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework and or supported by full and proper records as required by section 55(1)(b) of the PFMA. Question A, why did the accounting authority submit financial statements for auditing that were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework as required by section 55(1)(b) of the PFMA? B, in page 55, who are the responsible officials? C, what action did the accounting authority take against the responsible officials? D, in page 56, what measures did the accounting authority put in place to prevent the occurrence of the anomaly? Question E, page 58. What actions did the executive authority take against the accounting authority for approving submissions of annual financial statements that were not prepared in accordance with the prescribed financial reporting framework as required by section 55(1)(b) of the PFMA? Question 12, other reports. Direct the question. Provide the committee with an update on the SIU investigation progress report. B, in page 16, provide the committee with the progress report of the investigation by the BDOSA and the progress report on the implementation plan. C, provide the committee with the outcome of the investigation of irregular expenditure and the proof that the Treasury has condoned the expenditure.
Thank you.
D, in page 61, provide the committee with all progress reports on the forensic investigation related to allegations of fraud and corruption in the entity. That is the last one, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable MEC.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair, and let's appreciate the two questions as raised by Honorable Nambumbulu. Through you, Chair, allow me to request the Chair of the Board to respond to the questions.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC, and Honorable Members. Through the Honorable MEC, can I request Mr. Lihod to respond to the question?
Thank you, Chairperson. My name is Daniel Audit. I am the Executive Manager for M&E at Going into 11A, the discrepancy arose from challenges associated with complex accounting arrangements, reliance on manual reporting processes, the coordination constraints between operational units together with the finance function. And they mainly related to several areas or affected several areas, that is property, plant and equipment, revenue from non-exchange transactions and receivables from non-exchange transactions, and that's where the complexities arose with the recording of very rural religious program, then the contingent liabilities, and the commitments, where the entity's commitments were understated due to omission of certain active contracts. With regard to the responsible officials, that is question B, they are listed as Mr. Mapupa, that is the Chief Financial Officer, Mr. Ndao, Senior Manager Finance, Ms. T. Pasha, Manager Financial Reporting. And the actions that were taken, the accounting authority implemented corrective and remedial measures to prevent recurrence of the findings. With regards to question D, the measures that the accounting authority put in place to prevent these include strengthening property, plant and equipment reporting, improving accounting for revenue and receivables from non-exchange transactions, also to strengthen the management of the contingent liabilities, improving the accuracy and the completeness of commitments is one of the measures, including enhancing internal review and quality assurance processes, also the monitoring through the audit action plan. The actions, no action has, that is for question E, no action has been taken by the executive authority. And however, the executive authority has directed the accounting authority to avoid the recurrence of the issue of the misstatements in the annual financial statements. With regard to other reports, that is question 12, we have on 12A, the question provided an annexure of the BDO Advisory Services report, that is annexure 5. And the consequence management that was applied to 5 of the affected officials. Evidence is attested as annexure 006. Question B, on the progress report, the copy of the BDO report is attached together with the implementation, that is annexure 5 and 6. Question C, with regard to the outcome of the investigation of irregular expenditure, there is the summer solution report that was provided on 9 December 2024 as annexure 008, which is an extensive report. And also we have got a result of these internal investigations of irregular expenditure as annexure 009 and 010. On question D, to provide the committee with all progress reports on forensic investigations, the forensic investigations by Staff Sigma, it required more interviews to be conducted and that process for more people to testify. So the forensic investigation is still underway. They have requested for an extension and they will continue until the end of March 2026, changing that February to March as it was consistently reported throughout the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks very much. Through you, Chair.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Questions on Smile and Mawuta? In that order.
Thank you, Chairperson. I've noted the 5 or 6 the warning letters that is in the file. But what is not clear, was it for one BIC meeting or was it for multiple BIC meetings? Because if it's for multiple BIC meetings, then I am concerned about the sanction. You understand, if I sit today and I didn't meet the criteria and I do it again and I do it again and I do it again, then the offense becomes a little bit more serious. But if it's for once, I would accept the written warning as put forward. So I just needed that explanation, Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, it's just an observation. Ever since we started with this report, and even when we end, even now at the end, it seems like there is one H Mahoba that's always responsible for almost everything. When there are officials that identified this H Mahoba is always finger. So I just want to check, what is the problem? Because my understanding is that is the pest is responsible for the finances of the entity, and therefore one would expect that he should know all the relevant legal frameworks that have to do with his particular office. So when he gets fingered, initially I think it was on the issue of PAC signing something, actually that is a gross misconduct, signing something that you know you're not part of, and then now on this one of contingent liabilities, no, this one in page 55. So I'm just worried, Chair, it seems like there is a trend. So I don't know, Chair, but it's a call for concern from my side, or this needs to be improved. If maybe there's a need for him to go to a crash course so that he can refresh his understanding of the laws that govern his office, please consider it for him before taking some of the serious actions that are within your powers, Chairman. So, yeah, Chair, in that sense, I'd like to congratulate, I forgot to congratulate the CEO, and I don't think any of us has done that. Previously, they used to say, no, we don't have we have got 18. So, so we just hope for things next time when you come here, we're a bit lenient with you guys. So next time when you come here, we're not going to take any excuses. And you must come with women. It can't be all men here. It must come with women, many women. They must occupy these seats. Yes. Thank you very much. No, they must hire more women. Hire more women, give them serious responsibility. Yes. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. My name is T.C. Limpopo. I just also want to know, lastly, that as Honorable Mahuta has indicated that Mr. H. Makuba, I want to know that is the one who is pressing for payment, or is there anybody, so that when we do interactions further, then we'll see. But I'm happy the Chief Executive Committee said when the investigations are being completed, then heads are going to roll. It means that he promised this committee that he's going to take action. And also, his name is appearing there when the investigation is also affecting him. Yeah, I mean, he will do as he promised, because I've seen also his a name somewhere there. So, thank you very much. I just want to know that Mokupa is the one who is pressing the payment
although for 3 months he's not been paid, he's still pressed for the others.
Okay, thank you. I want you to note that on number 12, those issues they've been dealt with.
Yeah, they have been.
That's why there's no question. They were dealt with in other question. So there are about 3 questions for that. If you can deal with them.
No, thanks very much, Chair. Allow me to request the Chair of the Board to respond to the question.
The only question that I can deal with is the H Mahupa that Honorable Nempumuloni is talking about. That's the only issue that I'll take, and then the rest I'll give them to the CEO and the CFO. The CFO. I'm sure honorable members know that he is the custodian of the finances of the organization. That's why we indicated earlier as we're reporting about consequence management. I think the Honorable MEC did speak to the issue of the 3 months without pay. And while I was interjected while I was trying to clarify this other aspect earlier, because our attitude is not for him to take responsibility of everything that is happening, but our attitude is that as the custodian of the finances, he is responsible to make sure that systems are in place for a lot of this other, most of the transgressions not to happen. So as we have indicated, we are continuing to attend to this particular aspect of issues which did not go well through forensic investigation. And as we have assured the honorable members, we will definitely make sure that the recommendations are attended to the latter. Through the honorable MEC, I want to hand over to the CEO to deal with. I think there are a few other issues that have been raised, including the issue of the BSc, whether it's for multiple or one meeting and the like. Yeah, CEO.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Through you, Honorable MEC. Chairperson, to answer what Honorable Smalls asked, it wasn't a multiple infringement. It was a once-off. Okay. Because normally what happens is that there is a BEC and there is a BAC. BEC sits first and then recommends to the BAC. The BAC goes through and then approves. And then that is recommended to the Planning and Contracts Committee of the Board. And then the Planning and Contract Committee of the Board refers whatever the recommendations that they have to the main board. That is the process. But what I maybe want to emphasize is that we have decided that, as I've indicated earlier, that it is important to follow compliance. Once you follow compliance, most of your problems are going to be resolved. If you look at the fruitless and wasteful expenditures that we've indicated in this report, they emanate from lack of monitoring first from the initial stages. What we did, we started what we call a probit audit. Before we even advertise, we sit down with our proactive division. Earlier on, I think the chairperson was indicating that the person who is now responsible for proactive audit is a qualified CA. So she does that probit audit, and then we sit down, and then she says, these are the following steps that you are supposed to follow before you even start procuring or looking at that. Maybe just to indicate that with the floods that have just engulfed us as a province, it's going to be a lot of projects that we are supposed to be implemented in response to our communities that have been so badly affected by the floods. So hence our proactive approach to deal with the probate audit, so that when the time comes, we have systems in place that will ensure that we comply. Compliance is very important. Lastly, Honorable Mavucha indicated that maybe there is a need for the crash course. I think it's something that as an institution we are going to try and revitalize our executives so that they are kept with the changes. You know, as you know, the law is not static. It changes from time to time. And when the law changes, we must adapt. You spoke about the 6th Industrial Revolution. As RAL, we need to use technology and use the current trends and learn from other institutions. I have had a discussion with some people from Sandra. Fortunately, we get along with the regional manager of Sandra. We are learning from them how they do their stuff. We have had an engagement with JRA. I'm glad that there is a good relationship between ourselves and the department. Maybe to thank the HOD for that initiative, because we can relate better, unlike in the past. But it's something that we need to work on and cement and make sure that it's viable, and it helps both the entity that is reporting to the department, that is not independently reporting elsewhere. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Thank you.
Over to you, Chair.
Thank you for the response. But I think, Honorable Mavucha, for the purpose of emphasis, so that we get out of this session, maybe the reason why, and not maybe, I think it's the reason why the CFO will appear in most of the results of the consequence management is because he's the custodian of the past, like you indicated. But sometimes you find that it is not him who committed, and I said it earlier. He is leading a group of managers, a group of employees. So if you don't take a decision to charge a person, for example, you charge him. So my anticipation is that he is not charging the lower level if there are some challenges. And as such, the chairperson must charge him. And if the chairperson can't charge him, the MEC must charge the chairperson. That is how it works. Chairperson, am I correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm correct. So we don't want to ask for, is it true that is that way, but generally it will be that way. That is why even in the case of HODs in the department, you find that they are often indicated that the executing authority has charged or has written a letter to the accounting officer because he's the custodian of the department. Not that he must charge everybody, but if the subordinate is not charging, you must charge him. And then if you don't charge him, you are charged yourself. And then that is how it is done. So I thought I should just explain it in simpler form. That was the last response from the department. And really we'd like to just, it has been a long day. We'd like to thank you, MEC and the chairman of the board for coming. The last time you postponed because of the mining in Dara. So at least now, today you have done, but our concerns, as we have been raising them, MEC, I think we are voting. And I think even the board members and the board chairperson and the CEO and everybody is noting that there's no way we can succeed. For example, There is no way where you are planning. There's no plan. There's no plan, and you can't succeed if you don't plan. Start with planning what you want to achieve and how are you going to achieve it, and assign different sections, the responsibilities. And then what is more critical is that strengthen the internal control. Because most of these things, there's no internal control. There's nobody who is monitoring, evaluating progress, or even challenges that can arise maybe after preparing the financial statement and all these things. So as long as you don't have internal control, then there will be challenges. So make sure that they are strengthened. And I can see and you said to yourself that it is only one person who has just appointed, the proactive assurer, and one maybe official. That unit is very critical to ensure that it can't be one person. It can't be one person. So let's go and revisit our structure and ensure that we strengthen where it matters most. But the worry, and we will always emphasize that generally there's no compliance in terms of the law. There is no consequence management. And we want you to follow the money. We can't have so much millions of fruitless and wasteful expenditure, and you only get just a drop of it back. And even where you have got opportunity, Honorable Mawuja used to say there are low-hanging fruits. Even where it's easy for you to recover, you don't recover. So let's go and do better. We can do better. So there's no way we can fail. Without any waste of time, I think that was item number 6, which I want to add by saying you go and rework your resolutions, and also add the 22, 23, 24, 23, 24 as you committed them. Yeah. But even these ones, they are not explaining a lot of issues. So not a lot of issues, but they are not explicit in terms of explaining. So go and rework at those ones, and we also mentioned that you must also include other issues that we said. By the way, we said we must, when you come for the resolution, you must also bring what? There's a report that we said you must also bring.
No, I've taken note of all including the issue of the audit action plan.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've taken note of the issues.
Please bring them so that we are able to assist each other. Remember, next month is March. In 2 months' time, you must be submitting the financial statement. So there's a lot of things that you must correct before that particular period. So we will give you a date before the end of March to come and check the progress of those resolutions. Yeah, AGSA, can you comment?
Thanks, Chair. My name is Malisala Jali, Senior Manager, AGSA. Chair and members, after listening to the presentation by the entity, coupled with what we have been observing since we delivered the audit report in July last year, they didn't stop. They have been having regular meetings, to assess progress they are making against the action plan. So it gives us a certain level of comfort that when we look at the audit outcomes, there's a potential that they can move to something better. Of course, the fate is in their hands. Audit, in the main, is evidence-driven. We will come and look at what they have, get explanations, At some stage, we'll be on the ground as regularity auditors together with our engineers from performance auditors to verify. But if you look at the main focus of audit, is financials, audit of performance information as well as compliance. AFS is very much doable because they just need to correct the prior period error, do those assessments again on their roads. On irregular expenditure, it's not a difficult one to fix. Audit of performance information also is one area which does not require much effort from them to correct the errors which we identified. Perhaps where it could be a bit challenging is compliance, because when we drop the report, they were already 4 months into the financial year we're going to audit. And when you have not complied, it's very difficult to undo. So, but I'm not saying they cannot get something better, but if they can go back and just assess the transactions that took place in the first 4 months and also and beyond, it's possible that they really come 31st of July, they could get something better. Thanks.
Thank you, thank you. Provincial Treasurer.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson and Deputy Congressor. Chairperson, we have taken note of the discussion today, and I just remembered what you love to say. I think the NEC has seen the kind of responses that they take, and the ETB department. I think there's too much work to do. We still have a mountain to climb. And for us to be able to come to Scopa at some stage to present a good report, it requires the leadership from the top. And I'm happy the chairperson and the CFO have committed that they will go and do as advised by the committee sitting here today, and which we will see the difference when we meet next time. NEC, I believe that I would request that before the submit the file in terms of the house resolutions, they sit with the internal control unit and ourselves, we assess it, so that we don't come here and disappoint the committee. Like the way today they run short of chasing you out, but because they felt the sea is still new. So I'm hoping that next time we won't have that opportunity, and we are given a lifeline to go and make sure that the document will be active and smart. Thanks.
Thank you. Impact Scotland, do you have something to say before we do the MC?
No, we don't have much to say, Chair. We can see we are close looks observing the with the hope that going back home it will assist us in terms of how we conduct our investigations. So we're really learning a lot. Dumelaur is going to assist here.
Thank you very much. MC?
No, thanks very much, Chair. Let me take this opportunity and thank you and the team, in particular honorable members, for the frank engagements that we have, which ought to obviously assist us on how we need to reshape the entity. And I can assure the committee that we have heard you. The counsel that you gave, it will go a long way in making sure that we change the status quo. I am tempted to agree with Treasury that we still have a mountain to climb, but we are going to do everything in our power to make sure that those who are not ready to adjust with the speed and the level of where we are now, they do that as soon as possible, because some of the responses are really discouraging and disappointing, but we hope that going forward, like you're saying, we now have the new board, the new CEO,
There's the audit committee. We are trying our level best to even strengthen our internal controls. We hope that things will change, but it only needs this team that is here, which Honorable Mabuja says is a men's forum. They need to pull up their socks, and we are going to take actions, unfortunately. Chair and honorable members. We have capacity to do that, we have done that, but if people don't want to come to party, and we are going to make sure that we really push them to the corner, that they will understand that whatever we're doing, whatever we're saying here in front of our people in this province who have hope in us, we really don't disappoint. So from our seated, I think together with the chair, we'll make sure that we push this entity to the right direction. But with the work that we have already done, Chair and honorable members, I can assure you that we will be able to change the situation and turn it around with whatever our colleague from AGF said, that there is hope. It just needs a commitment and that will of making sure that we make that hope a reality. So with these few words, let me take this opportunity and thank everyone that is here, and assure you, Chair, and honorable members, that we heard you, especially on the issue of consequence management, because it has been raised almost in all the questions, Honorable Smart. We have heard you. Are going to try by all means that we take a serious hawk's eye on that. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, MEC. Yeah, we heard you that indeed it is work in progress, considering that we have the new board and the new CEO. But we are saying we must adapt, and adapt very fast. The public needs services, whether you are new or what. They need services. You must hit the ground running and make sure that you deliver. The other thing, MEC, is that you can see that they need an HOD Public Works. This entity needs your support. I think if you can support them, especially because most of them, like you are saying, they are still new, please just support them until they can stand on their own. We see capacity in them, but they need support, and even how to report, and even the most important thing, the President has indicated that the other time that the issue of audit outcomes is mainly compliance. We have not spoken about any other thing, just to comply. And the compliance, we have got the PFMA, we have got the treasury regulators and all. If you just comply to them, you get the clean audit. The issue of service, of how much service the targets, we will also be there, because the idea is again. So we are saying let's go and support them. PT, please let's support the entity and the AGSA. Those issues that you have raised, I'm not sure if there are pre-audits, or maybe you can work with the audit committees to ensure that they are addressing them, not only on the programs that were identified or they were sampled this past financial year, but on all the programs, so that if you are going to sample a different program, you find that those findings are also addressed. So I want to thank you, the MEC, the chairperson, and the entourage from Timral, honorable members of Scopa, AGSA, provincial treasury representative, MPEG members from Skukune district, staff, our team, coordinators and researchers media communication and media and all the staff from the legislature and from different political parties. Thank you very much. It has been a long day, but it is worth it. Indeed, we learned a lot, and we believe that even the team learned a lot, and all these things that we have been noting, go and practice. And I used to query these managers to say, you see, sometimes I know you can't present and write, Mr. Lord. And I want to see a situation where one day you bring your own assistants, ensuring that everything that you are recommending will be noted. Now we are not sure if you have noted everything that we said, because I'm just giving an example, and even the CEO and everybody. Because you are concentrating, you want to respond, you want to listen to Honorable Mabuja, and then you answer. But if there's somebody who is just writing what needs to be done, when you arrive at the office, you must give you a report. They said you must do 1, 2, 3, and this end is very easy. So I just want to see that day when you bring your own secretaries to say, when I just listen to what they say you must do, and put it down. And then when you are going to prepare your financial statements, you refer to all those criteria and all those things that we raised. Without any waste of time, like I said, it was a very, very long day. Thank you very much for that resilience. The way forward, I think we've been able to deal with. And number 10 is announcement. There are no announcements, but we're saying that it is about bringing this meeting towards its conclusion and is officially closed. Thank you very much.